Hey, we are back. Sorry, I needed a couple extra minutes there. After all, it takes a minute to convert the save into emulator. That's it. What if I told you you could have MGS4 with more than 3 pixels in 2 frames? This is the first. I feel so good about how MGS4 emulates now that we're gonna do it for marathons. Or at least I am. I don't know if I can set it up for dog one day, but
Raiden's keeping them busy. Now's your chance to make an
oh,
escape.
pixels, frames. Yeah.
There's no time to take on the gecko. Just ignore them. Get out of there.
Finally, I figured out the wireless controller bullshit as well, so it's mostly gonna be 60 FPS, and we're at 1080p, and there's no jaggies. And let's pick up some chef grenades here. Unfortunately, you missed the best scene in the game.
Farther. Run, Snake. Run.
Just a little bit. Gonna kick my ass.
Snake, you're almost there. Raiden's keeping the enemy at bay. Now's your chance to make a run for it. Cross the market to the chopper. Snake, hurry.
What does Rose have to say about all this?
Just a little farther. Dr. Emmerich's waiting for you in the chopper. Just forget about the sight gauge for now. Get to the chopper.
Hold on. Oh shit.
Come in, Snake. What happened? Snake?
That was a bad spot, Testis, in front of a very angry gecko. Like, really bad spot. Hold on. Okay, we're good. I wanted to, shake Rose's tits some more by unplugging the controller. We also picked what is literally the hardest or heaviest part. At the very beginning of the marketplace, that's where it is. Few FPS drops. But other than that, it's pretty good. Oh, that's right. We should also have... Fuck, let's just pick up these chef grenades. We should also have... There it is. Metal camo. Gonna use this now. Okay, this is not the best spot to fuck around with. Let's move on to Walking Simulator Act 3. Actually. Just forget about the sight gauge for now.
I'm sorry. I'm a little busy right now.
Metal camo is the body armor and then just for
Thank you.
take half damage from everything. Extremely useful for certain things.
Don't forget the Mark II.
Naomi, take care of this. Gross. Otacon, get us out of here.
I'm fucking with some things in the background here.
Where's Raiden?
Still fighting.
Vamp!
Ah, of course, we still get this scene.
Raiden!
Has Dog gone over Raiden's
again now,
body
Prince
being
Cross.
butchered in this game? In Shinkawa's words.
You too, immortal.
No. I just don't fear death.
What a load of bullshit.
You can hear it in your hearts. I know you can. Hold on, I'm just gonna make the whole thing a little quieter. Okay, that should do it. It's not fast, it's smooth. Correction. Congratulations, you discovered 60 FPS. Or 45-ish to 60, depending. The settings are just whatever's on the wiki, dude. It's up to your hardware after that. How's the ticket giveaway gonna work? When we reach the donation goal, we will have a form that people can fill out.
The one to finally finish me.
And then we will pick people from that list. Randomly, that is. And it will be open to everyone. You really just need... Those dog tags are a little silly. Just need your, you know, whatever name, handle, nickname you prefer. Whether you want a digital or in-person ticket, just in case you win and you can't attend in person. And then some way to contact the winners through email. Now we're not doing a bingo. We'll just RNG it. Cube 6. Thank you so much for the 106 months. Nice. But yeah, if you Google RPCS3 MGS4 wiki, those are the settings pretty much. It's more about putting in the patches and the settings.
Boss, she got away. Are you sure about this?
It's all part of the plan.
The test was a failure, even with his code.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
The PMCs we deployed have suffered brain damage. Nothing salvageable remains.
I suffered brain damage after the
Our
sea.
only remaining option is to secure the original.
I know that. It's only a matter of time. We're working as fast as we can to find their hiding place. I need you here too, Vamp.
Hang in there.
Vamp. He's got to be immortal.
No, he's not immortal at all. It was my design that caused his body to be like that.
Huh?
What do you mean?
And fucking
The
a little
nanomachines in
bit.
his body cause his wounds to close and heal at an accelerated rate.
You received some
Someone took the
complaints that
basic
my screams are
nanomachine
too
technology
loud.
I once researched and perfected it. In a sense, I'm responsible for Vamp. He's one of my sins.
Does your body have the same nanomachines?
I brought a monster into this world. And I too am... Hold him down! He's losing too much blood.
Can you save him?
I don't know. He needs a blood transfusion. No, an infusion of artificial blood.
Snake, Raiden. You're up.
Everything is Naomi's fault. Just wait until you learn.
Mate.
Metal Gear Survive plot. And the little town of Eastern Europe. Ah shit, maybe I should save. Although I've literally never had a crash on emulator. The marathon is probably when it would start doing that, of course.
Argon, boron, silicon, and neon, yttrium, fermium, plutonium, chlorine, fluorine, gallium, and xenon, thallium, strontium.
The trick is to keep the lid on.
Naomi trying to thoughtify Sony.
Now, let it cook for 1 minute. You like cooking, don't you? Good for you.
This is my sunny side up fortune telling. When it turns out good, it means something good is gonna happen.
Oh. So that's why you don't cook them over easy. But the secret to good cooking is to keep who's going to eat it in mind.
Oh.
Oh. Is this your mother?
Yes.
She's really beautiful.
But why is she in PS2 graphics?
That tune you were humming, it's from the periodic table, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh. Is this your mother? Yes.
Yes.
Is this your mother? 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 Is this your Thorium, protactinium, uranium, neptunium, plutonium, americium.
Curium.
Fuck you,
Curium.
asshole!
Curium.
It's way
That's
louder
it.
than the game.
Curium.
Ah, fuck it. We'll just put the volume levels there. Back.
Not funny.
May I?
Still better than Kiefer's kitchen and his steak hands.
There.
What a load of bullshit.
See, Sonny? Us girls have to look our best.
Her name was Olga.
Hmm?
I'm trying to fuck with volume things again.
My mother.
Oh. I see. Ah! It's going to burn. Oh, hold on.
A dud!
And... there. Done.
Thanks.
Of course. We did a great job.
And that's way
M.
quieter.
Liquid is in
We'll
Eastern
balance it
Europe.
out.
He's after the corpse of Big Boss.
Who cares? Let's look at her tits.
What for?
Not of his laptop.
It's the final key he needs to gain access
The
to
Otacon has a
SCP.
webcam pointed at Naomi's tits.
The keys to the
And he's got
system
a
are
live
Big
feed on
Boss's
his laptop.
genetic code and biometric data.
And he
Without
doesn't
them,
care. He just puts it in
there's
front of
no
her.
way to gain access.
Wait, what's Liquid been doing all this time?
We're trying to kickstart Naomi's Twitch career. Please try to understand.
The first, using the genetic code from Liquid's DNA chip. In his second attempt, he used the DNA code and biometric data extracted from
Looks like a
Snake's
Twitch
blood.
stream.
What's the need for the original if the substitute works just
You
as
got
well?
Sonny shit posting on 3 keyboards.
Neither your genetic pattern nor Liquid's genetic pattern is a 100% match for Big Bosses.
What do you mean we don't match?
Sorry, we no longer need the PS3 for this. Oops, music.
Scientifically speaking, there's the markers implanted during the cloning process. The mixing of mitochondrial DNA and egg cell. The intentionally altered terminator genes. Scientifically speaking. Both you and
Yeah, the
Liquid
PS3 would be, what, 18 years old? 2006, right?
Different.
Or 2005.
Yes.
I think it's 6.
That's what Liquid was talking about.
We're not copies of our father, after all.
Just playing with my... I guess it doesn't work because they're obviously hands. Since there's eggs
Listen carefully, Snake.
for all 3 of them.
This is the most important
Sonny's
part.
egg memo.
The AI that controls
Who's
the
controlling the
system
Mark II?
is a highly
the player.
Advanced IDS.
It's your real
This is
life,
a special code
real-time
to inspect
camera on
all
what's going on.
data and commands circulating
Honestly, one of my
within the
favorite features of MGS4.
Any data that fails to conform
That
to that
things are all
code is
happening
treated as a
around you in
foreign
real
object and
time.
expunged.
You can
Like
look whatever you
viruses
want.
stored by wet. The authentication program that IDS uses is based on a genetic identification program. One I helped develop for Foxdie. It's set up so that host commands only execute properly if the key
What?
matches
It's invisible.
perfectly.
So that helps.
However, if the IDS suspects someone is trying to break into the system, it registers that genetic code on a blacklist. That code is then blocked and can never again be used to access the system. So, if you're going to use a substitute, you need to find a new genetic access code with each new trial.
So when Liquid accessed the system in the Middle East and South America, it was only a test.
I can't believe this. Snake and Big Boss don't have the same genetic code?
Strictly speaking, Snake and Liquid aren't the same either. Which is why Foxdie only affected Liquid at Shadow Moses. And spared you. Let's put it this way. If Liquid uses Big Boss's genetic code, the original, he'll have the system completely under his control.
Hold on. I thought having his code wasn't enough. You need his biometric data at the same time, don't you?
That's right. And Big Boss is already dead.
No. He's alive.
Big Boss is alive.
His body is. Or rather, his cells.
That's impossible.
Big Boss survives as a biomort. A brain-dead shell sustained in the lab.
What a load
Liquid
of
has
bullshit.
already left for Europe in search of Big Boss's body. Right from the start, he knew his experiment in South America wasn't going to work.
Europe, huh?
The test was a failure, even with his code.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
Our only remaining option is to secure the original.
If Liquid obtains the body, he'll be primed to make his final move.
Allowing him total control of the system.
Exactly. Unless we can stop him first.
I just think Raiden has a lightning port. Yes, totally Gray Fox now.
Uncle Hal,
Thunderbolt 3.
I found it.
Huh? Ah. This is it.
Where'd you hack this from?
AT Security. The Patriots.
Can't believe this sort of thing still goes on.
The war economy is heating up the R&D race. It's not just the PMCs either. Every corporation tethered to the military-industrial complex is losing its sense of morality. And it's us science-holics who are doing their dirty work for them. Not even realizing it.
And the fucking music in the background.
Can we make Jack better?
I don't know.
It's an Apple joke because they have Apple products, and it's also a Raiden joke because lightning, Thunderbolt. Come on.
Man.
Kojima's hentai shows. Hold on.
No use. There's nothing we can do here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Look at this. His artificial blood needs dialysis. We don't have the proper equipment.
Dialysis?
Getting his wounds healed is important too. But at this rate, he's not gonna live.
Dialysis. Is that like what kidneys do?
That's right. Riding blood is an older type of artificial blood that was used by the military, called white blood. After it's been used for a while, the blood needs to be dialyzed. Filtered. Right now, he's slipping into autotoxemia.
It's there. In Europe.
What do you
Who's
mean?
Sony looking at now?
Eastern Europe.
MGO Creator screenshots.
Where? The same place Liquid went.
Dr.
MGO weapons, PMCs, Olga. What?
saved my life.
Oh, Matt Not, of course. Great guy. Remember him?
Dr. Madnar. I've heard of him.
A world-renowned cybernetics expert. Strictly underground, though.
We're in luck then.
Yeah, the guy that
Settled.
helped Big Boss nuke half the
We must head
world,
for Europe.
tried to strangle Snake,
The sooner we get there, the
among
better.
other things.
Yeah. I'll call Campbell and have him get us landing clearance.
Good guy.
Oh, Snake! Where are you going?
I'm gonna be spewing out poison soon enough anyway. What's one more smoke gonna hurt?
This is a no smoking flight.
The sight gauge regenerated because you can tap X. That was me tapping X. Every time, except the first time that you see it go down for Drebin. Every time there's a scene where Snake's sight gauge goes down like that, you can tap X to recover it. And it's just a tiny little thing. It doesn't really do much.
Who is this?
Oh, her? That's my sister.
Really? I never knew you had a sister. For a moment, I thought she might have been your girlfriend.
No, I don't have a... Emma was a brilliant programmer. She wrote the worm that destroyed the Arsenal Gear AI. Then... Vamp killed her.
I'm so sorry.
No, there's nothing for you to be sorry for. Or me.
So the implication here is that they're apologizing to each other because each other's creations killed each other's sisters, brother and sister, siblings. So you have Rex killing Gray Fox, and you have Vamp killing Emma. That's the... It's not too obvious at first, but that's the connection there. That's why they're apologizing to each other. Naomi created Vamp, and Vamp killed Emma. And Otacon created Rex, and Rex killed Gray Fox. Bit of MGS4 nonsense stretch, but it's there.
I used to be an anime otaku.
Yeah, used to.
Oh. So that's where Otacon comes from.
I was always
Gross.
fascinated by sci-fi anime. That's what got me into this line of work. It's too bad reality wasn't so simple. I never even imagined that science, that my own research, could cause so much misery. I mean, it's
Does
not
it look like
a
Naomi's
science
shirt
college
is
or Satanist or
wet?
anything. But
What a load of bullshit.
even when we've got the best of intentions, we end up being used by others for evil.
Looks like she's
Dr.
soaked
Emma.
through.
I...
Nice.
You see this? Sonny helped me build it.
Really? Sonny helped build this?
We built it using top secret docs and patents dug up from intranets at a bunch of research labs. To tell you the truth, I think she's better at it than I am.
But she's just a child.
She cracked the protection on your mail.
Wow.
She renamed
I,
MP3 and
assumed it
MP4.
was you.
Such protection.
Sonny was taken by the Patriots right after she was born. She never even met her parents. She's spent her entire childhood inside the net.
That's why she has trouble speaking.
Her home is in the computer. She can only see the outside from the inside. She's always in there, searching for herself, searching for her family. She's trying to find out who she is and where she's going.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to go through the MGS1 switch on emulator. That's gonna be a little funny.
She believes she can find the answers inside a machine hooked up to the world. She spends every day inside the net, exploring. For Sonny, this is home.
No, it shouldn't be like that.
What?
It's time you let her go outside.
What are you talking about?
She hasn't even been born yet. She's still in the womb. She needs to live a real life.
But Sonny's never shown any interest in leaving the Nomad. Frankly, I'm worried about letting her go out there.
Outside? I don't have the DLC yet.
I have a feeling she'll do just fine.
You really think she'll be okay going outside?
That's not what I meant. I think she's got a good handle on her science.
Ah. Sorry. Go on.
Huh?
You were about to say something.
Oh, right. would you mind if I helped Sunny with her cooking?
Oh, of course not. Go ahead. But, about all we've got on board besides military rations are eggs.
No. Leave them off. It makes you look handsome.
You think so? Yeah,
What even goes off here, BPN?
Dr. Emmerich,
huh?
is it okay to sleep in there?
Excuse me?
Well, Dr. Emmerich, I know it's easy to forget sometimes, but
Oh,
I am a woman. You understand. Sorry. I know it's selfish of me, but I'd like to be alone for a while.
Right. I understand. I'll show you in.
Thank you.
What if Naomi doesn't really have cancer until she has sex with Otacon? And that's what gives her cancer. Otacon's dick of doom strikes again. It's starting to make more and more sense.
Good night, Dr. Emmerich.
Yeah. If you get uncomfortable or anything, just let me know. I'll be out there working.
Thank you.
Oh. And,
Yes?
call me Hal.
Good.
Good night.
Good
Thanks to
night.
2Gamer, I needed that picture.
Fuck you, asshole!
Singing. Maybe she brought the strap on. No, it's safe just in case. Seaman sound for Redeem. Yeah, unfortunately we're limited. We had to switch those sounds around a lot because we only have room for 10. Yeah, something to ask viewer about. Welcome to the city of Eastern Europe,
A national state of emergency has been declared in an effort to root out the
where
local
Snake has a great
resistance.
idea to disguise
The
himself
hunt
as
is being
himself
carried out by U.S.-based PMC, Ravensword.
and then grunt the
one of
guards.
companies under Outer Heaven's control.
Which means that Liquid's lurking somewhere behind the scenes.
Right. And at the top of the target list is the Paradise Lost Army, the resistance group led by Big Mama. Snake, you'll be infiltrating the region where they are believed to house their base of operations. It looks as if the PMCs moved swiftly, cutting off Big Mama and company's escape routes. They should still be hiding somewhere.
Yeah, I live in Europe, can confirm everybody's
Big
dressed like
Boss's
this
corpse
all the
is
time.
bound to be with them. You've been added to the PMC's blacklist, so you're going to have to lie about your identity to get in. I've provided you with a way to evade the checkpoints. Make contact with the Resistance and find Big Mama. This is our last chance. We must reach Big Boss's body before they do.
Well, they mentioned the Volta River. I think there's two of them, not the one in Africa. Wherever the one in Europe is, the only real indication we have of the exact location. Where does the Volta River go?
Next.
Other than that, I don't name anything.
Next. 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 Said next. You. Get your ass in the machine. Hey, are you deaf? Take him away.
You're coming with me.
Great plan.
I said over here.
That's enough. I'll take him from here.
But
We've been looking for this man.
yes, ma'am.
Come with me.
Next.
You're looking younger. What's your secret?
Base camo. A little present from Tentacles.
Huh.
The PMCs sure seem to know you well enough.
You may not believe it, but I'm in charge of overseeing all PMC activity. Having connections can still open doors.
You alone?
Snake! Hey, Snake! Over here! Hey, Snake!
What is wrong with that guy?
Listen to me, Snake. After reporting what happened in the Middle East to my superiors, I wrote up a threat assessment. The President's finally realized the danger Liquid's little rebellion poses, and has called for immediate action. Now I've got more bodies than I know what to do with. A whole joint Army-Marines team. They're already on site, mixed in with the US forces here. We're ready to strike Liquid at any time.
You're planning to take him by force? It's crazy. Look, things aren't that simple.
Listen, old man. I don't take orders from you or from your Colonel Campbell.
It's gonna be the Middle East all over again.
No, it won't. If things get out of hand, we can put a total lockdown on the PMC's weapons. They won't be able to fight back. Don't forget, we control the system.
I wouldn't rely too much on the system if I were you.
We've got them beat in sheer numbers.
Meryl.
Look, Snake. Just leave this to me. There's no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. Don't risk your life for no reason. Snake. What you're trying to do, it's not a mission.
I know. It's not justice. It's a hired hit.
If you know, then... Look, our ways of thinking might be different, but to me, you're still a legend, a hero. I know all about the things you did when you were young. It was what kept me going. I can't bear to watch you die over something so pointless.
Don't worry about me. Old soldiers never die.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
Fine. Then we'll just have to catch him. Before you do. I may have loved you once. But now you're just too damn senile to face the truth. Wake up and face reality. Old Snake. And stay out of our way.
Fuck you, asshole!
Otacon, they've seen this face too.
Yeah, it might have been added to the PMC's blacklist as well.
And Meryl was acting kind of strange.
Things are going to get hairy once the American suppression troops get here. We'd better get to Big Boss's corpse, and fast. But first, we've got to find Big Mama. Snake, let's go over what we know so far. The streets are under curfew. The only people you'll find out there now are PMC soldiers and members of the Resistance.
Yeah, I thought it looked a little too quiet to be a tourist attraction.
The Resistance members are scheduled to convene at Big Mama's hideout. So our best course of action is to follow their lead. When you find the Resistance, tail them. Let them lead you to Big Mama.
But how exactly am I supposed to find this Resistance?
The PMCs have laid a dragnet for Resistance members that covers the entire town. They're using SOP to notify each other by radio of any info collected during their searches. By intercepting those signals, you should be able to reach the Resistance members' locations in real time.
Intercept their communications? How do I do that?
I've provided you with a new device for just that purpose. To hijack PMC communications, open the item window and select the Signal Interceptor. The interceptor constantly monitors PMC voice and data transmissions. When you've got the signal interceptor equipped and you hear the PMC's chatter about the resistance, check your map. It should display the location.
Got it.
Oh, and Snake, I think we've found a way to treat Raiden.
Really?
Yeah, we got in touch with Dr. Madnar. Naomi and Sonny are on their way now.
They'll be all right on their own.
They're a few clicks north of where you are now. It's a non-combat zone, so there won't be any checkpoints. There's even a dialysis machine. It'll take some time, but I think he'll be okay.
Good.
Anyway, you need to hurry and make contact with Big Mama.
I got it.
If Liquid gets his hands on that corpse, it's all over. Follow the Resistance's lead.
Alright guys, we'll be saving here. We'll do some Integral podcast. It's actually really good for this area. I'm gonna save so that we can reload it later to actually do it properly. But yeah, we'll go through the developer commentary for this area. It just has an interesting story at the end of it. Let's see. Number 8, I think.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo. It's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Campbell, Otacon, perfect.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to episode number 6 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Once again, I am Sean Eystone, and I am here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello everyone.
Okay, so, Aki.
Yes.
Where are we today?
We promised to meet up at the Eastern Europe stage.
Right.
And basically, Sean, what are we going to do today?
Okay, so today we're going to pick up in Eastern Europe, and this is right after the cutscene ends where Snake comes out of the train station. And we're going to play the section where you're following the Resistance member through Eastern Europe and trying to find the Resistance hideout.
However, to make it interesting, I know that everyone has cleared this stage already, basically.
Right.
Yeah, more or less. So this time, we're going to try to be as like tour guides of this stage.
Yeah, kind of pointing out different parts of the town and, you know, what happened here, you know, what went into making this part of the town. You know, interesting things to see around the Midtown area. So it might be a little bit tricky because we will not be following the Resistance member.
Yeah, we'll make sure we'll update where we are.
Yeah, exactly.
So what we're talking about.
So people will have to follow instructions very closely this time because it is very easy to get lost here.
Okay.
The roads are very complicated.
All right, Sean, let's get started then.
All right. Okay, so first thing you'll notice is the atmosphere here. You'll notice all this mist, a slight drizzle coming down from the sky. Also the sound of the train in the background. This is all intended to recreate kind of like a, you know, like a spy movie type of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Where, you know, it's kind of dark.
Bourne series.
Right.
The MI series.
Rainy. And people may not even notice at first, but if you look very closely, you can see that it's not just mist, but there's also drizzle, rain drizzling down from the sky. And if you point the camera upwards, those droplets will actually stick to the screen. You know, it is water falling from the sky. It's not just a simple mist effect.
You know, Kojima Productions is really famous for this water effects on the camera.
Right.
The raindrops on the camera. This is a really cool feature.
There's also something that happens with this drizzling rain that I'll point out a little bit later.
Okay.
But for now, I guess we can continue on. One other thing that I want to point out is that aside from this rain, you know, you'll notice the sound of the train in the background. There's a story behind this. You know, we wanted to have this station in here, right? And originally, you know, we were going to have actual railroad tracks in the town to kind of show the trains coming and going. But the problem is that, you know, if we have railroad tracks here, then Snake could actually get onto the tracks. And, you know, for various reasons, that was pretty inconvenient because, you know, the player could follow the tracks to who knows where, you know, and it wouldn't really be a good impact on the gameplay. We still wanted to recreate this feeling of being at a train station, but somehow do it without having the actual train, you know, on the screen. And so the sound team came up with these wonderful sounds that really just recreate the atmosphere of being at a train station.
Do you want to talk about the sound
of the crosswalk?
Yeah, clicking sound.
Yeah, well,
we spent a long time to get that sound.
Yes. Well, actually, was it Ken that you said that there is a identifying sound of a crosswalk, which is so different to even other European areas, but this one location that he said he heard?
We went to Prague, and we heard the sound, and that's very different from the Japanese one.
So
And,
he came to our division and said, I need this sound. Can you get a hold of this sound? And, staff, Echo, went crazy. What's the big deal about the sound? But Ken said, no, I really want the sound. We want to put this in.
Hideo said, he wants to have that sound. And then sound team said, what sound? What kind of sound was it? So I said, tick, tick, tick kind of sound. And the sound team said, I don't get it. I wanted to have something, like a real...
Just something to refer to get this real, realistic sound.
Kojima Productions do a lot of crazy things.
Yeah.
She just went
They
over
sure
to get
do.
the sound. She did other things as well, just to hand deliver something or things like that. All these miracles that happened.
Yeah.
Really is reliant on these people flying over just for a night or something. But anyways, we got the sound in. We're very happy.
Right.
Very accurate.
Very accurate. So people living in this area of Europe may recognize that sound.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Okay. So where are we off to?
All right, so we're gonna move ahead, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into the cutscene where the Resistance member makes his appearance. So head towards this crosswalk here. The cutscene will begin.
Okay.
All right, so as we continue on, next, this is also related to sound. But, this Resistance member will come walking out, and you'll hear him whistling. And a lot of effort actually went into getting this whistle right as well.
Really?
People may not realize it, but he has several whistling patterns.
Yeah.
Like if you're closer to him, he'll be a little bit nervous, maybe, may pause as he whistles, maybe sound a little bit more tense. If you get farther away, he kind of relaxes and does like a really loud, happy whistle. That was put in by request of, Mr. Kojima, who wanted to have really recreate the feel of stalking somebody and, having your target be a little bit nervous at times, comfortable at other times. So you could gauge, where he's going by the sound as well as your signal interceptor. Yeah, that was added, and the response was really good. So
I had a lot of players playing this game whistle the tune of the Resistance member because I did.
Right.
You get into this gets into your head.
Yeah, it's pretty catchy.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Funny story about that whistling also is that the guy who actually recorded this whistling sound, and when he was whistling, like it was really accurate, like perfect pitch and everything. But the sound guy said, it's too good because it doesn't sound like Resistance member. Resistance member isn't a musician, right? So he's not going to have perfect pitch for everything. So they had to do several takes to get the right sound, where it sounds like a normal person whistling rather than a musician whistling.
That kind? Yeah. Can whistle.
Yeah, you can whistle.
Well, another point that I found out about this Eastern Europe stage is that it's so different from the past 2 acts that you have been playing. All of a sudden, you're in this environment of buildings and, well, basically you look different, right? With the code and everything and the young face look. And also I noticed that there's a lot of lights and kind of like living people behind each buildings.
Right, that was a conscious effort on the part of the development team because we really wanted to create, an empty town, a town that feels empty, but it's not deserted. It's not a ghost town. It's basically a town that's under curfew, so people are forced to stay indoors.
Yeah.
But, the people are still there, so you can see the lights on inside.
What do you call it? Martial law? Is it under martial law kind of?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So under martial law, and everybody's forced to stay inside, once it gets dark.
But when you go close to the windows or the doors, you could kind of actually feel there's someone kind of living behind that.
Right.
That was my second time when I thought I got real 5.1 and, good sound in there.
There's some people playing a game, right?
Basically, all these buildings actually have sounds emanating from them. People listening to different TV shows, radio shows, maybe playing games. And there actually is somebody playing the original MSX version of Metal Gear in here as well.
Cool.
So point that out a little bit later.
Okay.
All right. Well, of course, as you know, the real way you're supposed to play through this stage is to follow the Resistance member. And, the gameplay of this stage is a little bit different compared to all the other stages that you played up to this point because there's never been a stalking mission. The point of the game is to follow this guy without him noticing you and without any of the PMC troops noticing you either. And, I think for a lot of people, this was really hard. I think it's one of those stages where you're either going to really love it or really hate it. I think, it's one of the stages that'll give you the most trouble if you're more of the run and gun type of person. But there is, actually like a hidden thing that you can do to make it a little bit easier that some people may not know about is if you manage to put, Laughing Beauty to sleep in the previous stage and you use that Laughing Beauty face camouflage, you can actually walk through the town pretty freely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, a lot of people do that. They'll switch back to the Octocam and, you know, kind of like sneak through, hiding in the corners and things like that. But if you want to take the opposite route and keep this coat on, put on the face cam with the Beauty's face cam, you can actually walk pretty freely through the town. And when the PMC guards notice you, as long as you're not doing anything really suspicious, then maybe they'll tell you to stop and they'll come up and look at you and then they'll let you pass.
Oh, really?
So for people who are having a hard time, you know, getting through this stage, that's something they may want to try.
Cool, cool. Okay, so Sean, why don't you introduce us the route you're going to take this time?
All right.
So that the players could try to kind of have that route in their head.
Okay, so I think most players probably followed the Resistance member and went through the park, you know, with the guy peeing in the park and heading through that route. But there's also a route that's probably less known, and it goes along the river that runs through this stage.
Yeah.
You follow the canals, and you get to the same point at the end, but it's a less traveled route. So I think today we're going to take that route and introduce people to places in the stage that they may not have seen before.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing we want to do is after you come out from this starting point, you want to head to that point where the Resistance member came out from. Okay, so that's kind of to the northwest. And you'll see it's basically, you know, a dead end. And so people may be wondering, you know, well, where did this Resistance member come from? You know, did he just suddenly appear? Well, actually, if you look closely, at the end of this dead end, to your right, you'll see there's actually a duct on the ground.
Yeah.
And it heads to the north. You know, the idea is that this is actually where the Resistance member came from. And, you know, the people who went to Eastern Europe to gather materials actually said they saw a lot of like little ducts like this under the building.
Yeah.
And so they definitely wanted to put that in there somewhere. And so they decided to use it here to explain where the Resistance member came from. And so what we're going to do is we're going to crawl into this duct and head north.
Okay.
Basically what you want to do as you go through this duct is just head straight ahead. Just keep on heading north. You can see the exit on the other side. If you go a little to your right, there's also an item in here. So you can pick up a PSS, which is, you know, of course, a handgun. You know, it's not a very great handgun, but the thing is you can sell it for a lot of money. So people who are gathering Drebin points, if you pick that up, I think you can get like 5,000 Drebin points. So for people who want to pick that up, they can go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Otherwise, just head on straight through and come out the other side of the duct. And when you do, be careful, because there's a guard on your left on the other side of this yellow car. Okay, so let's just put him to sleep. And then if you put this guy to sleep, you know, the thing a lot of people may not realize also is that the Resistance member will change their course depending on which guards are awake and which ones are sleeping. If you disable this guard, the Resistance member will actually take an alternate route, and rather than going to the park, will head towards the river. In any case, we're not going to wait for the Resistance member today. So let's just head to the north. Basically where you put this guy to sleep, take the slope that heads up towards the north.
With the van on the right.
Right. There's going to be a van on your right, so head up that slope.
Okay.
So head up this slope.
Past the van on the right.
Past the van on your right, and also a trash can. Red car. Then it kind of splits, but you want to take the right path that heads towards the park.
Okay.
Then when you get to this intersection, you want to take a left.
Okay.
And as you follow this left path, keep an eye on your left-hand side, and you'll see an open door.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a big double-gated door that's open. And so we want to head in here.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to head into this load, and I believe this is the first time we've ever gone into a load.
Okay.
In the Integral podcast.
Okay.
It's a big event.
Load. Okay.
Load.
Shall we count down?
Shall we count down?
All right.
Yeah.
Everyone ready to load?
Get ready, everybody.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one.
Just resets back anyway.
Go!
Okay, everyone finish the load, and where do we come out?
All right, so once you come out from that load, you'll be in a courtyard.
Wow, this is cool.
And you know, this courtyard is pretty unique in this stage in that it's the only really enclosed courtyard that looks like this. You can hear a lot of different sounds right now. You know, the really interesting thing that I want to point out about this courtyard is if you look to your left, you'll see a statue.
Yeah, statue, yeah.
If you look to your right, you'll see there's a statue platform with no statue on it.
Oh.
That case.
In that case, right, people may remember from the Middle Eastern stage, you can actually climb up onto this platform. So press triangle near the platform, climb up on top, then press triangle when you're on the platform, and Snake will assume a pose.
Wow, I didn't know this. Well, it looks weird without your statue camo, though.
Also, this pose is a little bit interesting. It's a Japanese pose, right?
Yeah, the Neo pose. Neo is a
gate guard.
Gate guard.
Well, if you go to Asakusa shrines and temples, usually on the gate, on the side of the gate, there are huge statues that look like devils,
right?
Which are not, but they're doing this kind of pose.
And so they're like gatekeepers or guardians of the gate to the temple.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, there's that statue pose. So people may not know about that. And so next we want to move ahead from this platform, head to the north, and you'll see a door to the north that leads out of this courtyard area. So let's just head there. On the way, you may be able to pick up another PSS, which you can sell for money. So anyway, head through this door on the north, and when you get to this intersection on the other side of the door, you want to head to your left.
There was a stairs.
There's a stairway, so head down the staircase. And you come to an intersection, and on your left, there's a yellow car. And something else that people probably didn't notice at all is that on these buildings, there's actually an address. There are address plates on the building. So if you turn and look towards the staircase that you came down from, you'll see a pair of plates on the wall to the right of the stairs.
One says 313.
Right.
And the other one says 21.
Right.
Does this have a meaning?
It actually does. This is actually a unique address. All the buildings in Eastern Europe have a unique address. The meaning behind this is actually 3 stands for third stage, which is Eastern Europe, and then each model has a number. So 13 is the 13th building in Eastern Europe, and then at the bottom is a unique number on the green plate which designates this specific building. So it's basically stage, model type, and specific model number.
So it's a very development code.
Right.
Almost.
Yeah, it is. Probably something that people won't realize at all.
I don't.
Maybe people won't even care about it, but for the team, it actually did have meaning, and that just goes to show the insane level of detail that.
So there might be another 313.
Right. So you probably see another 313 somewhere in the game if you look around, but having this combination of 313 and 21
is unique to this building right here.
So maybe team member was saying like a 313, 21 building was not quality was not great. So who did this?
I see.
Right. So maybe there's a bug with this building 31321, and then everybody knows what they're talking about.
Back when they cared about bugs.
Maybe when you find or when you test it, go to 31321 and then walk north or things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I see. So, wow, quite handy.
So just a little bit of developer trivia.
Okay, we'll guide the listeners according to this numbers then, huh?
That might be hard.
Yeah, we'll just mention it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So now from this intersection, or from this place where you came down from the stairs, we want to head to the northeast.
Northeast.
Well, actually, it's
a right side.
Actually, yeah, to the right. So when you came down from the stairs, take a right, and I guess it's more or less straight to the east, actually. So head to the east, and ahead of you, you'll see a building with some lights on the other side of this railing. So you want to head there, but be careful because on your left, there's a pair of PMC guards. So let's put them to sleep. All right, so once those guards are asleep, go ahead and walk until you hit the wall on the other side of this this rail.
So you're like walking on this corridor.
Right, so you're walking down this corridor behind these pillars, and keep an eye on the wall on your right. And eventually you'll see a staircase leading up.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people miss this also.
Yeah.
This leads to another funny little area.
Okay, so should we go up the stairs?
Yeah, let's go up the stairs. It's a little bit dark, so it might be a little hard to see where you're going, but when you get to the top of the stairs, you'll be near this bridge. And if you look straight ahead of you when you come up the stairs, you'll see a statue directly ahead of you.
Yeah.
Right to your right, there's another platform.
Without a statue.
Without a statue, which means it's another point where you can jump on and assume another silly pose.
There's a second place where you could do this.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go up onto the platform and press triangle.
What's this pose this time?
This pose is just a silly pose. Basically we have a lot of different types of poses in the game, a lot of serious poses, based off of real statues and things like that. But the director, Mr. Kojima, wanted to have just some really silly poses in there also, and so this was put in there.
Yeah, we can't move the camera.
One other thing to point out is as you're taking this pose, to your right, you'll see ahead of you there's another Minami Akina poster.
Oh, our favorite Akina.
Right, the Akina.
The most powerful poster.
Yeah, your favorite, right?
No, the most powerful poster in this MGS4.
Invincible. Yeah.
Invincible poster.
Almighty Akina poster.
Wow.
All right. So that's another point that players may not be aware of. So next, let's move on. And what we're going to do from this point is head towards the canal.
Okay. Looking at Akina's posters, we take a left.
Right.
And we're going to cross this bridge.
And you should be heading roughly north to the northwest.
Uh-huh.
And as you proceed, you'll hear a helicopter up above. And that means you're heading in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. And you're going down the kind of a slope
Go down a slope, and then you'll come to a intersection, and you'll see the helicopter with its searchlight looking for you. So be careful not to be spotted by the searchlight. And from here, take a left. Kind of sneak along. Be careful because there are PMC patrols here. As you proceed, you'll see a bunch of signs like a cafe. And, you'll come to this building on your left. It's kind of like this big, dark, black brick building.
Yeah, what number is it?
The address is
312.
31312.
So we're the Studio B building?
Yeah, the Studio B building.
Okay.
And then you'll come behind this truck. You'll see a staircase heading down into the canal.
Oh.
So let's head down these stairs.
To the canal.
Into the canal. And at this point, a lot of people may just run straight ahead. But if you do a U-turn and go behind the stairs, you'll find that there's actually an FIM-92A surface-to-air missile. So for those people who want to take out the helicopter and take more of an action-oriented approach, they can use that to shoot it down. So next what we want to do is we're just going to head on to the next load. So head down into the water, cross to the other side.
You could actually go into the canals, right?
Yeah. And then head to the east, the other end of the canal. Just keep on heading to the east. Then when you get to the eastern side of this canal, on your left, you'll see a tunnel. And what we want to do is head through this tunnel. And this will go to another load, leading to Midtown Northwest sector. So jump into that load.
Load. Another load.
All right, so you jump into the load and you come out the other side. Okay, now I want to point out something about the mist and the drizzling rain. Remember at the beginning of the stage I said there was another little secret pertaining to that mist. And if you go into first-person view right now and just kind of look around, you'll notice that it's no longer drizzling.
Oh, it stops.
Right, it actually stops, and it's very gradual. As you proceed to the stage, it slowly gets, clearer and clearer until finally, after 20 minutes or so, you have clear weather, and it's no longer raining. So that's something else that people may not have noticed, is that, the weather does change in real time. Okay, so in any case, I think we'll stop here. So go ahead and save on the other side of this tunnel where we came out from the load, and we'll pick up here in 2 weeks' time and cover the later half of the Eastern Europe stalking mission.
2 weeks, guys.
Well, this is surely a route that normally you won't take, playing the stage.
Right.
Chasing the Resistance member. And we showed various kinds of behind-the-scenes talks about this. But is this actually a recommended route that you could to clear it faster than a normal route?
It's not necessarily faster. It might be a slightly easier route depending on how you play. But the thing is, you can't really control the Resistance member per se.
Yes, you can.
The Resistance member will take a route
We don't know
depending
shit
on how
about this
you
game.
catch up to him, or depending on which PMCs you put to sleep. He may or may not come here. He may end up going to the park.
Oh no.
So if you put that guy to sleep, at the beginning of the stage, as we mentioned earlier, then the Resistance member should head towards the river. but depending on how you play after that point, he may change routes again. So
Oh, really? Oh.
So it's really dynamic. There's no real way to 100% control the resistance.
Yes,
member.
there is.
Yeah.
They don't,
So even if you're here first, it doesn't mean that he'll come and
they don't
Right,
know
right.
shit.
go find
Okay.
you.
Yeah. So right now, we kind of forged ahead on our own, and as you notice, there's no resistance member in sight, and he won't come here since we weren't following him.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Any other points?
Okay, well, one other thing that I wanted to point out about this Eastern European stage is as we're walking around, you saw a lot of signs and things for restaurants or shops. And this is something that, the design team really wanted to get into the game because when they went to Prague and they walked around, there's a lot of different small little shops and signs here. So they really wanted to recreate that atmosphere. And, one shop in particular that really they wanted to put in for sure was the doll shop. And the reason for that is that when they went to Eastern Europe, they actually found, several doll shops there.
Dolls and puppets. And
Right, like dolls and puppets. And one interesting fact is that that is actually the origin of the Mantis doll, right?
Oh.
So they went to Eastern Europe and they found this shop with this cool looking puppet in it. And, they decided, wow, that looks like something we want to use in the game.
I remember the signs and everything because Ken was really hassling me to get approval. All the signs and Prague and try to make it fake and half fake. True as possible, but make it fake, not to ruin the whole atmosphere of Prague.
Right.
But of course, we can't use the sign as is because it might.
It's gonna take a long time to get a whole license and thing issue. So.
But it was very small. We didn't want to get every sign up and license and things like that. But the whole team wanted to make the environment as much as kind of real Eastern Europe as possible. But some signs were really at first very hilarious. There was some duck signs, and of course there's. Even if you go to Eastern Europe, there isn't poster of Akina, right? But apart from that, there was like ducky signs, frog signs, cute stuff as well. But it was challenging to try to tell Ken, don't use this, don't use that. It took a long time.
Yeah.
But he was hassling me always.
What about the train station also? The train station was actually modeled after the actual train station. in Prague also. Right?
Was it a combination?
That's a combination. That's a combination of the Prague stations, and we went to train station in Germany too, right? In
Did
the
we?
GC show.
Oh yeah.
I think we checked the Leipzig,
Leipzig
the central station or something.
Central station.
Yeah, and we learned some stuff from there too.
It's kind of a combination of
Combination
various
of
European.
the various European stations. Yeah.
Also, that cutscene is really funny for me because I could tell who is doing the motion capture.
Really?
Yeah, there was a couple of familiar faces.
Yeah.
And how he walked and all that thing. It was really funny. Okay, Sean, once again, our next meeting point.
Okay, so the next meeting point will be right here, actually. So once you get through that load point at the bottom of the canal, and you come out the other side of the tunnel, just go ahead and save it there. It should be the Midtown Northwest sector.
Okay.
And we'll pick up here in 2 weeks.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. We're going to have a little bit more traveling guide of Eastern Europe in the next 2 weeks as well. So I hope everyone enjoyed this tour. Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
That's another 2 weeks.
All right, that's going to wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Why is the bullet still there? Because Snake likes to cycle the action every time you reload, even though you have something in the chamber.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral
Comes out.
Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Snake does that for rifles in
Okay,
this
everybody,
game.
welcome to episode number 7 of the
handguns.
MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And Kenny Maizumi.
Hello.
And my name is Sean Eystone. And today we're continuing at the Eastern Europe Midtown stage. And we're continuing from 2 weeks ago at the Midtown Northwest sector. So you should have just...
Why are you whistling?
Well, this is a whistle section, remember? They're supposed to follow the whistle.
Do you remember, my mother is always told me, like, don't whistle during
Yeah,
nighttime.
there's a saying, kind of a famous kind of saying, that don't whistle outside at night in Japan because snakes will come out.
Snakes will come out. Really?
Yeah.
Not solid snake, right?
No. I don't know why, because we don't see snakes in Tokyo. Not so much. But my mom, well, Ken's mom as well, every mom will say, don't whistle at night.
So that's like a common thing for Japanese parents to say to their kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, if you whistle at night, snakes will come out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you have the same kind of stuff?
I'm not sure about America, but in Hawaii we have something similar, where if you whistle at night, we say spirits will come out. So it's not good to whistle at night.
That's more scary.
Yeah, but in movies and things like that, right? Like a musical movie.
Well, yeah, I think there are a lot of scenes in movies and stuff where people are whistling at night. So in the mainland U.S., whistling at night isn't really a bad thing, I think, for most Americans anyway.
Well, don't worry.
I think it's more of a Hawaii thing.
Well, even in Japan, I mean, a lot of people whistle at night. Doesn't really matter too much. Anyways, nothing to do with Eastern Europe. Well, let's go. We're in the actual canal.
Yeah, so right now we're in the canal. You should have just come through that load point that we went through a couple weeks ago. And you just came out from the tunnel. And you'll hear the helicopter up above you. And last week we introduced that there was a surface-to-air missile that you could use to shoot down the helicopter. But for those of you who want to get through the stage without actually, killing anybody or causing a lot of damage, what you can do is you can actually equip a silenced sniper rifle, such as the VSS, which we picked up in South America a few weeks ago. And what you want to do is aim at the searchlight
of the helicopter.
And you can actually shoot this out. It's kind of hard to get a clear shot because the helicopter's moving around. But if you can get a shot at the searchlight.
There's something wrong.
Okay. So it may take several tries, but if you can get a clear shot at the searchlight, you can actually knock it out.
Wow. I didn't know this.
You didn't know this?
No. I didn't think I had a VSS at that time.
You can use other guns as well. It's just that they'll make a lot more noise.
Yeah,
so people will be more likely to find you. And we can move on. Okay, so now that searchlight is out of the way, we can cross over to the other side of the canal. And on the northern side of the canal, if you cross over and take a left, now, even if you use a silent sniper rifle, there's a good chance that, some people may come because you may trigger a caution phase. So just go ahead and put them to sleep. And proceed to the left. You'll see a ladder near the bridge that passes over the canal. And what we're going to do is we're going to climb up this ladder. And once you get to the top of the ladder,
God damn it.
You'll see a doorway directly to your right. And there's like a double doors that are open. So we want to head into here. And you kind of
They're not playing on extreme, so they only have one guy.
And then at the end of that, there's another gate that's closed this time. At first glance, it may seem like this is a dead end. But if you round the corner, to the left, there's like a small little area you can walk to. If you go to your left and look at the wall behind the door, there's actually a little hole here that you can crouch down and go through. And so when you're tracking, one of the resistance members, it's possible that he may actually come this way. And when he does, if you ever lose sight of him, a lot of people may think they lost him because they can't pass through the door. If you just go around the corner here, you can see that there's actually this small little hole that you can crawl through.
So I guess there's no cheating whatsoever of the resistance route
where
he is going.
So yeah, he never warps or just magically disappears.
So there is a way that
there's
he
always
got
a
behind
way.
that door.
Right.
I see.
And this also is based on reality. According to the design team, when they went to Eastern Europe, they actually saw this type of weird hole in the wall.
Weird.
They didn't know what it was for. It's just kind of there. It's not a door. It's too small for a normal person to pass through without crouching. But he was there, and so it kind of struck them as just being really unusual, and they wanted to put it in the game because of that. And so here it is. Right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna crouch down and head through this hole, but use caution because once you get out on the other side, there are a couple of PMC guards on your left. So as soon as you pass through the hole, turn to your left, and then look to the north, and you'll see a pair of PMC guards in the street. let's just go ahead and put these guys to sleep. Okay, and then once those guys are asleep, you can head out to the street and then look to the left. You should be facing north. You'll see a staircase heading up, and to the right of that is a trash can.
A green trash can.
Right.
Yeah.
And so,
Fucking
people
drowned.
may not remember that there are trash cans in the game, because the last one that you saw was probably in Middle East. Yeah.
Act 1.
Right. So, you went through all of South America without ever seeing one, but you come to Eastern Europe and once again you have trash cans. So if you're ever spotted and you need to find a place to hide, you can always climb to one of these trash cans. All right.
But these are definitely
Who the fuck
different
alerted?
than the Middle East ones.
Yeah, and that's something too. They were actually modeled after European trash cans also, so different from the Middle Eastern trash cans. All right. So next, what we want to do?
Well, that's
is
unfortunate. Dead in the trash can. Did they alert simply because I was shooting the sleeping guy? It's kind of weird. Uh-oh.
Head up the stairs that are to the left.
Oh, let's get back there. Because I put that fucking guy to sleep in the water, he drowned. Otherwise it would have been fine. My immersion. That's kind of weird how they alerted from that. Also, a lot of time they say to put him to sleep, but I'm extreme to wake up too quickly, so we gotta kill him. Hello. Don't mind the knife. What? These guys are like scripted to alert others when they die, huh? Because there's nobody around. Interesting. Forgot about that. I think I had to deal with the exact shit before. yeah. We're both gonna put him down non-lethally instead. Let's see if maybe shit calms down. Ah, fuck it. Let's just do it again. I think if I just hold him up on the ground. Funny how they were talking about there's no cheating.
Snake, you can't die.
Nice.
No, Snake.
Notice the strings attached to Snake when you die like that. Every time you die, you can see Screaming Mantis's strings attached to Snake as you die, implying that you've been controlled into that death. Screaming Mantis is controlling Snake when you die. Yeah, they don't actually do that for gameplay with SOP or nanomachines or whatever. With some exceptions, it seems, to these guys. If that was the case, they would notice even when they're down. Not dead, yeah. Alright, no killing these guys. I think if we hold them up on the ground, it should be okay.
Hands up. Hands up. Hands up.
Okay. That's better.
Up the stairs,
So
take the left.
Yeah, you're on kind of a balcony kind of.
Right.
Yeah.
And you'll see another set of stairs going down on the other side of this balcony. So head down these stairs. And then when you get to the bottom of the stairs, you'll see on your left-hand side, well, there's a bench, and then there's a bookstore display case.
Yeah.
So what we want to point out is actually in this bookstore display case. If you go into first-person view and look at this display case, you may notice some things that most people probably missed. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see someone who probably looks familiar. Well, it's really low res, so maybe you don't recognize him, but that's actually Otacon.
Ah.
You can kind of see from his profile. Another thing that, you know, like really hardcore trivia buffs may get a kick out of is that one of the development team is actually featured on one of these books as well. So if you look at the center row above Otacon and count to the 4th book from the right, the cover to this book features our lead artist, Negishi-san.
Oh, this
and
small book, kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of like a small book. It's the 4th from the right.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a blurry photo of someone standing there. He's actually holding a drink and drinking. It's really hard to see.
Wow.
But, you know, for the really crazy trivia buffs, this is actually our lead artist.
Why would you point this shit out? It's so low res.
Very, very rare.
Yeah, it's a
rare
very
trivia, but you know, who will be happy about it?
Well, a lot of fans, a lot of Metal Gear Solid fans are.
But you know, they don't even know what kind of face.
Yeah, that's true. But that's true. But this is
maybe his family will be happy about this. You know, my dad is on.
Actually, maybe his family will not even notice this picture.
You know, the funny thing is, Negi-san himself didn't notice this picture. You know, the artist who actually made this stage kind of told him that he was actually in the stage. And
well, you know, we have to find some like pictures for the books. You know.
Yeah.
So maybe they didn't have a choice. You know.
Yeah. So they decided to choose him, and so he's in here.
Without him knowing.
Without him knowing.
That's sweet.
Okay, so that's the bookstore display case. Just a bit of trivia for the real trivia buffs. And so from the bookstore, turn around, and here the road splits. You'll see the road where the 2 PMCs are, and then there's a truck next to that, and then there's another road that angles off towards the north.
Heads kind of down.
Right, and kind of heads down a slope.
Yeah.
We're going to take that road that heads to the north.
Okay.
Okay, so as you near that road, you'll come to another load point. That goes to the Midtown.
I don't remember they talk about the dwarf geckos. Yeah. We'll take a look at that because those only follow you when you're actually killing your resistance member.
North sector.
Alright, so you come out in the Midtown North sector, and as soon as you come out, you'll see a couple streets ahead of you. One kind of angling off to the left, and another one to the right. So take the one that heads to your right. And as you walk forward, you'll see an alley on your right, near this Golden Fish restaurant.
Oh, it's a restaurant.
Golden Fish. Golden Fish.
Wow, sounds yummy.
Yeah, so take a right near the Golden Fish.
And we're gonna enter this?
And we're gonna enter this little alley here. Follow the alley, it kind of turns to your left and then comes to intersection here. And what you want to do is take a left at this intersection. You'll see straight ahead, you can see the front of a van. And when you get to the street, just stop here for a second. You know, people may recognize this area as where, you know, if you follow the resistance member, you know, there would be vehicle patrols around this area.
Yeah.
You need to kind of hide. And, you know, just kind of to offer a little bit of advice to people who are playing this. If you want to hide really quickly, the best way to hide on the stage is actually to use the cardboard box or the barrel. And, you know, the reason for that, of course, is you can lay down on the ground and you can absorb the camouflage pattern, but it takes time, right? But if you use the barrel, you can quickly jump in and out. You can have a much easier time while you're trying to avoid these vehicle patrols. One other thing about these vehicle patrols that it's kind of funny. During development, you know, we had the vehicle patrols going on, and of course there's the PMCs patrolling the street. And what was really hard was to keep these vehicle patrols from actually hitting the patrolling PMCs. Because, you know, the vehicles would just come charging down the road. The PMCs would be walking, and bam, they'd be hit, you know. And so we had to come up with ways to keep that from happening. And, you know, at one point we figured, okay, I think we kind of got it. You know, the vehicles will stop and, you know, they won't run over the guy or whatever. But there's actually ways that you can get around that. If you put one of the PMC patrols to sleep, you know, they'll go to sleep, and they'll be on the side of the road. And, you know, the vehicle patrol will come up beside him, and they'll tell him to wake up or something like that, right? It's like, oh, what are you doing? You know, wake up. And, you know, what'll happen is if that PMC guard's post is on the other side of the street, he'll wake up and say, oh my God, I gotta get back to my post. And he'll start running to his post. And what was really funny is if his post is on the other side of the street, he'll just go dashing right onto the middle of the street, right as the patrol vehicle starts up, and he'll just get nailed by that patrol vehicle. So.
Wow. Okay, so maybe some lucky guys might have seen the scene.
Maybe. I mean, it's really hard to get it.
Oh, really? I would like to see that.
The situation just has to work out perfectly. But it's pretty funny if you can get it.
Well, it's not a bug, is it? I mean, if you wake up and if you dash across the street, you can get hit.
It's an accident, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's in a rush to get back to his post.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I know one more thing, but that's not the Europe stage. I know something in the Middle East. It's really funny thing.
That gets run over?
No, not that one. Like do you guys know some snipers on the building, 3rd floor?
Yeah.
Like you sneak on the building and you put a Playboy magazine, right side of the sniper. The sniper will look at the, Playboy magazine and he starts shooting the gun. And it's really funny because he was
he's looking at the magazine.
He's looking at the magazine and shooting the guns, and he's so genius.
He's that good.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. One other thing that kind of stands out while you're standing at this intersection is if you look straight ahead, there's a manhole in the street leading down to the sewers. And this is kind of a painful story to tell, but originally there actually was, you actually were able to go into these manholes and go down into the sewer. Yeah. So, the idea was while you're tracking this resistance member, sometimes he'll crawl into these manholes and you'll have to follow him down and crawl through the sewer, things like that. But unfortunately, for various reasons, for gameplay reasons, for camera reasons, for VRAM reasons, and just time limitation, we had to take that out.
All right, then where do we head next?
All right, so from this manhole, you're facing the manhole. What you want to do is turn to your right and head down the street. You'll see a parking sign in the distance, as well as a van parked next to that parking sign. And so what you want to do is head up onto the sidewalk, go past that parking sign, and keep an eye on your right. And you'll see a staircase heading up on your right. So let's just head up the staircase. And when you get to the top of the staircase, on your right, there's a door that leads to this small little empty lot.
Kind of a garden.
Right, kind of like a garden. And, people may recognize this place when they're tracking the resistance member. This is where the resistance member, of course, ducked into this door and changed into his PMC uniform.
Yeah.
One thing about that, I think a lot of people probably didn't realize at that time, and a lot of the team actually didn't realize until later, is that when he changes his uniform, it's actually not identical to the other PMC soldiers. If you look really closely, you can see that his helmet is actually just slightly different from the other PMC. The character designer, the character artist who was making, the resistance guys, when he was making these characters, he wanted to just add a little variation in there, just to say that, yeah, he has a PMC uniform, but he's not a real PMC, so his uniform doesn't exactly match with with everyone else's uniform. So for people who are very attentive, you may have noticed that. For those who didn't, next time you play, try and take a look at his helmet.
Okay. What's next in our tour?
Actually, in the last program, we mentioned that you could listen at the doors to houses and hear, sounds coming from the inside of the house. So what I'm going to do now is take you to one of those houses and point out something that's kind of cool. So from here, head back outside and back down the stairs that we came from. You should be heading north. Then on your right, you'll see a pair of PMC soldiers standing next to a barrel. If you're the violent type, you could go ahead and blow up that barrel. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and put these guys to sleep.
Okay, so we put them to sleep.
Right, so we put these guys to sleep. What we want to do is head down the hill towards that barrel that they were standing next to.
Okay.
Okay, so when you get to this barrel, first of all, take a look at the corner here. There's a building.
Cafe bar?
It says cafe bar, right? And there's a couple posters on that wall. If you look at the top poster.
What's this top poster?
You'll see another picture of our lead artist.
He's taking a picture.
And he's taking a picture. So this is actually a picture of him taking pictures in Eastern Europe.
Wow.
Doing, research.
Trivia.
Trivia within trivia. Pictures within pictures.
Is this real trivia?
Yeah, it's Negipi.
Yeah.
Okay. Enough.
It's enough. Where we're heading, Sean?
All right, so let's just follow this wall. Okay, so you're looking at, the picture, the
and
poster
the cafe bar.
of the cafe bar, and just follow this wall. It'll head up this slope.
To the left.
To the left.
Of the
Yeah,
poster,
follow
yeah.
to the left of the poster, and kind of head up this slope.
Okay.
And you should be heading kind of to the northwest. All right, so walk up the slope, but slow down as you get to the top
of the slope.
Because on your left you'll see 3 PMC soldiers.
Wow, 3
facing away from you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and put these guys to sleep.
Yeah, the Japanese version of the podcast has Kojima in it.
Where will we go?
Okay, so now we got these guys to sleep, and what we want to do is head up the slope. They're kind of standing at a split in the road.
Yeah.
And if you're facing them, after you came up the slope, there's the road that goes straight ahead, and then another one that kind of angles off to the right. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this road that angles off to the right.
So you should see a van on the left and a van on the right, a little bit further up.
And the building number?
What's the building number?
Building number is 32218.
Okay.
Okay. So we're heading up this hill. You go past that van on your left. You go past this peacock sign. So you pass that sign, and then you come to another van on your right. And what you want to do is head to the other side of that van, towards the wall, and you'll see a sign above this door.
A snake sign.
A snake sign,
Yeah.
right. So what you want to do is press up against that door underneath the snake sign and listen. And when you do, you should hear one of our Kojima Productions podcasts.
Oh, wow.
Coming from inside the building.
Wow.
You may need to, rotate your camera a little bit, get a good angle on it. And, for those of you who maybe triggered a caution phase as you were walking, it might be hard to hear because of the background music. And so for those people, just to point out one other feature, is you can actually turn off the background music. So if you press start and go into your menu, and go down to options, then go over to the audio video tab, and you'll see an in-game music on-off option.
So on the default setting, this is on.
On the default setting, it's on, but you can toggle it off. If you do that, you should be able to hear the sound much more easily. One thing to point out also is that originally in Metal Gear Solid 4, there wasn't going to be any background music. Originally.
Yeah.
The idea was to make the game much more realistic and therefore avoid putting in background music. So the whole game actually would have sounded like this, where you're just listening to atmospheric sounds, listening to people walking, background noises and things like that. But as we were making it, Mr. Kojima said, well, actually it's a little bit lonely without background music, so we wanted to put something in there to kind of spice it up a little bit more, so the background music was restored. But, the sound guys really put a lot of effort into making all this, all the background noise and atmospheric sound effects. So for people who really want to experience the game, I guess in its raw form, they can go ahead and do that and turn off the background music and maybe play through the game. And I think especially, like in places where there's a lot of battle, there's usually like really intense background music and things like that. So without the music, it's actually pretty different. And so people maybe can get a new experience by turning off the background music.
Well, it was so natural for me to have this background music when you're like in the caution phase or whatever.
Right.
Because it brings up the tension, like the movie kind of theater experience. But come to think of it, yeah, I think it will be fun to try to live through if you have a good sound system, that is, like 5.1 at your home. And you could actually hear the battle sounds and things like that. But you might not necessarily feel that tense caution phase, tense feeling, the pressure.
I think it's probably a different type of tension. Like maybe you won't have that tension from the music, but it's more realistic. So I guess, you feel like you're
getting shot from...
Right, you hear shots coming from the distance, and you know exactly where they're coming from because you can hear them clearly, things like that. So
in the direction, yeah, surely people who haven't tried it should try it out.
Yeah. Okay, and what people may not realize is that there's actually another house where they're listening to the MSX. Well, they're playing the original MSX
and you
Metal
can
Gear,
listen
and you can listen in from outside the door.
From that house, right?
Right. And so this one's kind of far from where we are, so we're not going to backtrack to that point, but I will just kind of point out where it is. So people probably know the park. So go to the park and go to the north end of the park. And you'll find a slope heading up to a building on the north end of the park. And that building, the number is 3145. The red number is 314, the black number is 5. That building, if you listen to the door on the other side of the building, on the opposite side of the park, you'll be able to hear someone playing the MSX version of Metal Gear.
Wow.
Okay, anyway, so I think we're gonna wrap it up here. For those who wanna continue on to the end, if you head up the slope and take a right at the intersection, where there's a four-way intersection, you take a right and keep on heading straight ahead, heading to the north until you hit a wall. If you turn left at that wall, you'll find yourself at the church. And if you happen to be tracking the Resistance member, you can follow him into the church, and that'll trigger the cutscene where you meet Big Mama.
Well, this was kind of, as Sean said earlier, maybe this time on the last show, but it's a very unique stage. It's not like shooting and destroying, or also not just a simple hiding Metal Gear essence, espionage essence. But it does have the espionage essence because you have to follow someone.
Right. Hiding.
And there's a lot of traps like helicopter searchlights, cars that on patrol. Well, it's a famous story that, first of all, that we had this boot camp session by Kojima Productions, where we invited, how many was it, 20?
I think 20 press people.
20 press people from Europe and from America to come down to Japan, and we kind of went up north of Tokyo, a little bit far away, quite to a resort area, where we have our, we can't say it officially, but a secret
talking
hideout.
about you.
Konami's secret hideout.
Right.
Kind of
You're journalists.
That's why we call it boot camp. But so we wanted to invite these press people to kind of ask their feelings about how MGS4 is, because it was almost connected till the end. So we wanted people to play through it and
just
give
like
us
a test
feedback.
play.
That's to these very limited people.
Right.
Mostly in the daytime. We were in this meeting room and we set up all the PS3s on a good high def.
Right. We brought the PlayStation 3 from Tokyo and a high def TV, and we set it up the whole whole thing, whole system.
Everyone was enjoying because they got excited, right?
Yeah.
And we were really excited too to set this up and watch these 20 plus people play MGS4 for the first time. But until the point when they entered Act 3, which was this Eastern Europe stage. Because I think it was quite difficult.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, there was a couple of bugs.
Yeah.
And it was really hard.
Right.
And a lot of people got stuck and couldn't find a resistant member, couldn't stay onto it. People started shooting at people, thought that it was the way to clear it.
Yeah.
Some people killed a resistant member, but of course you could do that. But people thought that, how do I clear this? And
some guys are taking a long time, like
7 hours?
7 hours.
Wow. 7 hours?
Yeah, playing that stage and trying to reach the goal. And some guy was really
very upset.
Very upset.
But the thing was, we didn't want to kind of. I have played that stage before that boot camp, and so have the team members. Right. Also, Hideo Kojima was there watching these press people play, but no one was supposed to give them direct orders how to clear it.
Right.
Because that won't really help the development people for the feedback.
Right.
But we were almost like Ken was almost telling a couple of guys saying, no, don't go there, hide here, stay here for a while, things like that. But a lot of people got really furious, frustrated.
Yeah, very frustrated.
And that made Hideo really upset to some point. And he sent an email directly to the team back in Tokyo. And there's a bug here. What are you guys doing? Things like that.
Right.
Well, there was some bugs, that's true.
Yeah, at that stage.
Yeah, some people got stuck, And Shinta Nojiri, some people know, he was handling this stage.
Yeah, the stalking scene, just stalking scene, right?
Yeah,
not the whole Eastern Europe.
Right.
The stalking scene was just 6 hours or 7 hours stuck here.
And Shinta Nojiri was, very serious. I think he took the problem very seriously.
Right.
And he started to fix it.
But it was kind of found out that there was just a couple of guards, really off where they weren't supposed to be. So you could kind of almost, crawl up behind them or something without them noticing you. But because of this couple of guards stationed at a, just a fraction away from each other or something, that made it really hard.
Right.
But we found out that this would be a disaster if we released it as it was.
A disaster,
But it was
huh?
good that we did this boot camp.
Yeah.
They cared about bugs back then. It would be a disaster if they released a game with bugs.
Okay, Sean, what's up for next?
Okay, so next time we're gonna go to the stage after Eastern Europe, which means we're gonna jump onto Moses, Shadow Moses.
Oh,
yeah.
It's your turn.
It's my stage, yes.
Yeah.
Where do we hook up?
We're gonna meet up at the heliport.
Yeah.
So what we want you to do is enter the Shadow Moses stage, and then Snake is gonna jump off the helicopter in the cutscene. So what you need to do is just head, through the snowy wilderness area, and head towards the heliport. And then at the north end of the heliport, there's a truck parked in front of the hangar. And what we want people to do is just head towards that truck, and we'll meet behind that truck.
Okay. Make sure to check back the next issue of our Integral podcast. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for this lovely tour of Eastern Europe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So that's the story
That's
behind
gonna wrap up this edition of
Act 3.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Alright, let's actually do this properly now. Or I guess maybe first we can go to the thing that we're talking about. The guy playing Metal Gear 1 on the MSX. They said it was kind of far, but with how much they were fucking around, it could have gone there like so many times. But whatever. So yeah, it was the best podcast in the game, I think. Purely just because of that story. The gaming journalists frustrated Kojima taking 7 hours to do the stage and being unable to figure out how to fucking do it. There's also something sad about Kojima caring about bugs and emailing the team back in Japan. Now they say that they realize the game would be a disaster if they released it in that state. Yeah, well. How the tables have turned, or the turntables. Gaming journalists, my friend. They don't say who it is, but I'll bet Jeff Keighley was there. Let's see. Go to the park from here. Oh shit, that's right, I don't have the disguise on anymore. Those little clips of Kojima playing the game, bug testing the tiniest fucking details, like in Shadow Moses, the snow falling off of wherever you're hanging, if you're shifting around, and there's snow, then, yeah, those little snow particles falling off of there. One thing Kojima was testing. Hello. Bye.
Snake, what happened?
Shit, we're almost there. I want to show this now because it's kind of a pain to do it while we're actually following the guy around. All I had to do was go there. Fuck it, just put the disguise back on. The suit even works as disguise, as long as you have any face that's not a variation of Snake's face. Campbell in the suit will work. Hide the gun. And this is perfectly legit. Hello. Don't mind me. Old guy in a suit running around with a knife. I'm late for the stabbing. I need to catch my London flight. Oh wow, the guy's actually still here. Nice. After all that chaos. Okay, so from the park... Oh no, let me get my bearings here. Could be up here. And these doors. Is it this one? Yep, there we go. You can hear Metal Gear 1 inside there. The guy getting caught saying no. Now, to be fair, it's quite easy to get caught in that game. Alright, well, we'll leave him to it. And normally I would restart here, but just so happens that the resistance guy is nearby, so we can do the next little Easter egg, you could call it. Piss off Otacon by killing the guy multiple times. I hear him. He's actually in a decent spot. Wait, is he up the thing there? I'll take that back. He's not in a decent spot at all. He's up there. It sucks. Yeah, after we kill him like 4 or 5 times, we'll piss Otacon off. Then we'll restart and do it properly. I hope he likes to dance.
The resistance!
That gets funnier if we maybe smoke a little and take some damage. I guess we could do it as Campbell too, but fuck it. Once you have low health, your stance changes from just standing up more or less straight to this. So you now have old hobo Campbell on the streets with a cigarette and a bottle of alcohol in his hand. Damn, times are tough for Campbell. Oh, fuck. Maybe it works better as Snake now. We need a Kiefer remake with this. It's been a long night. It has been a long night, Snake. Colonel, I shouldn't know you were behind this. There's his face. Knife, bottle of booze, cigarette. It's been a long night. Oh, he's back. Hello. So we killed the first guy.
Snake, that area is on.
Oh, come on.
The resistance! Snake, what are you doing? We need them to lead us to Big Mama's hideout. Don't harm the resistance.
What's that? Kill all the resistance? Okay, heard you. Let's wait for the next guy to show up. You keep killing them, eventually you get a game over, but what's funny is that you can really piss Otacon off with each call. Honest mistake. The knife just went off on its own. It's okay, I'll just conceal carry a railgun in my pocket. See? Fits perfectly. It's my EDC. Yeah, it doesn't print at all. I'm surprised that guy actually appeared here. Is that him? Yeah, I think so. Yep, there he is. Holy shit, he dodged it.
The resistance.
Mistake. The railgun is still a prototype. Sorry. Goes off on its own.
Snake, do not kill the resistance. They're our only means of finding Big Mama's hideout.
Let's see, what should we do next? Maybe some claymores. He said kill the resistance, right? Yeah, I'm gonna listen to music, but we kind of need a solid eye to see where this guy appears. Oh, the music. The music is also a clue. Yep. There he is. Wait, where the fuck is he coming from? Damn it, it's kind of far now. Here we go.
The resistance.
We'll put a claymore there. Oh well.
Knock it off, Snake! Are you trying to abort this mission?
He's getting really pissed now. Another great concealed carry weapon right here. You just need a good holster for it. It doesn't print at all. There he is.
What was that?
What's up?
The resistance!
Oh, fuck. Yeah, there's a lot of spawns all over the place, so no.
Snake!
Alright, one or two more, we'll actually get a game over from it. There's only so many resistance members, yeah. How should we kill him next? Wait a second. There we go. Let's see, if this one doesn't give me a game over, I'll do a Mantis doll next. There he is.
What was that?
Why wouldn't he have nanomachines? I don't know. Oh shit.
Get up. Hands up. Hands up.
What was that? Oh well. Better keep going. You can make it.
Snake! Do you understand what you just did? Snake!
He just evaporated.
You can't be killing members of the Resistance like that! No, Snake!
No, Snake, bad Snake. Alright, let's do it properly now. Actually wondering now if he does have nanomachines. Like in Act 1 and 2, the militia has older nanomachines. But they still have nanomachines. But they need unlocked weapons because they're old nanomachines. So, I think that the Mantis doll works on them. You know what? Okay, we'll test it, I guess. And I think since this guy doesn't really care about anything that happens to him, maybe if I just let him go. No, it kills him instantly. Never mind. I think it kills him even if you let him go right away. Yeah, fuck it, we'll try it. I was gonna stop fucking with him, but I got a game over before we could get the last guy there. For the first guy I killed, I called Otacon too late.
You found a Resistance member. It's time to start tailing them. Get on it, Snake.
Let's see.
The Resistance!
Yeah, he most definitely does have nanomachines. It fucking kills him instantly though, you can't even, like, play with him. Kinda like the enemies. Enemies, you can play around with them, and then when you let them go, they're dead. I think we can still do it properly if we just wait for the second guy. Or Shit, is it gonna take a different path now because it's a different guy? Usually they take a different path because you take too long to put PMCs to sleep. Whenever there's PMCs in their path, if you take too long getting rid of them, that's when they change their path. But if you're consistent with taking down the PMCs in their path, they always take the same path for the first guy. So what the developers were saying there, that it's impossible to control their behavior and know where they're gonna go, that's bullshit. All you gotta do is take the PMCs down in time. But it also changes, I think, depending on if it's the second guy or so, after the first one dies. Let's see what he does, I guess. It is 100% consistent if you just take down the PMCs. Otherwise, it would be quite interesting to do it every time in big boss runs. Well, he stops to look at the Kina poster if you... Again, if you take too long with the PMCs and he changes paths, he will stop by that Akina poster that we saw. So maybe... Yeah, he probably also looks at magazines. And hopefully he doesn't go up those stairs. If he goes up those stairs, then it's fucked. We need the first guy, so we'll just reload. Okay, now he's going their usual path, it seems, even though it's the second guy. Well, the PMC Raven Sword, I think, is a UK PMC. Maybe that's why. Also for convenience. Ah, fuck. That's an ugly miss. That's like the one shot you don't want to miss.
This is HQ.
Now I gotta deal with the assault guys, the reinforcements.
Use extra caution.
It's so annoying. Let's see, maybe we can save it. Ooh, might actually be okay. Yeah, okay, he's still going. Alright, that wasn't a big a deal, I guess. I gotta remember this actually. If I miss that shot, just run past the guy and get the reinforcements before they get there. Yeah, we're good now. The thing that's gonna suck a little bit is that these guys are gonna wake up and go back in a bit.
This is HQ. Understood. The state of alert has been lifted. Resume positions.
Hands up.
Oof. Yeah, he always notices that these guys are asleep anyway. Put on some music even. And he's gonna stop here in the middle. This is one of those spots where he stops if the player is not close enough. He will never move from there. He'll just stay there forever. That's why you can't just wait for him at the end. You have to... certain key spots, you have to be near him for him to keep going. I guess it would just take a little bit longer if fuck around with magazines. I guess take a piss. splashing piss all over himself. Yeah, you can do a pose in there, but it's just a regular statue pose. It would work with the Octo Camo. You can piss very close to you if you have the Octo Camo, yeah. It's kind of the way you're supposed to do it, but you just stay away from him. Ah, fuck. Unfortunately, he noticed the PMCs for a second there. You should be good now, though. Maybe he noticed me shooting them? I've also had this guy randomly fucking grenade the PMCs before. He does that randomly. If he sees those two guys awake. Yeah, it was a really rare occurrence, but he's done that before. He sees them and is like, take this! And grenades them. If it wasn't so tedious, I would fuck around some more to find out exactly what makes him do that. I think it was also a case where I didn't follow the first guy. I killed the first guy and then I followed another one. I wonder if that changes things. Yeah, here's another spot where he would stop. Ah shit, I forgot to. There we go. Certain corners, when you look behind you, you can see the dwarf geckos following. You get too close, they disappear. Oh, I can be pretty close actually. Here. And if you have a gun equipped, of course, they also disappear. You can't shoot them or anything. Oh shit, those guys are waking up. Don't mind me. If this is another one of the spots, if the player is not nearby,
Who was that?
they'll fucking notice me. That's okay.
That's just my imagination.
Yep. Oh god, he fucking saw me again. Okay, since we're doing this anyway, if we put on the beauty face camo, any of these, oh god, they look kind of rough, man. I don't know why they have that bottom part still just octo camo pattern, but okay. Like, yeah, that doesn't look suspicious at all. But anyway, if you have one of these on, and he sees you, he kind of falls in love with you. What's up?
Hey there, baby.
Oh, his dialogue must be different because it's the second guy. The first guy says, "You looking for a real man?" Let's see if we can get a different line, maybe with a different face. He does have a different line the second time. Nice. Actually, never went through all of these. Snake just catfishing the resistance member. Okay, so they must have 2 lines each, I guess. And they change depending on which resistance member it is. Interesting. I'll have to try with the others. Yeah, he starts smiling. How about Campbell? Woohoo, Campbell. Okay, this is going on long enough. Oh, what the fuck? Does he lose his hitbox there, or what the fuck? Awesome 9mm 1911? Not a 1911. Jesus, why would you do that? If you're gonna be hip about it, get in 38 Super at least. You want 1 or 2 more rounds. And you don't want it to be a 45 for some reason. Huh? What was that? Now you won't get timed out, you'll just have my disapproval. Alright, kind of defeats the point, if you ask me, whatever.
Look out! Searchlight! Find something nearby to hide behind.
You will always look at it and be like, this is not intended. John Browning is looking at you from above and judging. Get a 22 then if you're gonna practice with it. Usually I'm not a fan of getting stuff in calibers that was not meant for. The USB 9mm is an exception because it's canon to MGS2. That's the only reason. Otherwise, 40. It really depends on the load and the brand and the bullet design. Sure, if you go by energy foot-pounds only. Holy shit, Standard 208 donated another 25 bucks. Thank you so much, man. Standard has been very generous throughout this donation goal. Once again, thank you. I like to shoot this guy in the leg, that is just funny. This is tedious as fuck, so we might as well make it a little funnier this way. But Malinki, at that point, it's not really a fair comparison because you're comparing like top end 9mm loads, probably plus B or even plus B plus, to like regular ass white box 45. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to go that route, you do the same thing for 45, then you get insane loads with that as well. I don't think it's really a fair comparison. Well, who cares? Do whatever you like, man. It doesn't fix his leg until he changes again. When he changes back into the regular outfit, he will be healed.
Do you hear whistling?
He's walking his dog, his invisible dog. Oh, that's close.
Hey, what are you trying? Don't move.
And to tie your shoelaces. The struggle is real. Oh yeah. How about very sad situation. Yeah, there's even the dog shit here. For the dog, yeah. Let's make this a little bit better.
Hands up.
Sag. The resistance. Oh shit.
What was that?
It's alright. Yeah, it's a little late to dance to this song. Whoa. Finally, he will be cured. That European healthcare. All good. Your reward is old saggy tits Eva explaining and retconning the fuck out of everything. MGS1 and 2 were never meant to meet MGS3 characters. That's why MGS3 is a prequel, yeah? To keep it away from the story of MGS1 and 2. Then MGS4 comes out, and what does it do? The exact opposite. MGS3 meets MGS1 and 2.
Big Mama.
Now it's a clusterfuck. Not just the retcons, but even future things. What Eva, all the shit that Eva says here is pretty limiting to the big boss games that came after, yeah? Oh well.
Yeah, look at him. He's ancient.
Very impressive, CQC, Snake. No doubt about it. He is the legendary soldier. Call me Mama. Big Mama.
talk to you. Raiden sent me.
My, how you've grown, David. It was you, not I, who was created from the rib of man. But I gave you life. I am your mother.
What?
Les enfants terribles. You can't grow a human being in a test tube, not even a clone. You need a woman's body to give it life.
Here's a poll for you, chat. Would you?
Surrogate mother.
Still?
That's an awfully cold way to put it. I am your mother. I gave birth for the Patriots.
Gave birth.
Damn, look at all the people saying yes already.
The forbidden fruit. Appropriate. No? Follow me.
Holy shit, it's winning. Bro, we desperate. Oh, man.
The man who wants me dead is Liquid, your twin. You think you know him, but I know him better. He was once Ocelot, but Liquid has taken control of his soul. And now he's locked in a bitter struggle with Zero.
Zero.
The founder of the Patriots.
Founder? When did this happen?
40 years ago. During the Cold War, when the United States and the Soviet Union were still at odds. It was in that chaotic era that the Patriots were born. And I played my part. I was one of the founding members.
He's 78, I think.
Zero created the Patriots.
Yeah, she's 78.
And controlled the
She's 28 and I'm just 3.
That control endured long after the Cold War.
This is 50 years
The
after,
organization
so she's almost 80.
shell, continuing to function through AIs. Those AIs are responsible for the creation of the war economy, and they gave rise to the Sons of the Patriot system. But I am partly to blame. I bear some of the guilt for creating the organization. It was right after I first met your father, Big Boss. Back in 1964, I was ordered to take part in a CIA op called Operation Snake Eater, which concerned a new weapon the Soviets were developing at the time. My mission was to support a certain agent. That agent later became Big Boss, but I knew him as Snake.
Snake?
Yes, Naked Snake. That was his code name at the time. A name he would give to you, his son. The commander of this mission was a man called Zero, the head of Special Forces Unit Fox. Back then, I was working as a double agent for the Chinese. My objective was to secure the location of the Philosopher's Legacy, a massive cache of hidden wealth, and report it to Beijing. I was to acquire a microfilm showing the location of secret funds, funds amassed by the Allied powers during World War II. But I failed in my mission and was expelled from China. I took the apple from the snake and was cast out of Eden. After years on the run, I ended up in Hanoi. That's where I met him again. It was around then that Zero used the massive funds contained in the Philosopher's Legacy to start a new organization, the Patriots, which would carry out the final wishes of a certain legendary hero. The initial membership consisted of Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and their commander, Zero. Oh, and there was one more who we mustn't forget. He stayed behind in the Soviet Union to support the group as an informant. Ocelot, who is now Liquid. After your father rescued me in Hanoi, I went to America and joined their organization. Zero's goal was to achieve a unity of thought and awareness. He believed that was what the boss wanted, and the rest of the Patriots followed his lead.
The boss?
The boss was a legendary hero from the Second World War, known as the Mother of Special Forces. She had an almost overwhelming charisma about her. The CIA feared this, so they had her eliminated. If she had survived, the world of the 21st century might have been a very different place. We were all influenced by the boss's will. It was what drove us to create this organization, to be closer to that spirit. Zero decided that in order to lead the people, we needed a special kind of icon. So we turned to Big Boss, the last son of the boss. He shared more of her life than anyone else. It was Big Boss, the true heir to her legacy, who was best suited to play this role. Zero elevated Big Boss, the hero who saved the world, to the status of an idol. The truth behind Big Boss became riddled with exaggeration, misrepresentation, and outright lies. Zero disseminated these stories among the masses and gathered the rich and powerful to his banner. Every era needs its symbols to control the people, whether it be the stars and stripes, or the hammer and sickle. As the times and currents of politics changed, so too did Zero. Eventually, he became a prisoner of his own lust for power, sparking friction between him and Big Boss, who resented playing the puppet. With Big Boss drifting away, Zero realized he would need insurance. Something that would perpetuate the existence of Big Boss, their organization's icon. And so Zero secretly embarked on a new project, Les Enfants Terribles. Its goal was to create a clone of Big Boss, the ultimate soldier. The project was led by Dr. Clark, known at the time as Paramedic. After dozens of failures, they finally, miraculously, succeeded in producing a fertilized egg. The egg used in the successful in vitro fertilization came from Dr. Clark's assistant, a healthy Japanese woman.
Blood from the east flows within your veins.
Give birth to Big Boss. To realize this, I asked to serve as the surrogate mother, and was more than happy to carry you in my womb. I loved him. 9 months later, I gave birth to 2 Big Bosses, you and Liquid. It didn't matter that you were clones, or that they had manipulated your DNA. You were born the same way as any other normal child, from your mother's womb. But Les Enfants Terribles proved to be the final straw for Zero and Big Boss. Determined to oppose Zero and his plans, Big Boss broke away from the Patriots. He left the States, created his own mercenary company, and drifted around the world. I'm sorry. Your father never wanted you. Human life isn't meant to be manipulated like that. I knew that, but I wanted you. After Big Boss left, Zero really lost control. What Zero wanted was an orderly world, one governed by rules. His fortune grew through countless wars, and his words influenced decision-making all the way up to the Oval Office. As the world saw the rise of digital technology, IT, the internet, and genetics, the Patriots' power grew immense. Their roots spread and took hold throughout the globe. In time, they began to dictate the fate of entire nations from the shadows. And before we knew it, the Patriots, the proud police of the world, started bringing an entire planet under their control. Their intentions were fair, but their execution was flawed. Zero developed weapons, amassed armies, used information for extortion, all in order to gain more wealth. He was obsessed with controlling awareness on the inside from the outside. But I cannot imagine that's what the boss would have wanted. They both misinterpreted her will. And their absolute reverence for her drove them apart. So began the war between Zero and Big Boss. Opposing interpretations, each striving to realize the boss's will. Everything you see today stems from their Cold War. Differences in race, in religion, in ideology. This war they've caused is no different from any other human error in history. It all started with a tiny fork in the path and grew into a great rift. There was nothing left of the boss's noble will in their struggle. All that remained was hatred, a passion to destroy one another. Big Boss returned to the US with a plan in mind, and once again assumed command of Foxhound. In Outer Heaven, and then Zanzibar Land, Big Boss plotted coup d'etat against Zero. But you, Solid Snake, his own clone, foiled his efforts both times. Big Boss and Gray Fox, Frank Yeager, were left near death. Zero recovered their bodies. Frank Yeager's entire body was reconstructed through surgery, and he was reborn as the cyborg ninja. Big Boss, now a vegetable, became a prisoner of Zero even in death. For Zero, more than anyone else, your father was an irreplaceable icon. No, the truth is, for Zero, he was an irreplaceable friend. After Big Boss's betrayal, Zero could no longer believe in something so uncertain as life. He lost his belief in everything. Nations, organizations, individuals. Zero was no longer willing to place his organization in the hands of the next generation. Instead, he set up a network of AIs, a decision-making system formed from all the information he had accumulated. He built 4 AIs, GW, TJ, AL, and TR, as sort of a digital Mount Rushmore, and 1 core artificial intelligence to unite them, John Doe.
GW. The same GW we destroyed 5 years ago.
The same. Ever since GW was cut off, JD and the other 3 AIs have controlled all information on every aspect of global society. Economics, politics, law, morals, and culture. The war economy is no exception. In the shadow of the system and its complete control over the world, Big Boss isn't allowed to live or die. He's trapped for eternity in a brain-dead prison. To bind himself to his friend,
FOB grinding.
over the world,
Eternal brain-dead prison.
into an icon.
Grinding
Not living
FOBs.
nor dead.
Sounds almost like a religion.
Naturally, Ocelot and I plan to free him from Zero's prison. We enlisted Naomi Hunter, an authority in the field of nanomachine research, into our organization. And we used Frank Yeager to kill Dr. Clark. Ocelot tortured the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, also known as Sigint, to death, and made it look like an accident.
The Shadow Moses incident.
With Paramedic and Sigint dead, Zero was the only one left. But we too paid a price. I lost Ocelot. Ocelot wasn't fighting for the Pentagon or the Russians, and certainly not for Zero. He was fighting for Big Boss. He idolized him.
So now all of Ocelot's existence is about sucking Big Boss's dick as much as possible.
Liquid's right arm to his own.
I
His
don't know.
body was taken over
Liked
by
him more
Liquid's
before
thoughts and
when he
spirit.
was having his own thing, yeah,
He
going
may be
on.
Ocelot in physical form, but his mind is Liquid's. I was the last one. And then someone appeared to help me.
Raiden.
It was
One
when
thing that
met
I
him that I finally discovered
kind of
the
enjoy
location
about this scene is its denouncing of MGS3. No, I'm not talking about blaming the support team,
from GW.
because that's stupid. The support team from MGS3 is the Patriots. But
Big Boss was still asleep.
PMC kids wanting to be cool like Big Boss, finding meaning in combat willingly, putting themselves in that position, and Zero is the cause of all this. Yeah, everybody wants to be a badass action hero like Big Boss. That's what happened in real life too.
Liquid is after Big Boss's body. Is it
Yeah.
here?
Basically, MGS3 released in the world of MGS4, yes. Big Boss's files got declassified, and now he's stuff of pop culture, magazines, and that, fanboys, PMCs, you know, all these. Eva's kind of fed up with it, and so is Kojima. Everybody being like, yeah, the war criminal reinvented as a hero, as Snake says it. Completely changing direction of things. I do kind of enjoy that it's trying to denounce that. But yeah, making the support team from MGS3 to Patriots. Ugh. Also, there was some Kojima commentary here along the lines of, maybe if you weren't stupid, you would notice that the different eye is missing, the wrong eye is missing.
Alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines.
Yeah, it's just kind of denouncing the fact that
So technically
everybody just wants to be
brain dead.
badass action hero Big Boss now.
We can't allow Liquid to
I was
the same
not
sins
where
that
things were
Liquid
going, but I just wanted to, yeah.
manipulating people's minds for the sake of his own ego.
Otacon.
Snake, it's Naomi.
What happened?
She's gone. She's not in the Nomad anymore.
When?
Less than an hour ago. She disappeared right after she and Sonny got back from Dr. Madnar's place.
Why weren't you watching her?
I didn't have my glasses on.
Naomi said it herself. The experiment can't succeed without her.
You think she went back to Liquid?
The first time I saw this, I thought a Big Boss got up and started walking. They just show you that body looks weird. And then you have this thing walking around. It's like, wait, he just... I thought it was him.
Until then, Raiden can't move.
Hey, you! Come here!
What the hell is that?
Move!
Scarabs. Unmanned scouts.
They've found us. We're moving out.
Snake, the PMCs are converging on your location. Damn it! They're sending in Gecko. They'll be on you in less than 5 minutes.
Are they ready?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll escape through the canal route using the real van. Get it ready. Hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Snake, over here. You've got decoy vans set to draw some of our pursuers away. All of these children were orphans. They work in arms factories. And when they grow up, they want to join a PMC. They seek revenge on other companies.
These 40-year-old balding children.
And use their earnings to support their younger siblings. There are countless child soldiers like these in the PMCs. Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies. Of course, it's all just virtual training. It's so easy for them to get absorbed by these war games. And before they know it, they're in the PMCs holding real guns. These kids end up fighting in proxy wars that have nothing to do with their own lives. They think it's cool to fight like this. They think that combat is life. They don't need a reason to fight. After all, for them, it's only a game. Zero is the cause of all this. Defeating Liquid won't change things. Unless we stop the Patriot system, the cycle will go unbroken. Hop on. Hold on to me. With so many wars being waged, oil and biofuel have become as precious as diamonds. It's been a while since I went out for a ride.
Are you sure about this?
I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or fall dead.
Big Mama.
Call me Eva.
Yep. That's a good point. Imagine the amount of fucking fuel Otacon and Snake burn Nomad. She's complaining about a little bit of the bike ride.
Here we go!
For that matter, who the fuck pays all of Otacon and Snake's expenses for philanthropy? Oh well, don't worry about it. Maybe it's Campbell's retirement fund. I don't know.
We have to keep Big Boss's body out of enemy hands, no matter what. Get the body safely.
Only we
to
had
analysis.
Oilix. Let's see. Fuck it, Patriot time. There's a second part of the song. have a good. Oh, she killed a child. He's pretty chill about it. Oh, so we can get to a new area. Hey, I can see the drones here. That's ugly. And hit shit. Oh, that's bad RNG with the damage there.
Here they come! Snake, help on the right!
Just notice all those guys that I killed in the previous area. Yeah, they're gone now. Because one of them says, "Let me know you're right." And they didn't say this thing. Yeah, they're all gone because I killed them already. Oops.
Need help in front!
Good enough.
Snake, I know you must be reeling from everything Big Mama told you, but you've got to get a hold of yourself and focus on bringing Big Boss's body to safety.
Supposedly,
Take that van.
yeah, the van takes damage. I don't know if I've ever seen it explode, though. Maybe?
It's going to take more concentration than usual to attack from a moving bike, and hitting your targets will be that much harder. So keep your hands steady by preventing drops in your sight gauge. It's going to take more.
Do we not have the Rider's High call yet? Maybe it's in the third area.
It's going to.
Yeah, I think it's in the next area.
It's going.
Liquid will stop at nothing to get Big Boss's body. Work with the resistance fighters. Make sure that van gets out of there in one piece. The safety of that van depends on how well you fight to protect it. There'll be enemies waiting in ambush, too. You'll need to go ahead, wipe them out, and clear a path. The enemy is after Big Boss's body. They'll probably hold back from attacking the van to avoid damaging the body, but they'll throw everything they've got against you and
Never thought about it being oil 9.
Game time, Snake. You've got to hold them off.
It's game time. Yeah, Otacon not having the glasses here, but still trying to push him up is on purpose, very much. He's just used to it. But since Naomi was being a slut with him, he's not wearing his glasses because of her.
The enemy.
got bad news. The decoy vans have all bitten the dust, which means the enemy will be focusing on you now. I just need you to hold them off a little longer.
He still says that shit. She's really excited now.
I don't know much about motorcycles, but it's clear Big Mama's amazingly talented with that bike. It's like danger doesn't even register with her. One false move, though, and you're both done for.
That's part of the thrill.
She may be affected by what's known as rider's high.
I've heard of runner's high.
It's a similar phenomenon. Beta endorphins are secreted inside the brain while you run, creating a feeling of intoxication. In other words, a psychological high.
Right. I've heard of that.
Some motorcyclists have actually reported experiencing the same sort of sensation. It hasn't yet been confirmed psychologically, but that high could make you oblivious to danger. That may explain why she's driving like nothing can stop her.
Sounds like a combat high. Kind of wish I wasn't riding a shotgun, though.
In a combat high, your brain overdoses on adrenaline, not endorphins. But don't worry, Snake. As far as I can tell, she's got skills, and she deserves your faith. Don't relax just yet. You've still got a ways to go. Don't forget to take care of your sight
Keep talking,
gauge,
Rose.
too. Don't relax just yet. You've still got a ways to go. Don't forget to take care of your sight gauge, too.
Damn it! We lost the van!
Yeah. And to top it off, there's some monster crows flying around here. Looks like the tourists have been feeding these guys. They're pretty damn big.
We'll just have to head to the rendezvous point and pray that the van is safe. Snake, don't let your guard down. Take those guys out and open up the road.
Very useful.
Hang in there, Snake. You're almost to the rendezvous point.
Right on!
And this scene really benefits from the frame rate. Yeah, we're emulating. Now that I figure out how to convert the saves, I converted the save that Dog sent me when he started the game. I feel confident enough about the emulator. They're actually using it in the marathon now. Fuck it. I had a really good experience with it.
Yes, nice one, Snake.
We'll have to see if I can set up. Just set 3Dog up as well if he wants to, maybe. Could do it for Peace Walker as well. That's just kind of the point in that. And then we'll have to switch back to PS3 with the dog anyway. One of these days we'll try doing complete emulated marathon. It's asking for trouble, but me. I can only imagine what it would take to set it all up for 2 people. And public viewing. Now I'm not gonna be able to send the save back to him. That's something I haven't messed with. Re-signing the save with a PS3 account after it's on emulator. I haven't done that yet. But we don't need to because I'll be the one finishing in this store anyway, so that's fine. What the fuck is good here? Oh shit. I'm on fire!
I think we lost them.
Yeah, maybe chat can play MGSV for us this time instead of, yeah. What if we do a chat marathon? Chat plays all the games. It's gonna take way longer than 5 days. 25-day marathon.
There it is.
Conveniently getting impaled. Same spot again.
Are you okay?
Hey kids, remember MGS3?
Big Mama, come on. Stay with me. Eva, I need you.
Is that you? Snake. Mother's work is never done.
Big Mama.
This one's a little bit too much on the nose. They could have done without this.
Where's the van?
Over there.
The children. No. I'm so sorry. She'll be coming to search the van.
I'll take care of it. You stay here. Keep watch.
I'll contact the children.
Here. Take this.
Snake, come back in one piece.
I will.
Promise me.
Just ignore the crazy old lady. Go on. I don't know if Gray Fox really sliced up Paramedic. Maybe he simply caused the explosion in the lab that got reported. But, I don't know, maybe. does like sushi.
Give me your anger, Snake! Let it boil to the surface! Let your fury flow freely! Anger begets anger! Come on! Show me your rage!
Alright, let's make this quick. One, maybe 2 hits. Fuck, missed. Okay, 2 hits it is. The first miss doesn't count. But yeah, that wasn't a headshot, so we have to shoot her again. Yeah, that phase is just an excuse for the real fight.
No. I'll never forgive myself. I don't want to be angry. I don't need anger. I'm not angry.
Oh, I'm gonna test something actually since we're an emulator.
Let me out of this cage.
Wonder what Snake's looking at right now.
These wings. I don't need this range.
Yeah, if only the suits actually stayed with their each with their different theme pattern for the fights instead of this generic one. It's okay, guys. We can fix her. Let me see something here.
She's come out of her suit. Watch out! She's gonna try to grab you.
Last time I tried this, didn't really work. This might be a difference in emulating this. Let's see. Come on, get down. Never mind, it still works. Oh, I remember now. It works, but she turns. Yep. See, that doesn't happen on PS3. You can't really get behind her because she keeps turning when you do this. It's a little different when you emulate it. Technically, it's less glitched on the emulator because she fixes herself eventually. She keeps turning. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of a big difference. You can't get behind her. But maybe. Oh, she keeps turning. Yeah, it's different. And now she's fixed her position. It's actually more functional on an emulator than it is on PS3. She doesn't glitch out completely. How interesting. Oh well, we'll just wait around then. Oh wait, now it worked. Nope. Never mind. I keep thinking that it works, but then she starts spinning in place. Damn. Wait. Maybe now? Nope. Only lasts a few seconds. Interesting. Fuck it, I'll just wait for the real fight. The real arena. Put all this garbage away. Nope. All those are fading, and here we go. Background noise, sound design. A little different. Let's see if maybe it works here. Probably not. Wait a second, she's not spinning now. Nice. More of a reason to get to this white void area. Okay, so now she's not doing it. Now it's acting like it does in PS3. So does it depend on the terrain then? Or the map? Interesting. Okay, now she's staying put. Thank you, Kojima, for these sound effects.
Did you like it?
It's particularly funny to make her dance to her own song, because the model for Raging Raven is actually one of the singers of this song also, so it's her song. Answer the fucking phone. Yeah, Sonny isn't dancing to it. Sonny should dance to it as well, but maybe she doesn't this part. Hold on, I gotta put on protection first. Metal, thick camo. Alright, now we can go. This is her attack, if you can call it that. I'm going first person during this, damn it. Snake fucking yeets her anyway. Oh, she dies. Nice. Now we get the Drebin call as a reward. Yeah.
Way to bring that bird down, Snake.
Drebin.
And you got yourself a souvenir, too. A grenade launcher. Nice. That's a real user-friendly weapon.
Not much use to me without an ID, though.
I'll launder this one free of charge.
What's the catch?
Only that you give it to me when you're done with it. A weapon with that many decades of rage stored up inside it? Now that's a collector's item.
How old was she?
I'd say about 20. But she had years of soldiers' rage hidden away in that youthful body of hers.
Soldiers?
Yeah, the soldiers of Ake. A place that hasn't seen peace in a long, long time. She was captured by one side or another, and kept caged up like an animal, along with God knows how many other kids.
Anonymous violence.
Exactly. It's unknown whether her captors were with the government or the rebels. In any case, they got their kicks by abusing these helpless little kids day after day after day. That constant barrage, that battlefield rage slowly built up inside their bodies. their minds. The kids tried to keep each other's spirits up, always clinging to the hope that someone would come to their rescue, barely surviving off of scraps of food. But those soldiers didn't stop. They called the kids parasites and shit-eating ravens, beat them even harder. Then one morning, the soldiers just up and left, leaving the surviving kids to be eaten alive by the birds. Almost like one of those sky burials. One by one, their bodies were picked apart by ravens' beaks, until finally the flock came for her. But by some miracle, their beaks cut her bonds instead. And like that, she was liberated. In that instant, she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and it smothered her soul. She ripped the ravens pecking at her to pieces, and then went after the soldiers. And when she finally caught up with them, she waited until nightfall like a hunter awaiting its prey. They say that when a raven cries, a man dies. And that's exactly what happened that night. Screeching and cawing, she killed every last living being in the camp. Both the soldiers and the civilians they'd enslaved. In her eyes, there was no longer a difference. The cruelty her friends had suffered, the pain and humiliation she'd endured. Hers was the distillation of the rage that decades of war had imparted on those soldiers.
It was her strength, and her greatest weakness.
You're something else, Snake. You managed to cleanse Raven of her rage. No, seriously. You're the seed of war.
Bullshit.
In fact, I'd say you might even be war itself.
Drebin.
Maybe it's still too early to tell. You still got half the B&B Corps ahead of you. Keep your eye on the ball, pal.
Snake, I have to apologize. The 3 vans that came out with us are decoys. The real one is floating down the river, headed downstream. I managed to get in touch with the children. The Pix is safe. We're going to rendezvous on the riverbank, downstream. Land and air routes are cut off. But there's a cruiser waiting for us. The Volta River is our only chance of escape. Let's get out of here. Hurry.
Good thinking.
This way. Follow me. I don't need to feel the wind anymore. There's no need to keep lying to myself. I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or... Oh, Snake. Give me a hand.
Yeah.
The underground aqueduct leads to the river. There should be fewer of them down there. Oh.
You really get into the habit of saving. It's pretty quick.
Liquid. Not bad.
Where's the pigs?
That no longer matters.
Where is it?
Is that it? Naomi told me everything. And now, thanks to her, I finally have it. The thing I've sought for so long. Big Boss. Put down the gun, Snake. It's already too late. You almost did it. But it looks like I win after all. Cigars. Father's favorite. What do you say? Care for one last smoke? Huh. You think you're Big Boss now? Oh. Guilty as charged. But all that ends today. Nice try. But when it comes to CQC, I've got the upper hand. Even if you do get a hold of the system, you'll only have one part of the Patriots AI. The military part. What of it, brother? It's only a matter of time before I have everything. Remember GW? The AI they think they lost? It's mine. A part of my army. Impossible. We destroyed it. Your worm only managed to cut GW into little pieces. Pieces we were able to reconstruct. And then we stowed it away inside JD's network. This man's body has served me well, allowing me to pass every security barrier between me and GW. After all, the Patriot system is nothing more than a machine. Now that GW is a spook inside the network, there's no way JD would recognize it as an external threat. Once I destroy JD with a nuclear strike, the Patriots network will be mine. And then I'll build my haven, free from all forms of control. I'll cast aside my old identity and take my own name for the first time. Liquid, you're planning to recreate the Patriots? Snake, we were created by the Patriots. We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men. We're freaks who never should have existed. We're a system. Insurance that future generations never prosper. The Patriots saw fit to create us, and in doing so became our only raison d'etre. I won't fight my fate any longer. I'll kill Zero and Big Boss and become a Patriot myself. It all began with Zero and Big Boss. Our purpose in life is to fulfill our destinies. And once all is returned to Zero, the world can be reborn.
Adam.
So long as we both live, the world will not know an age of light. If we're to pass the baton to the next generation, the only choice left to us is death. $100.
Boss.
Good. The players have all assembled, Snake. The time has come for you to witness our moment of triumph. Go!
What a load of bullshit.
Oh.
Hold it right there, Liquid! Drop your weapons and stand down, now!
Uh-oh, what's happening? Of course, the one time that I decide to use this for a marathon, it fucking freezes. Never had that problem before in several runs, but okay. I mean, it's okay, we saved. But it's weird because this scene is pre-rendered as well. It's not even that hard to render anything. The scene with all the soldiers, that's too much for the PS3, so they just pre-rendered it. Let's see. Hold on, let's see if it happens again. We have a save right here. Technical difficulties. Give me a second. Derpa. I shouldn't have updated it. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. You know how the saying goes. Alright, we will quickly load some PPU modules. Let's see, we should be able to just load that save and skip to that part, see if it happens again. What was it? Was the searchlight was too strong? Man, good thing I saved. And also fuck around with some settings if probably persists.
Liquid.
I guess we won't have to let it play from here. Fuck, okay, let's see if it happens again. Never had it freeze on a pre-rendered scene of all things. Come on. Here we go again with those searchlights.
Hold it right there, Liquid! Drop your weapons and stand down, now!
No freezing, please. This is where Johnny becomes cool as soon as he takes his mask off. He never shits himself again, yeah? Yeah, I did like half a dozen playthroughs and emulated and never froze or crashed before. But of course... Oh, I know something we can fight if it happens again. Here we go. It was the light in Vamp's face that froze. Those lights are too strong. Good now. You got past it, right? That was it. Weird, but okay. Wait, no, was it after? I forget. There's another.
All of you, drop your weapons and put your hands up.
There's another scene of, yeah, Van put the light in his face. Okay, still worked.
Liquid! Stop!
Imagine if it froze here. That would have been good timing at least.
Good.
Bunch of duds now. Behold, duds of the Patriots. Yep.
The system is mine. Your guns and your weapons are no longer your own. Behold, guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang! That's tasty.
Shaggy. It's been 5 months, thank you. Yeah, Meryl has like complete faith in the system. Yeah, but technically Snake's guns and probably Johnny's gun. Whatever. Snake has enough guns to arm everybody there and himself. Liquid is the head of the biggest PMC conglomerate company in the world, so you'd think he would have some sort of ID. Maybe that's why. He owns the company that owns the 5 biggest PMCs. So that's probably what that's about.
Let them have it. We don't need it anymore.
And then Eva throws herself in the fire for Solidus's beef jerky body. Okay.
So long, Snake.
Like somebody was saying, shouldn't Liquid be exposed to Fox-Die here? When you think about it, the same thing happened in MGS1. Liquid gets exposed to Fox-Die in the torture room, but it doesn't kill him until the end. So, okay. For cinematic purposes. It kills Eva, but not him.
Meryl! Meryl!
Now, when Johnny takes off his mask, he becomes cool, and he never once shits himself again for the rest of the game. Also, the reason that Meryl falls in love with him probably is because now that the system is down. All of her emotions and hormones are all messed up, right? The nanomachines regulating the release of chemicals and whatnot. So my theory is that Johnny being the first person that she sees when she wakes up, saving her and stuff, kind of imprints on him, and that's why she falls in love with him.
Meryl, don't give up on me.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, just a silly theory.
Don't go. Meryl.
She's all messed up. Physiologically, mentally.
Meryl. Meryl. It's not. I mean.
Yeah, I should have done CPR on her ass. Ass to mouth resuscitation. God damn it.
Okay, Meryl.
Look how cool he is.
If it's all right, call me Johnny.
You and the beasts are no different. Scorched shadows born to the world. When a beast steps into the light, unless the light is put out, the shadow cannot be erased. So long as there is light, there is shadow. To return everything to normal, the light must be extinguished. And when that happens, you will be too.
You know, ever since I played MGS3, I always knew that Eva's death scene would eventually be with a naked, hairless monkey dancing around her. Snake put her in a dead position pretty quickly.
Like I said, we pride ourselves on service. Come on, let's take this guy to his friends.
All right, let's have a vote. Let's see if you guys want to do developer podcast for Shadow Moses that's coming up or not. Still kind of interesting. Yeah, fuck yes, let's save. Oh man, I sure hope that Liquid doesn't say that he's gonna use Rex within the first 5 seconds. And then it takes Sneak Nauticon forever to figure out that he's using Rex. But how's he gonna launch the nuke? First 3 seconds he says he's gonna use Rex. And they also need Campbell's help to figure it out. No, it can't be.
We'll launch a stealth nuclear warhead at JD.
I thought you couldn't control the nuke with GW.
We can't. We've taken over their guns and heavy weapons, but the WMDs are still under JD's control. That's where Rex comes in. I know where to find nukes they don't control. Vamp, how long until Rex is ready?
All that's left is the fight.
Vamp is now in charge of Rex preparations somehow.
An abandoned 20th century satellite orbit disguised as debris.
A clever place to
And
hide.
because Otacon has to get that Naomi upskirt, he gets caught.
With a stealth nuke, there's no need to worry about the Patriots intercepting it. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll all be over.
Once JD, the core AI is destroyed, GW's priority will rise to 1, and all the systems under JD's control will then be ours to command. Now go, prepare our haven.
Yes, boss. What the devil is this?
The video feed from the Mark II cuts off here.
So now that Naomi left, she left something behind here. Her USB necklace locket with a picture of Grey Fox in it.
One of those AIs was GW. The Patriots thought it had been destroyed, but Liquid was able to use it as cover to slip inside the system.
GW. I knew I'd heard that name before.
GW was one of the Patriot Cell AI.
The snake is down there suffering. Naomi, or Sonny, is
Emma's worm should have put it permanently out of
making
commission,
noodles
but
with
Liquid
the egg.
somehow recovered and repaired it. I'm guessing JD must be unable to recognize GW, even though it's inside the Patriot system.
Now there's an additional photograph there. Sonny and Naomi. There's a whole bunch of these now.
While it was still tied in.
If we go look at the
Using
menu.
Liquid interfere with the AI from the inside.
If you pick up the camera after Naomi leaves, there's a bunch of pictures of her and Sonny.
Genetic code. Even
Or
the
New
AI
Place.
threat detection system was fooled.
think she forgets about those noodles there. She never goes back for it.
It all makes sense now. That's why they made Arsenal go berserk 5 years ago. GW was on board.
Where's this thing? Where's their base?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is using the position of the Mark II's last transmission to predict the course of Liquid's ship. It's only a matter of time before we find it.
It's on radio.
Shadow Moses.
Ida-chan radio. Fucking Kojima's radio program.
The U.S. military systems are all in Liquid's hands now. The regional systems have all
Shut up,
been
Kojima.
shut down. Guns are falling silent across the earth. It's the first total ceasefire in human history.
How's the White House responding? The public.
The president has yet to make an official announcement. But the media is starting to pick up on it.
The information's gonna be controlled anyway.
Not this time. The war economy is ground to a complete halt.
The forgotten noodles.
War economy related stocks are already going into a free fall.
They must be shitting themselves at the White House right about now.
In any case, America had better sleep soundly while she still can. Liquid's insurrection is about to begin. The first thing he'll do is try to destroy the system the Patriots built to control the U.S.
He's already taken the system.
No. Supreme authority still resides.
Sonny's looking straight at it.
Patriots still command.
No, Sonny, avert
Which
your
is why
eyes.
Liquid plans to launch a nuclear strike on JD in its orbit.
But Liquid only controls SOP. And SOP only controls guns and small firearms.
Riding him in that copium right now.
Unless he gains supreme authority, Liquid can't use America's nukes and ballistic missiles. So how's he gonna launch this strike?
Good question.
Good question.
Converted its nuclear arsenal to reliable replacement warheads 2 years ago.
RRWs.
Yes. The core of the RRWs is now completely ID controlled by the SOP system. You'd need supreme authority from JD itself to control them. And they can be shut down remotely in case of an emergency.
All the old nukes were pulled out of service when they deployed the replacements.
If Liquid can't use the nukes, then what's his plan?
That's it.
No shit.
He's going to use Rex.
No, really?
Rex was scrapped before the Sons of the Patriot system was implemented.
Of course. Railgun.
Indeed. Rex's railgun can launch a stealth nuclear warhead into space unconstrained by the system. In short, it's the only device they have that is able to launch a nuke. Liquid's going to use it to kill JD and deliver the coup d'etat to the Patriots' reign.
Campbell, where's Rex now?
I think you know. A long-forgotten base in U.S. territory outside the Patriots' control. The place where Liquid made his debut. His monument. off the Alaskan coast, in the Fox Archipelago.
Shadow Moses Island.
If Liquid destroys JD, and his GW assumes total control over the system, he'll have the world at his fingertips.
That's better.
And no one will be able to stop him. Not even the Patriot. You are the only one who can save us now. Snake, I'm counting on you. Defeat Liquid and put an end to his insurrection.
Enough is enough, Snake. You can't take any more of this.
I'm not dead yet.
That's not what I mean. You can't beat Liquid. He's got the Patriot's own control system on his side. Not only are weapons useless, but the US military is in shambles. And even if it weren't, Liquid's got enough men and machines to match it. Things can't get any worse. Face it, Snake. We've lost.
Otacon.
We never stood a chance.
It's not about winning or losing. I know we started this. And it's our duty to finish it. Sonny.
No! Jack can't go. He's not ready yet. He needs to rest.
Let me go, Sonny.
No. Your dialysis isn't done yet.
Snake. He's not ready yet.
Snake. I'll be fine. From now on, I'm living my life by my own will. Rodden, I won't live a proxy life. A slave to someone else's will. I'm a shadow. One that no light will shine on. As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day. You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom. Run. I'll release you. It's the only way I'll ever be free. Raiden,
5 years ago. That's not what I meant.
I've got nothing to lose.
Don't be an idiot. You know you've got someone to protect.
It was never going to work out for me. It even rained the day I was born.
You've got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain. You can still shine through the darkness.
The lightning.
Raiden. Do you see this?
That's tasty.
I have no future. In a few months, I'm going to be a weapon of mass destruction. You have a family.
I have no family. Been alone. Always. Don't leave me here. Alone.
This is my fight. My destiny.
Dr. Emmerich?
Mei Ling.
I got the results back. It's official.
There's
He's
some
on
weird
Shadow
shit going
Moses
on.
Island. We lost Metal Gear Mark II's signal along the way, but the ship was headed in the direction of Shadow Moses. This is a picture of the island taken by a civilian imagery satellite. The sea line is rising due to global warming. Have you heard that the entire Fox Archipelago is about to slip into the ocean? The surrounding islands have already been evacuated.
Liquid's arrival there can only mean one thing.
He is going to use Rex.
That's how it looks from here.
I think the game is trying to render Mei Ling's massive ass on screen.
Then what about Rex? What did Washington do with it?
The nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident.
That was 9 years ago.
The president of Armstech and the DARPA chief were killed, and the Secretary of Defense was arrested. By the time the Shadow Moses incident was over, there wasn't a single person left there who knew what took place.
A couple emulator versions ago didn't have this
The
problem.
data was either falsified or erased,
It's
so no
probably
traces
also
were
gonna
left
give
behind.
us the weird Rex
They were
shadow
exiled to desk jobs for the same reason.
and the Mount Snakemore
Still be where
cutscene.
they were 9 years ago, untouched.
A forsaken island. A haven.
Well, I'd say it's more like a forgotten island. And it's sinking too.
I thought I'd never go back.
It'll take me a while to get there, but I'll be backing you up from aboard the Missouri.
I think
She's the
yes
only
won the
ship in
poll,
fleet
right?
still able to move. Since it was
People wanted
decommissioned
the
before the system was put in place.
podcast.
And Hawaii's not that far away. Otacon, you're not wearing your glasses anymore.
Oh, yeah, I switched to contacts.
We rendezvous at Shadow Moses. He who submits to heaven shall live. He who defies heaven shall perish.
I have to atone for my past, too. Rex is a beast, born from my research. Let's go. Shadow Moses awaits.
Alright, let's save here. This is gonna be pretty interesting doing this on emulator. Effectively, the game closes completely and opens again on MGS1 when you do this. Which is okay to load MGS1 because it's pretty quick, like that. But then it has to switch back to MGS4. And that's where it takes a few seconds to do that. It's not that big a deal. Snake has some weird dreams. Of course, it's better than the Master Collection. How many more are they gonna send? I think that might be it.
Where'd he go?
Here we go. Now it's gonna switch back to MGS4, which is gonna take a second. Gotta load. some PPU modules. Maybe it's not even that bad. It's just that on PS3 this would all be a black screen. You wouldn't see it. No, actually more PPUs. But hey, if it works, it works.
Everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
We're here.
Why the fuck would I play the PS3 version of V? No, fuck that. I swear that fucking emulator gets glitchier with each new update. It was like damn near perfect a few months ago, and now it's starting to do weird shit.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, I just slipped a little. Have to hurry. Not much time left.
Meet the Mark III. It's our last replacement, so try not to break it.
Who, me? Never.
One more thing. I don't see anybody around, but there are unmanned sentries patrolling the area. Be careful out there.
Alright, so people voted for the developer podcast with Shadow Moses as well. So we'll go to their meeting point behind the truck. And it's gonna be number 10. Okay.
The heliport is to the...
Shut up. And let's do it without the M82 this time. We're still gonna puke on every Twin Snakes voice acting flashback. Or I forget if they do those in the podcast. I don't think so. Well, we're gonna need this as well. And the camera, okay. Twin Snakes voice acting, engage.
It's Snake. I'm at
Ugh.
the disposal facility. Excellent.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to walk.
Bear with it. It's designed to
Puke
prevent
camo.
hypothermia. This is Alaska now.
What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
surveillance camera.
Yep. That sums it up pretty well. Alright, I think that's enough puking for now. Go here.
It looks like the
Shut up.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hi everyone, this is the MGS4 Integral Podcast, Episode 8. I'm Aki Saito, joined with...
Hello, my name is Sean Eyestone.
And?
Hi, this is Ken Imaizumi.
Okay, today, Sean, we're in your favorite stage.
Yes, we are. We are in Shadow Moses.
Where was our meeting point?
Our meeting point today is behind the truck in the heliport.
Yeah, just after, the opening sequence.
Right, so after the opening sequence, you kind of go through that snowy area, and then you find the heliport, and then to the north of the heliport, there's a truck. So you should be standing right behind that truck. I just want to point out one thing. On the webpage, we've been getting comments and things from people, and one of the comments that we got was about, how we jumped back to the power station stage after we did the tracking stage.
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of people maybe only had one save, and so, there's a lot of trouble for them to have to backtrack. And so, we're sorry about that. Basically, when we're doing these podcasts, we're kind of doing it not necessarily in order. So people who are playing, you probably want to keep more than one save. Keep saves on all the levels, and be prepared because we may jump back again in the future. So just want to point that out.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, well, Sean, I heard that you have so many memories in this act or stage, actually.
He has a lot of things to talk about.
You want to start off?
The private.
Right.
How it changed your life?
It changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I guess first things first, I just want to thank everybody for sending in their messages and comments on the webpage, because we have been getting a lot. And, we haven't been replying to them on the show because, there's kind of a lag between when we get the feedback and when we record. But we want to thank everybody for sending in their feedback.
Some people wanted to know, who the hell is Sean?
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
So, since I never really introduced myself properly, I guess now would be a good time to do it, since I was in charge of Moses. During Metal Gear Solid 4, I was involved with the script unit, and I think there's a lot of people who may not really know what that is, really, because in Kojima Productions, the script unit is kind of unique in a way. So basically what we do is we handle game design, level design, creating the maps, and doing all the scripting, and basically, all the stuff that brings the game together. So we communicate with the programmers, communicate with the designers, artists, and kind of bring everything together into the final stage.
So my understanding is that the script unit is kind of the central point where you gather all the materials,
right,
make sure the flow goes right, which flag is up or down, things like that, right?
Right. So it's kind of like the focal point, where all the materials come together. The game design kind of comes together, the program gets put in, the art gets put in, and of course, we place the enemies, we tweak the gameplay, all that fun stuff.
He was in charge of Shadow Moses.
Yes.
Maps and all gameplay stuff. So if you guys have some complaining or anything, just call him up and say, hey Sean,
Yeah, but wasn't this a challenge for you? Because that all Metal Gear fans know the stage.
Yeah.
Mostly inside out.
Right. And that was the hard thing because we're revisiting Shadow Moses. So we have to reuse the same maps. Basically we want to use the same environments, but somehow create a new gameplay experience using those same environments. That was a really challenging experience.
Yeah, you have to be precise and you have to make it, to the next gen sort of from the PlayStation 1 actually.
Right.
So it's like 2 steps up.
Exactly. So somehow make it look the same, but make it look a lot better, and introduce something new to the gameplay that will be kind of fresh, to people who have played Metal Gear Solid 1, as well as people who may be playing Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time.
Well, I think I have to say you and the team doing this Moses stage did a real great job, because I could say that I had no kind of awkward feeling. I had an almost natural feeling that this was almost playing MGS1.
Cool.
But actually, come to think of it, it's not MGS1. I mean, everything is all different. It's all, high res and things like that. I mean, the truck itself, that we're standing right behind is, it should be the same truck. And I do get the same feeling. However, it's probably totally different, right?
Right,
In a technical
Yeah, well, that's the thing too, when we're planning the stage, we're kind of talking about it, and we're like, well, it shouldn't be too hard because, it's the same as Metal Gear Solid 1. We'll just, make the same stage, and it shouldn't be that hard. But actually, there's a lot of work involved, because we basically remade everything from scratch. I mean, you can't reuse anything from the PlayStation 1 game, so everything is, totally from scratch and recreated just for Metal Gear Solid 4. So we had to try and recreate things so that they look the same, but just look a lot better. And also, a lot of effort was put into the environment effects, like the snow.
We had a hard time to create this snow.
Snow
and
was quite obvious because I thought that it looked a lot colder than MGS1 because you get all the snow sticking on the cameras and things like that. But it was more like really kind of how do you say, not foggy but very snowy in a way. And you can't really, and you feel the coldness. And also there was no one there actually at the beginning, so you feel like you're really in a hollow place, but still you have that same nostalgic feeling.
Getting all this stuff in here, I mean, there's a lot of work that most players probably won't even realize that it's there because it's really subtle. Just all these effects that go into making this snowy environment look great, like, the mist, like the snow falling from the sky, the snow that actually sticks to Snake. The longer you stay out in the snow will build up on his body. There's his breath coming out, little flakes of snow falling off of his suit, the snow sticking to the camera. And then, of course, the ground. We had to create a whole new system just for this stage because, you sink into the snow here and you can crouch onto the snow. And, Metal Gear Mark III moves differently on the snow. So, there was a lot of, I think, unseen effort that went into this stage. Trying to make it look the same, but look really next gen. And just kind of bring out that real nostalgic feeling for all the players who are coming back to Shadow Moses for the first time in about 10 years.
Well, Sean, this is your stage.
Yeah, this is your show.
What do you got to tell the users? Everyone's kind of waiting behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been jabbering for quite a while.
Yeah. Okay.
We're sitting in the cold.
Let's go on.
All right, so first of all, one thing I want to point out is that we really wanted to create this really nostalgic feeling in Shadow Moses.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we did was actually to place a lot of the items in similar positions. In the same areas that they were in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah,
right. So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1 may remember that there was a weapon in this truck.
Yeah.
Mark 23 pistol.
Yeah.
And this time you'll see that the truck is closed. But if you crawl under the truck, you'll find that the gun is actually under the truck this time.
Okay.
So people familiar with MGS1 should definitely pick that up. And one other hidden thing about this gun is if you go into your menu,
the weapons,
and equip it in your weapons,
then
return to the game, and when you equip this and ready it, you draw it to fire, you'll hear Snake reminiscing about this gun.
Yeah.
You're back in Shadow Moses, you're here with the same gun. Just for people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they're probably feeling really nostalgic, and so is Snake. All right, so anyway.
Details.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
More details.
Okay, give me more details.
Okay, another thing, we wanted to create this really nostalgic aspect to Shadow Moses, and another aspect of that was to have, the same songs from Metal Gear Solid 1, the same music, and so we really wanted to include, the theme song, The Best Is Yet to Come, and so, of course, you'll hear that when you first come in to the heliport area, but one thing to point out, and I think most people heard it, but just in case, there's some people who missed it, there is a condition where you may not hear this song. Basically, you have to come into the heliport area without being spotted. So if you're in an alert phase or a caution phase, the song actually won't play. So you really have to sneak past that gecko at the beginning of the stage, in the snowfield, and then sneak into this area. And when you do, as soon as the heliport comes into view, that song will begin playing, and you'll get this really cool nostalgia going on.
Good song.
Yeah, it's a great song. Okay, the next thing you want to do is, right now we're under the truck, so let's just go ahead and crawl out from underneath the truck and head up to the center of the heliport pad.
Okay, let's go. Okay, what happened? Oh, there's another item right in the center.
There's an item right in the center, which people remember was here in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well. Chaff grenade. In addition, when you come to the center of this heliport, you should be hearing some voices right now.
Fucking good Snake's voices. No thanks.
Overhead view.
Of course. Now you're talking. Scene from Metal Gear Solid 1 where you first get introduced to Maylin. You know, people who are playing Shadow Moses, there are these flashbacks hidden all over the stage, so be sure to look around and listen for those. There's one more thing as well. If you stand in the center of this heliport, and I think this is a secret that I think most people probably have not figured out, because it's really hard to, and most people wouldn't do this. But if you put the camera, shift it so that you're looking at Snake from above, similar to the camera angle in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Top view.
Yeah, top view.
Yeah.
And you leave it here for a while.
Oh,
hear
Snake say something.
Right. So he starts talking about the overhead view, saying how it's just like old times. And
the game was the top view.
Yeah, overhead view, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you actually, I heard a tune that you got some driven points.
Right. So so this is actually a hidden feature, so you can get some driven points for this. People may remember that back in South America, there was one hidden flashback on that stage as well. So for all of these flashbacks, if you listen to the end without skipping ahead, you will get driven points for that. So be sure not to run away and cut the flashback off early, because you won't get the driven points.
Make sure to puke on it.
Be sure to listen to the end.
Okay.
One thing also is when you came up into this heliport, you picked up some chaff grenades. And these items, of course, people will remember them from previous Metal Gear games. But in Metal Gear Solid 4, they are very useful, especially in Shadow Moses. Because this time around, Shadow Moses is completely inhabited by robots. So you've got the gecko, you've got the dwarf gecko, and when you use the chaff, it just totally disrupts them and makes it much easier to get to the stage. So for people who are having a really hard time with dwarf gecko, what you should do is save these chaff grenades and use them wisely, ration them out, and use them to get past the hardest areas of the stage.
Actually, I remember I used this. I didn't know it worked, but I kind of used this. Predicting it worked.
Right.
And actually got them confused, and
especially for the dwarf gecko. The dwarf gecko just get completely wiped out by this chaff grenade. The geckos, they'll still be able to fire at you, but it does, keep them from moving. So either way, it's a very useful weapon.
Good. Okay.
Yes. Some people might gonna say, like 10 years ago the chaff grenade was very, very useful, and 10 years after, still the chaff grenade is useful.
Yeah, we're living in a world of information and technology and things, and
but it's still.
Yeah, but if someone put out the batteries off your phone, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
I know, but that's true. But
you're saying there should be anti-chaff grenade.
So it should be countermeasures.
counter chaff grenade thing. Hey, you could be right. Yeah.
Hentai.
Yeah, well, some people might gonna say.
And then there's gonna be a anti.
Right. We can just say it evolved beyond the next step, right?
Okay.
Like they countered and countered again.
Okay.
Anyway.
Deshawn was, working really hard, and maybe, his life has been changing from this point. That something was happening.
What happened? Did something?
Do you want to bring that up?
Well, I thought you were going to talk about the gameplay thing, and then your life in Japan.
My life in Japan.
Yeah.
Well, where to begin? Well, when I first started on Metal Gear Solid 4, it was shortly after I got married. And let me just give some advice to anyone out there who wants to start in the game industry. Do not get involved in a really huge project right after you get married. Your life will be hell.
Well,
yeah, it is very tough. I mean, there's always crunch time in these games, and especially for a game like Metal Gear, we're pulling some really crazy hours. And when you're single, that's fine, right? You can sleep in the office, you can do whatever, and it's your own time. But when you're married, things are a little different, and it's not as easy. Yeah.
Okay, well, Ken, we shouldn't talk about this anymore because Sean's starting to cry.
And I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, he really missed his wife. Who left?
Okay, well,
anyway,
let's move on. Let's go to the west part.
All right.
West part of the Or was it the
Yes.
What do you
so
call it?
From the helipad.
Yeah.
Let's head to the west, and you'll see there's a storage
room. Yeah.
To the west, and so let's just head in that direction. People may remember that the storage room was here in Metal Gear Solid 1, but you couldn't go in. This time, the doors are open, and you can go in from this room to the other adjacent rooms through a duct at the back of the room. If you look at the corner, the northeast corner of the room, you'll also see a camera.
Yes, the surveillance camera.
Right,
Yeah.
surveillance camera that's also here from Metal Gear Solid 1. Right now it's not doing anything because we started the stage kind of in the middle from the back of the truck. But if you came in to this stage from the snowfield and you have The Best Is Yet to Come playing in the background, and you come to this camera without being spotted by any enemies, and there are no flashbacks playing or anything else like that going on, you can actually see a very special sequence. Another very hard to find hidden sequence where we actually relive the first time Snake sees these surveillance cameras in Metal Gear Solid 1. So basically we match the same camera angle and have Snake look up at the camera. You hear the flashback. Surveillance camera.
Surveillance camera.
Right.
Yeah, that one. Well, I couldn't
Did
find
you see
this.
it?
No, but I saw the demo, so I thought I was doing something wrong because when I played the game, I didn't see this demo, and I was like, I know that there is a surveillance camera flashback, but I didn't see it when I'm playing the game. What did I miss?
Right.
I mean, what did I do wrong?
I think there's some people who may not realize what the conditions are. So yeah, definitely come here while the song is playing.
I didn't know this. This is a real tough condition, isn't it?
It's pretty tough. You have to come here while the song is playing without being found, and without any of the the flashbacks playing in the background as well.
Yeah.
And you can only see this once. So if either camera will work, there's this camera here, and then there's also the one in the northeast.
Yeah.
So either one you go to, you'll see that camera sequence. For each camera, there's one sequence.
The camera sequence is really fun.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they will love it for sure.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's true.
People get a kick out of it. So for people who haven't seen it, go ahead and give that a try.
Okay, let's get out of this room, and where we head, Sean?
From this room, if you go through this, at the back of the room, there's actually a duct that leads to the other storage rooms that you couldn't get to Metal Gear Solid 1. And this time, if you crawl through this, you can actually get some items back there, like Kiri-chan ramen. So, in this really cold stage, it might be good to eat some nice warm ramen.
Well, this ramen noodle thing, I had a really hard time because, we were going to have the, but then I talked to some people
fucking
from
censored it.
the company. I had a big presentation to them, like, what kind of concept is this game, blah, 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 but, they rejected. This is the second time because we tried it when we were making a Snake Eater, and this time, second time rejection. So I definitely want us to try one more time for the next project. If the ramen noodle will be in this series, and I definitely want to try.
What was their reason for rejecting it? Because it was a war game, or?
Yeah, because of the war game, I think. They got peace concept of it, So
I heard this from Ken like 10 times.
yeah, so many times because I
was really upset.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not making just killing war, the killing people, the war game.
This time, it's kind of difficult. Anyone you speak to that knows the game but hasn't played the game, and it's a kind of a looks like a war game.
Yeah.
A lot of people misunderstand that this is a kind of actually a real big anti-war, anti-nuclear. It always has been the message in MGS. That's why I like it. It's one of our favorite games. Of course, the fans who are listening to our podcast really understands what's behind it, and it has a lot of metaphors and things like that. It's really good. But for the people who generally know, it could be a little difficult. I mean, you have to play. You have to play the game to really understand.
Right.
All right,
so
Sean,
what he wants to tell me is, the thing was my fault. My presentation.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. You should have taken me. So. I mean, I'm a good presenter. So can you take me next time?
Okay.
I'll get you. I'll get you.
Okay. Cool. All right. So anyway, so there's
the
Kiri-chan ramen in there, but this time we're not going to get it. So let's just head back outside because there's another thing that I want to show you back up on the heliport.
Okay.
So let's head back to the center of the heliport.
All right.
Okay. And when you get to the center here, people may remember in past Metal Gears that you could take pictures of ghosts in the game.
Yeah.
Right, and in Metal Gear Solid 1, there were a lot of ghosts hidden around stages, you know, in Shadow Moses. And, well, in Metal Gear Solid 4, those ghosts are back. And most of them are in the same place. You know, of course, we couldn't put all of them in the same place because not every location in Shadow Moses is in the game this time. So we had to move some of them to other locations. But basically, all the staff who worked on Metal Gear Solid 1 and is, you know, still with us in Metal Gear Solid 4, their ghosts are in the game. And one of them is right on this helipad. And, you know, some people may have realized this, some people might not have realized this. But the only time they'll show up is if you take your camera out and take a picture. And you won't see it until after you take the picture. You know, that's the way it normally works.
You know, you have to tell where you get the camera first?
Right, yeah. Of course, in order to do that, you have to get the camera first. So for people who haven't found the camera, it's actually in the Nomad. So while you're in the plane, you know, during the interactive cutscene, you go ahead and use your Mark II or Mark III and wander around the plane, and you can actually find the camera in there. So for those who haven't gotten the camera yet, just go ahead and pick that up. And in Shadow Moses, go ahead and equip it. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So if you go into your menu and equip your camera and kind of aim it at the center of the heliport, and take a picture, and you'll see a faint ghostly image appear when you hit the shutter.
Yeah, some center.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to switch on and off to the podcast and camera and things like that, right?
Yes, yes. So, you know, people are listening to the podcast right now, so if you want to do this, you'll have to switch to your camera. But, you know, before we move on, there's another thing that I want to point out about these ghosts, is that usually, you know, you won't be able to see them until you actually click to take the picture. But there is a hidden way to make these ghosts appear in your camera viewfinder without snapping a picture, and it makes it a lot easier to find these ghosts. And to do that, you have to be playing through the game a second time, because when you're fighting Screaming Mantis, you can get the Sorrow Doll.
Yeah.
Right? And if you get the Sorrow Doll from Screaming Mantis, you know, Sorrow, of course, from Metal Gear Solid 3, can see dead people and things like that. And in Metal Gear Solid 4, you can use it to control dead people. And if you equip it while you're equipping the camera, so if you go into your weapons menu and equip the Sorrow Doll, and then ready it as a weapon while you have the camera on, you'll see the ghost actually appears without you clicking the shutter.
And it's actually more clear.
And it's clearer, and it's kind of, you know, floating, you know.
Is it
very
bigger
eerily.
as well?
It's not bigger. It's the same size.
Snows and grasses.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
But this makes it a lot easier to find.
Okay.
So yeah, just go ahead and equip your camera, equip the Sorrow Doll, and maybe, you know, explore Shadow Moses this way and look for some ghosts, because there's a lot of them hidden all over the stage.
Details.
And this is why Shadow Moses took so long to make.
With the ghosts. Okay.
All right, so let's head to the north.
Okay.
And we're gonna go up the stairs in the northeast.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS1, because, you know when the guards come over?
Right.
And you kind of hide. This is the first time you kind of encounter these, I think, the last moment thing.
Yeah, and you're kind of like on these stairs, right?
Yeah,
the guards are right above you, and you're kind of hiding here.
And you're thinking, oh, should I go back, or should I go kill him, and you know, things like that. I love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk. And then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
to the
left. You should be heading to the west.
Uh-oh. PS3 application has likely crashed. You can close it. Thanks a lot. Of course. It was perfectly fine the other times, and now that we're actually trying to use it, this happens. Derpa, I think, as they say. Alright. Enough is enough. Let me see what I can do. Why did I update the emulator? I swear it just keeps getting worse and worse with each new update. Hold on, we'll figure out something here. Yeah, before I actually switch back to PS3, one last thing I could try is actually to revert to the previous version, which never did any of this shit. That's worth an attempt, I guess. Luckily you can easily switch it back, I think. I fucking knew that the second I decided to use it, it would start doing this shit. Oh well. Let's give it one little attempt, I guess. Reverting to the old version. And if not, then GG. We're switching back to PS3. Maybe. We'll see. CPU rescue. Never update something that's not broken. Alright, let me double check the settings now. Yeah, if you have to redo the PPU bullshit, it takes a long time, so maybe not. You can't make this shit up, man. It's never done it before, and now that we're doing a marathon, it's doing it. Okay. Alright, let's see if it boots. I think we're good on the PPUs, at least. The thing that kind of sucks is that I don't think you can skip forward on the iPod. Or there's like a really obscure way of doing it that I don't remember. So if we want to do the podcast, I guess I can just play the fucking file of it and go back to where we were. Okay, we haven't really lost much. Assuming it doesn't do it anymore. Okay, now that I switched it back. Hold on, let me double check these settings. Now that I switched it back, hopefully it doesn't do it anymore. But if it does it again, then PS3 time it is. Yeah, people voted for the podcast for Shadow Moses, so we were doing it. Okay, so we should be ready with the old version. If I could go back a couple versions further back, that's actually better, but whatever. I don't remember. I think it's either impossible or there's like a really, really obscure version or a way of doing it to fast forward without skipping on the iPod. But that's okay, I can just play the file manually on my PC, it's fine. Worst case scenario, we can do that. We'll go right back there. Yeah, you're supposed to rotate the wheel, but it's not one-to-one when you
The heliport is to the west of there. Head west.
When you do it on the right stick. Yeah. So, like, it doesn't do it. Like, I think I fucked with it some other time. And how? No, that skips it. I hope you guys like hearing that. What is the name of the podcast?
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
This doesn't fucking do it. It should do it, right? But it's...
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it. That's okay. Let's just fucking play it. This one might be louder. It's actually way quieter. Hold on.
In downtown Tokyo,
Alright, we're back.
it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral
Let's
Podcast.
go back there.
Hi everyone, this is the MGS4 Integral Podcast, Episode 8. I'm Aki Saito, joined
If I do
with...
that too, I clicked
Hello,
it.
my name is Sean Eyestone.
I don't think you can.
Hi, this is Ken. It's me.
Okay, today, Sean, we're in your favorite stage.
Yes, we are. We are in Shadow Moses.
Where was our meeting point?
Our meeting point today
right?
is behind
They
the truck
talked
in the
about
heliport.
so much
Yeah, just
bullshit.
after, the opening sequence.
Right, so after the opening sequence, you kind of go through that snowy area,
Let's
the
see.
stage,
Jump
around
around a
the
little.
snowfield, and you have The Best Is Yet to Come playing in the background, and you come
Ramen
them until you actually click to take the picture. But there is a hidden catwalk
To the left.
Here we
You should be
go.
heading to the west, and you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So to the north.
Okay.
And we're gonna go up. It's not bigger. It's the same size.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS. When the... I love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk. And then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
To the left.
You should be heading to the west, and you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So stop in front of the duct.
I remember this point as well because every time you get spotted from the guards, you
Right.
kind of duck into this
Yeah.
duct and...
And you're trying to get in as quickly as possible,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
The snake's
yeah.
like ducking down, and
It's very slow and...
the guard sees you. Yeah. But anyway, no guard here this time, so let's go ahead and duck down, crawl into this duct. And as soon as you get in, crawl a little ways, and you'll hear another flashback.
Yeah.
This is McDonald Miller.
Who is this guy?
Master Miller.
Master Miller? Yeah.
But he sounds like somebody else.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds pretty familiar. Who was?
Somebody else in Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
Oh yeah.
It is a long duct. Hey,
It
what
is a long
happens?
duct.
Yeah, what happens if you kind of look down?
You can look down. You can see, look into the other rooms or peek out through the grates and see the dwarf gecko crawling around. So
okay.
you can go ahead and do that. But this time the duct, is just one way, so just go ahead and follow it to the end. If you follow these rats, they'll lead you out. So
Oh, the rats are still here.
Yeah, the rats are still here, so you won't get lost. Okay, so when you get to the end of the duct, you pick up some iPod music. This was the Warhead storage background music from the original Metal Gear Solid 1.
Mr. Muraoka composed this music, right?
Yeah. We're talking to Mr. Muraoka about this music. He was talking about how insanely difficult it was to make this on the original PlayStation. Back in those days, you had to load all of the sound into memory and basically call everything by hand. It's not like you could just stream audio from, a disc or, load everything into memory like we do now.
Yeah.
That's just realize, listen to the quality of this background music and realize that this all had to be done by hand.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Yep. All right, so next, let's just go ahead and climb out from this duct. So go to the edge, press the triangle button, and you'll swing down and hang from the edge of the duct. And be careful when you drop down here because, there are the dwarf gecko patrolling the drop down. So let's go to the end of the catwalk behind this
small container.
Container at the end of the catwalk here.
The dropping sound effect.
Hide behind
Why
this
does
container
it
here
take
so
me
you
so
don't get
long?
spotted by the dwarf gecko. And if you look to the east, you'll see that door with the number 4 written on it.
Number 4?
Number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's actually something really special about that room number 4.
Special.
Special.
Yo.
Can you go inside?
You can go inside, but not now. If you try to go inside now, you'll find that the door is actually locked.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, that door will open. Actually, in the next stage, when you activate the power, and Otacon disables the security, this door will be open. So be sure to come back here and check inside of there, because this is a pretty cool item.
What kind?
Get an iPod track.
Oh.
Okay, so we drop down from this duct. Again, dwarf gecko patrolling. And once they're gone, quickly drop down from this catwalk, end of the catwalk, swing over the edge, drop down, and as soon as you hit the ground, head outside through underneath these shutters north, and then stop as soon as you get to the other side of the shutters.
Are you Solid Snake?
And we'll get another.
The legendary Solid
And you
Snake?
will be hearing another flashback as soon as you drop down. Okay, so now you should be in this laser hallway, which you'll remember from Metal Gear Solid 1. And, you know, again, to bring up the nostalgia, we actually placed these dwarf gecko on the walls in the same positions, the same place as the lasers in Metal Gear Solid 1, to kind of you know, recreate that feeling. We're in the exact same spot. And another thing I want to point out while we're here is if you go ahead and equip your solid eye and enable night vision, and look at the ground, you'll see some footprints.
Ah, these are footprints of...
Familiar?
Yeah, what? Yeah. There's 2 footprints.
Right. And people may recognize one set from South America during our tracking mission.
The heels?
Yep, the heels. So you can deduce that Naomi was here. And the other pair of footprints actually belongs to Vamp.
Yeah, he also kind of does that Vamp walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, he's trademark Vamp walk.
Yeah.
You know, look around on the ground and you see their footprints here and there. So people who want to do that can go ahead and take a look. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move through this hallway. So we're going to head to the north and just be sure not to get spotted by these lasers. So wait till you can run through and run under these lasers. At the end.
Okay.
Right? Okay. You're out in the canyon.
Okay, we stop here?
Yeah, so let's stop here. So, you know, once again, we're out in the snow, and you'll hear another flashback.
We're out in the canyon, and what do you want to tell us?
All right.
In this canyon part?
All right, so first thing I want to do is let's head to the right, go to the east.
East?
And there's kind of this big boulder here. So let's just go around this boulder until you hit the wall, like this rock wall.
Yeah.
And then to the east, there's actually a pathway leading up to these. So let's go up this pathway. And at the end here, you'll find a rock wall and a bunch of items. But, you know, originally, when we were making this stage, there was not a rock wall here. There was actually a lake beyond this. And, you know, we had this whole, like, scenario where there was a frozen lake and there were gecko patrolling on top of the lake, and you could, like, you know, break the ice and, like, drop them down to the water and things like that. And that was actually, like, an entirely different route that you could take to get to this point.
Yeah.
So in the original design for this stage, you could actually bypass that whole heliport area completely and go from the beginning.
I see, to here.
Right, so when you first come down from the helicopter, instead of going, you know, to the west, if you went to the north, you could actually head up and into this lake area, and it would hook up to the canyon from this path here. But, you know, back then, you know, Moses was envisioned as kind of more of an action-oriented stage. But, you know, midway through, we decided we wanted to go with more of a nostalgic feeling for the stage. And then, you know, of course, the other thing was that we felt it would be a really horrible waste for people not to see the heliport, you know, because that's probably the most memorable thing that people, you know about Metal Gear Solid 1 was that, you know, sneaking into from that heliport in the beginning. So, yeah, we definitely wanted to make people go to that heliport. So, for that reason, we decided to close this path.
I see. So, there is still a lake behind that, I guess.
Beyond here, I guess you can imagine there's a lake beyond that.
Okay. No data.
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been buried by snow.
Okay. So we got the items, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna head back?
Okay, yeah, so let's head back to the canyon. So go down the slope, and you'll see these 2 gecko who are in power save mode. So sneak by these. If you go towards, you know, through the middle of the canyon, you can get by without waking them up. So carefully do that. And then when you get past these gecko, kind of lined up with the second gecko, then to the west, you'll see this small little cave, which was also here in Metal Gear Solid 1. Probably when you get to this point, you'll hear Otacon going on about one of the geckos waking up. But if you come into this cave, you can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny, which is from Zone of the Enders. Yeah. Alright, so I think we will wrap it up here. From this point, all that's left is to head to the north, and of course you crawl under that shutter, and you go to the next stage.
We still get questions.
Part 3.
Yeah. It was a good game.
I'd like to know, like, how many people want us to make the sequel.
Yeah, well, because, you know, a lot of the Kojima Productions KJP fans really know Zone of the Enders or Boktai or other products as well. Like, even Snatcher or Police Notes. Not officially even released in some areas. But people still know, say we want this officially or we want a sequel to it. And Zone of Enders is always kind of referred as, you know, in interviews or things like that. When are you going to create, you know, to Mr. Kojima, when are you going to create the next Zone of Enders? You know, we would like to see, and we get this request all the time. However, we were thinking, Ken and I were always saying, actually, how many people, you know, really want Zone of the Enders as a sequel? So, guys, if you're listening, and tell us not about you, but your friends who are like casual Metal Gear fans, if they're interested or not.
Yeah.
Don't lie, okay? But
Don't inflate the numbers.
Yeah, we just want to know, you know, purely, if it's really, you know, of course, as Hideo's been always saying, he would like to do this when he has time, but there's always sacrifices. If he does that, you'll get to see the latest new Hideo's thing even later. So that's kind of a trade-off, isn't it?
Right.
But if there's so many people wanting to see Zone of Enders, why not put the priority on top a little further up? You know, but we just want to know. Ken especially really wants to know because he's been asking this all the time.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could have like a poll or something. I mean, you know, ask like all gamers and you know, how many people wanted to play ZOE sequel.
Well, we have all the Metal Gear Solid 4 players listening to this podcast.
Okay. Okay, well, make sure you write your comments, and we'll check your comments out.
Yep.
And where are we going to start next time?
So next time we'll start right on the other side of that shutter.
Okay, the nuclear warhead.
Right, nuclear warhead storage building.
You guys, did you hear that? Next time we're going to do the latter half of Shadow Moses. Thanks, guys, for joining. And, well, if you missed something, Sean, you're, of course, more than welcome to say, especially about your personal things.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on the personal.
Okay, yeah. We'll hear more next time on the latter half. So thanks for tuning in, and see you next time.
We easily get through 6 days, usually 140 something, 144 hours.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
How sad is that? In 2008, they were sort of wondering whether they should make Zone of the Enders 3, trying to figure out a level of interest from the fans. And here we are. Still nothing. And of course, it's too late now. Those people are gone from Konami. Oh, fuck me. It's really sad, actually. Yeah, let's do the call here.
Hey, Snake. Isn't this where you went toe-to-toe with Raven and his tank? Tell me again, how did you take that thing down, anyway?
How? Well, grenades.
That's it? You didn't use an anti-tank missile or something?
Didn't have one.
Your technique is kind of, well, how do I put this? Archaic when it comes to fighting tanks. Honestly, I don't think it'd work on today's main battle tanks.
Well, that's how I did it. What do you want me to say?
You know, I asked an active duty army officer once, if an infantryman had to take on a tank one-on-one, how should he do it?
And what was his answer?
Don't. He swore there's no way in hell a single infantryman could take down a tank by himself.
Huh. Interesting.
I always suspected there was a little something crazy about you, Snake. But hearing that story, now I know it. You're nuts. Single-handedly taking out a tank? That's crazy. You're insane.
Otacon, is this your idea of a compliment?
Yes. You're the toughest, craziest, most hardcore badass on the planet. You're the shit.
What a load of bullshit.
Snake, as I'm sure you're aware, Shadow Moses Island is an extremely harsh environment.
Staying out there in that raging blizzard will take a severe toll on your psyche. More than ever before, the success of this mission depends on you taking the proper measures to maintain your psyche. Don't forget that.
I'm looking right now.
This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a psych check.
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psyche. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Here's a good way to think about your psych gauge. Low psych equals...
Alright, shut up. I've seen enough.
The Gecko appear to be designed for high mobility, even in cramped urban environments like this one.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Their leg's main drive uses artificial muscle tissue, genetically engineered from the cloned ES cells of ungulate embryos. This gives them quick response times and a high output to weight ratio. Basically, the Gecko have the legs of a star athlete. That's what makes them so agile. But it's also their weak point. Those things may have an amazingly high output, but they're also deployed in limited indoor search and destroy operations. So there's a limit to how heavy they can make the frames. Otherwise, they'd drop right through the floor. To keep its weight down, the Gecko's defensive armor is concentrated on the head, where the central computer is housed. The legs aren't defenseless, but by comparison, they're a pretty soft target. In other words,
targeting their legs should at least slow them down, right?
Exactly. Keep it in mind. It could save your life.
That reminds me, if we go back in where the dwarf geckos are, there's a little call about them where they mention Nastasha briefly. Very briefly.
To get to the canyon to the north...
We got another weird one here, Otacon.
Ah, the little three-legged, three-armed machine. Actually, I was in touch with Nastasha just recently. She told me about a rumor making its way around the military analyst community.
Nastasha Romanenko. And?
Gecko are being deployed in more and more urban counterterrorism operations. In the process, they've encountered a number of problems. One of them is size and weight. Compared to other types of armored weapons, Gecko are relatively small and light, but they're still a bit too big to be effective in indoor search and combat operations. So the manufacturer, AT Corp, developed a new, smaller UGV based on the Gecko archetype for just that kind of mission. And the latest word is, they're about to start field testing.
And that's what these things are?
More than likely. That's all the information I have. The very existence of these things is still top secret.
Pint-sized gecko, huh? Dwarf gecko.
I doubt they're heavily armed. But remember, these things are designed to support Gecko during indoor combat. Best to assume they're capable of some form of attack.
Maybe so, but they're still just machines.
True, but that doesn't mean you can take them lightly. Be careful, Snake.
Yeah, Otacon adjusts his glasses, even though he's not wearing them because of Naomi. If that's some purpose. You can bully the dwarf geckos. Check grenades. They have handguns. Some of them. Maybe when you get spotted. They're actually really fucking annoying to sneak through without chef grenades. Let's see. Let's fuck around with them a little bit. There's something I've been meaning to test here, actually, that I read about recently. So when you get spotted by them, they have handguns, but they have no way to reload. So they just throw the guns away when they're done with them. And you can pick them up, and if you pick them up that way, it gives you more Drebin points. because you didn't have to kill or destroy something for it. Let's see, where are the ones with guns? Oh yeah, of course, the ones with lasers have guns. Shit, it still kind of hurt. Not the best thing to do on extreme, but whatever. Let's see. Yeah, we just put it away. How exactly does shit work? They have no reload animation, you just whip out another gun, but they just drop them. Kind of fucking annoying though. Drop the gun. Oh, I heard it. I'll end up over there. So there's one over there. Oh yeah, look at the multiplier. Okay. It's different. And there's handguns all over the place. Including, I think this is how you get the Desert Eagle as well. You keep hearing a fucking idle sound effect. And they drop them. I think rarely they will have. Oh shit, Jack was here. The Desert Eagle as well. Shit. Yeah, that's enough. They're really fucking annoying. Oh, this guy has a Desert Eagle. Nice. Apparently that's the way to get rubbing points, but I don't know. Doesn't seem too great to me. Don't quote me on that, but there's some talk that I came across that Fox Engine, they started out on the MGS4 engine to turn into the Fox Engine. Maybe? I don't know. The only thing that will slightly make that make sense is if, because Rising was originally going to be in Fox Engine, very early Metal Gear Solid Rising footage in the Fox Engine. It's very similar to MGS4. But maybe? Thank you, random dude. I'm good. Oh yeah, definitely. Doesn't matter, it's fucking dead. Even if it was open source, Fox Engine is fucking useless now. Ugh. It's okay. They made the best Fox Engine game. Metal Gear Survive. Why is it useless? Because it's dead. Because there's no documentation, no directors, no programmers, nothing left of it. It's been dead for 10 years. So, yeah. Survive is the best Fox Engine game because it's the most refined Fox Engine game in terms of gameplay, controls, glitches, rendering, whatever else. They just plain had more time to work on the engine for Survive. And also Survive wasn't limited by being on PS3 and 360. So it's like Phantom Pain's Fox Engine, I don't know, 1.0, and Survive is updated in that aspect. Oh shit, that's right. We have the second part of this. We're not done yet. At least Survive. Can you imagine if Survive couldn't render more than 12 zombies? They had to do something about that shit. The state that it was in Phantom Pain was absolutely pathetic. But anyway. Political fictions. Yes, sorry. Oh, there's a lot more than 30. Yeah, of course, clearly they had to do something about the fucking game not rendering enemies.
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Alright, welcome to episode number 9 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Eystone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone. Okay, Sean, we're in the latter half of Shadow Moses.
Right, so we are in the Shadow Moses Nuclear Warhead Storage Building, first floor. So at the beginning of the show, this time, we'd like to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
I think I'd like to just ask everybody what everyone's favorite drama scene in Metal Gear Solid 4.
Oh, here we go.
That's a tough one. You have already one.
For me, yeah, there's a lot. There's so much drama in the game that it's hard to choose just one. This is a spoiler, by the way, so anyone listening, if you don't want spoilers, just turn it off now. But I think for me personally, it's that scene at the end where Big Boss makes his appearance. That just really got it for me. As a Metal Gear Solid fan, seeing Big Boss come back, and then that last scene, where he's smoking his last smoke and nods off in the grave. That nailed it for me. A really great scene.
Well, for me, the part I liked, which I cracked up for about 5 minutes, was the part when Liquid seems to die, battling with the Metal Gears. The famous, the boss battle scene. You get to ride the Metal Gear.
Right.
He rides his Metal Gear and things like that. And then he seems to die. And he say, in the English version, I think he says, think again.
Right.
When he, in that crucial moment. But in Japanese, it was a little bit more hilarious.
Yeah.
So,
one of the famous line.
Yeah.
The Fox
die.
Yeah.
Not.
Janai.
Janai means not, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the original translation, I saw the script, was not, actually.
Not, yeah.
Fox die. Not.
Right.
But this was a little not so funny, so I think a lot of people changed it
to
think again.
Yeah, not was little classic. I mean, little old, like Wayne's World.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
type, like a 1980.
Like in the 90s, you'd say something, then not.
Yeah.
There's that kind of gag. I guess it felt a little bit
And then
old.
it went to, I think, if I can remember it correctly, just kidding, or something like that. It went to several phrases during this translation.
Right.
Anyways, that scene,
They should
and
have
after
kept
he gets
just
up,
kidding.
he kind of runs really in a cute style, like a girly way.
Right.
Like almost jumping.
Jumping and skipping
Yeah,
and laughing.
And that really, I cracked up. That's one of my favorite cutscenes. Ken?
We had a really hard time to do motion capture with Raiden part. So when he fight versus Vamp, the South American part.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, with the geckos, right?
Yeah, with the gecko. Yeah, that part. When we were doing the motion capture. Raiden guy, he was trying to do like a break dance kind of, turn,
Yeah.
And we use a wire and stuff. We spent so much time to do the motion capture because we failed so many times, and and the motion team worked really, really hard, and then finally finish, those, whole sequence. And it was so decent,
Yeah, well,
When
that
are we
was,
gonna play?
I think it's safe to say that was one of the most stunning cutscenes.
I remember that was like the turning point when Raiden became cool.
Yeah. Did you
Oh,
know
God.
the part Sean's most favorite
What the
cutscene?
fuck?
The big boss.
at the ending.
That motion capture session was the last part of the session. The guy who did a Big Boss, he was the Snake voice.
Mr. Otsuka's?
Yeah, Mr. Otsuka's, first motion capture trial. He kept on saying like he wanted to do the motion capturing, and then Hideo said, "That's okay, let's do that." And then he joined, and he had to do Big Boss part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the voiceover was done by Mr. Otsuka's father, right?
Yeah. One of the famous voice
actors in Japan.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
So the motion capture was done by Mr. Otsuka, Aki Otsuka, who does the voice for In a Sense, or he's very famous in Japan. But he did the motion capture, and then his father did the voiceover, looking at his son's motion capture.
Oh, that's really
cool. Isn't it cool?
Right?
Yeah. Okay. So everyone, thanks for listening to our chat. I think Sean's really revved up to introduce the latter half of Shadow Moses. Shall we give it a go, Sean?
Yep. So everybody should be at the nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. You just crawled in from under the shutter, and we're at our checkpoint, start of the stage. First thing I want to point out is that, as with the previous stages in Shadow Moses, and with almost all the stages in Shadow Moses, the item placement in this stage is pretty accurate and, follows a lot of the item placement from the first game. So, people may remember to the left here, if you go towards that window, you can get a ration at the end of that. Just something for people who play the original Metal Gear, something for them to keep an eye out for. Maybe they might get a kick out of seeing items in the same spot. But anyway, let's just go ahead, proceed down this slope, and head into the building.
Okay, let's walk up. I've been saying many times, but I hate this stage. I mean, this for me is was the most difficult stages ever.
Really?
Yeah, for me, I really had a hard time.
Sean's gonna cry.
Yeah.
I know. We talked about this before.
Yeah. He spent such a long time. Yeah, to create this stage.
So we just crawled under the
gate. I mean, what do you call
the first
shutter?
The first shutter.
Right. And so we're in this area, that people will probably recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1, where there's the nuclear warheads in the hangar. First thing I want to point out is if you go ahead and put in your solid eye and look at the ground, you'll see that Vamp's footprints, Vamp and Nomi's footprints are here as well. They were in the previous stage. We really wanted to just get the personality behind Vamp and Nomi into these footprints. So you'll see that they don't just, head straight on through the back. They kind of wander around. Nomi takes a slightly curvy path, takes a look inside of the truck, things like that. And one thing, at the end of the first Moses stage, when you're in the corridor with the lasers, if you use your solid eye there and look at the ground, you can see Vamp's footprints there. And there's actually some pretty funny footprints there, because he's kind of dancing around, and you can see the crossed footprints. He's kind of doing that dance that he does, Other than that, what I really want to point out in this stage is that there's a lot of detail here that wasn't here in previous Metal Gears, but finally the team was able to get this looking exactly the way they want to look.
Yeah, high def.
High def, and a lot of detail, glare on the floor.
I mean, but it's really interesting I think most of the users realize that there's not a big change, although technically there's a lot of big change. But I kind of, when I first stepped into Shadow Moses, I thought it was like just doing MGS1 again.
Right.
But come to think of it, yes, it's all, like a blocked up, MGS1 because of the power of PlayStation. It's all like blocked and things like that. It's not as accurate and well drawn as this, but you get the feeling that it's the same stage. So it's really, I don't know, people really get used to these high-tech things.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of funny, you talk about really the blocked up look from Metal Gear Solid 1, but talking to the staff that actually worked on Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a reason for why these missiles are covered up with tarps, and that's actually so that they could cut down the polygon count in the original game. They wanted to have just like a whole bunch of missiles in this room, but they couldn't put it all in there, so they decided to put tarps over some of the crates, hide half of the missile under a tarp so that they could kind of trim back the polygon count. And in addition, if you look at the windows around this room, now if you look at them, you can see that there's missiles on the other side of those windows. So there's other hangars with a lot more missiles in them. But of course, with the original Metal Gear, that wasn't really an option. So now, this is finally able to come through the way Hideo Kojima really wanted it.
Well, thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, thank you for your computer.
But anyways, let's go on. So we're looking at the rockets.
So head to the north,
straight
to the rear, to the rear of the hangar, and you'll get to the gate. So let's just head over there. On the way, there's a truck on your left. If you want to crawl in there, you can get a FIM 92A. Just move on, and when you get to the end, to this control panel, you'll get a call from Otacon.
Huh? Snake, that door is locked.
So he'll tell you the door's locked, you gotta get the password, and then he'll activate the elevator for you. So let's just head straight to the elevator and head on down, because there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Okay. So we climb up the catwalk.
Right, climb up the catwalk, head to the second floor, and then just go around, follow the catwalk until you get to the elevator. And one thing, this is going way back during the concept planning stages for the stage. Originally, the stage was more of an action-oriented stage. One of the ideas was that you could actually take the elevator down to the bottom.
Really?
And access a secret base, things like that. But in the end, we decided we really want to emphasize more of the nostalgic aspect of Moses. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the elevator. There's something about this also. People who played the original Metal Gear may remember that if you rapidly press the elevator button, the elevator actually will come faster.
Oh,
so that's preserved in here also. We wanted to have that in there for the fans. In real life, because that's what you do, right? You're in a rush, you press it, you want it to come quickly.
But the elevator
it never comes.
No.
Yeah. In this game, you can do it, and it will come a little bit faster.
Okay, so we head to which floor?
B2. We head down to B2.
This elevator.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 1, when you ride and then change the floor, and then when they're showing that, moving the floor to floor, they're loading behind
in the background.
Like in the background.
Yeah. But at this time, the PlayStation 3 is so powerful. So much memory, so we don't have to do that download in the background.
This time you can get on the elevator and walk around and shoot.
While you're in the elevator. You can do whatever you want.
That's why in MGS1 you couldn't do anything. And once you're in the elevator, and when the elevator's moving.
Right.
So that was a trick.
That was a trick. I think a lot of people didn't realize it, or the people who did realize it were really hardcore.
Okay, where we go, Sean?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head out into the hallway, step forward a little bit to the south, and then turn to your right, and you want to head to the west. And when you get into this room, you'll see control panel on your right. It's kind of blown up. And of course, people will recognize this control panel from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
This is, of course, where you used the Nikita missile and blew it up. But, it's not completely destroyed. And for people who maybe didn't realize it, you can actually use this, you can still activate the electric floor in the hallway from here using the Mark III. And you can actually use this to electrocute the gecko that comes down in the later half of the stage.
Oh. Did you know this?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, a lot of people had a hard time to beat the gecko. The spark.
Yeah.
But, what you're supposed to do, or, the best strategy is after the gecko drops down, then you kind of go back into the hallway, hide behind the door, and then use your Mark III and send him over to this control panel and activate the electric floor while the gecko's in the hallway. You can take him down really quickly. On top of that, you'll also get some driven points as a bonus.
Wow.
Very quick way to beat the gecko.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I knew it.
Yeah, when I was playing, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
We really wanted to put this in also, just because we had that electric floor in the hallway, and we really wanted to use it again. Yeah, it's something that players will remember from the first one. Definitely wanted to use that in some way, so you can use that on the gecko. For people who want to try it, you can also use it on Snake. So if you have Snake stand in the hallway and you send the Mark III down here, you can electrocute Snake also. Which doesn't sound too impressive, but we had to make a motion just for that.
That's why it's taking a long time to do.
Yeah.
Sean. It took so much.
Let's try it. I never noticed it says purchase ticket from PlayStation. Maybe you can't read on PS3, yeah. Nice camo.
Put the details in there, especially for the fans.
Okay, one reason I hate this stage, nothing against personally to you, Sean, is about, the gecko.
Right.
And when you have all these dwarf geckos, you're kind of like trying to sneak through.
Right.
And not even get spotted by the geckos nor the dwarf geckos. And, once you get spotted, you're like hammered.
Yeah. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, tell me what's in this stage, how do you do it?
Well, in this stage, of course, at the end, after you finish talking to Otacon and restoring the power to the stage, you come back up the elevator, and there's a gecko that follows you up.
Yeah.
You're supposed to distract the gecko while Otacon opens the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But there's actually a faster way to get through it, and that is just to destroy the gecko. And so this applies to all the gecko in the game. The weakness is their leg, right? They have very weak legs. So if you aim for the knees, you can actually bring them down. And once they're on their knees and they're on the ground, you can aim at the head. And there's a weak point right at the top of the head. If you equip your solid eye and look at it, it'll actually show you the weak point. And say, shoot here, basically. They kind of have that triangular head.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from above, it's kind of in the middle. More or less in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you shoot at that particular area, then you can very quickly take out the gecko. So even using something like your M4 custom or just any type of gun, you can quickly hit the legs and then hit the head right after that, and you can take them down pretty quickly.
Any other gecko episodes?
Well, there's the gecko, and then there's also, as you mentioned, the dwarf gecko.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, you hate those. I think everybody hates the dwarf gecko. But, we wanted to add some kind of personality to the stage that's different from everywhere else. And so, the idea was you have these dwarf geckos that just kind of swarm out and smother you. But, there's a way around these as well. Of course, you can just shoot at them with, rapid fire. And that works. If you're trying to sneak by them, you can also use tranquilizer rounds on the dwarf gecko as well.
Really?
But you have to aim for the arms.
The arms.
Yeah, if you hit that orb part in the center, they'll just, realize you're there. You get found. But if you aim very carefully and hit the arms, you can actually incapacitate them.
I always got the feeling that the dwarf geckos are much more, smarter than normal guards and things like that. Just a feeling.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're mechanical, so they follow, set routes and like patterns because they're supposed to be a machine. But the thing is, they're very sensitive. They have very good hearing, especially. So you really have to walk slowly while you're around them. If you run by, they'll hear you running. They'll come after you. So. Yeah, I think, the key is just to kind of walk slowly, use your tranquilizer guns to get past, particularly challenging areas.
Yeah.
And then also, of course, if you have chaff, you can use a chaff grenade. And that makes things really, really easy.
Well, at the really end of the game, I really kind of gave up and I just ran through the dwarf geckos. Someone told me this technique, just run through it.
Right.
Just dive and run through it.
Well, that works.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, because, you wanna head to the next... cutscene or whatever, or the next stage. I just kind of ran through everyone. But anyways, okay.
Yeah. But if you do fight them though, there is a reward that you can get for taking them out, and you can get a very rare weapon from these dwarf geckos.
Oh, really?
If you destroy enough of them, they'll drop a DE, which is the handgun.
Yeah.
It's a really good handgun.
Yeah.
It's a very rare handgun.
Yeah.
And the only enemies that drop them are these dwarf geckos.
I see.
All right, so anyway, from this room now, let's head to the west, and we'll go through this other lab section. So head to the west, and then you'll see a door on the south. So head through that door. And here you'll actually get a call from Otacon, and he's kind of reminiscing on the room, talking about the damage that you did to the control panel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to talk about that?
Everything looks
that
exactly
was actually
like
left
I
in
remember
intentionally,
it.
though.
Really?
Except for that wall way in back.
We were talking about this demo
I still
sequence
can't
when
believe how
Otacon
much
comes up,
damage you
and then
caused.
he kind of has this habit of how do you say it?
He's kind of pushing his glasses up with his finger.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have his glasses
Right,
anymore.
right.
So I asked Sean, was this deliberately made? And the producer, Kim made a funny face, saying maybe it was kind of. It's not a bug, is it?
No.
Okay,
it's
okay.
not. It's not.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's something that a lot of people had issues with. Also, they said, "Is that right?" Because he doesn't have glasses, but yes, that was intentional. If anybody who wears glasses, I think they can attest to it. If suddenly you just switch to contacts and you've been wearing glasses all your life, you probably will.
Okay.
Yeah, well, no watch, and then you
look at the watch.
Keep on,
Look at the wrist. Your wrist.
Right.
Sometime.
Okay.
That's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it slipped through the thousands of checking.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. Not a bug. Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay, we're in this room. I remember all these papers and things like that.
So let's just head to the south of the room, and at the very southern end of the room, you'll find an item, and this is the Metal Gear 20 Years History, Part 2. So people who want to relive the music of the Metal Gear series, it's kind of a medley of all the Metal Gear series music strung together in an orchestra format, which is really cool. Okay, so next what we want to do is crawl under this desk at the south end of the room. And head to the east.
The East Hall.
Yeah, you'll find yourself in a hallway.
With the electrifying, this is the electrifying floor, right?
Right. One thing to point out though, on the left here also, if you go to the farthest room on the north, nearest the elevator, people who played the first one, they may remember there's like a Moai statue in the room.
Moai statue?
Moai statue.
Do you know that?
No.
No?
No. Moai statue?
Yeah.
Do you know Moai statue?
If you head to the north, you just head to the glass door, number 1.
Room number 1,
Room number 1.
Yeah.
And look in there. You'll see that Moai head from Radius.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Konami's kind of icon.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's still there. And we actually paid a lot of close attention to that while we were making this. So all the rooms, have the same type of items in them. Anyway, so from this point, backtrack and head to the east. You'll head through this doorway and head into this hallway where you hear a flashback with Ninja, right? From the Ninja sequence in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, the corridor, with the hall with all the blood and there's a lot of dead bodies.
Right. So we're just going to head through here and head to Otacon's room. But stop right before you enter the room and actually end here for this session. Because once you enter Otacon's room, there'll be a long cutscene. But we would like to talk about some other things in this stage. People may not realize it. When you are in the cutscene, Otacon asks you to input, the passcode for, the computer. And there's actually several codes that you can put in that aren't actually the correct code. But they'll give you some special bonuses.
Cool.
So I think we'll go ahead and explain those codes.
Okay. Name one.
Okay, so the first one is 78925. And that'll give you the old LA 2040 music.
Ooh.
So where's that from, Ken?
Policenauts, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Policenauts. There is the Policenauts poster in the room
Yeah.
also. So, I think a lot of people at least kind of heard of Policenauts, even if they haven't played it.
I think a lot of Kojima fans know about Policenauts and Snatcher in general anyways.
Yeah, Snatcher and Policenauts,
And then, well, one more code is another Policenauts song, and that is 13462. People who want to hear the ending song from Policenauts, 13462 is the code for that.
Wow. Well, what happens? I didn't try this. The tune goes on?
You basically get the iPod track.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So you input this code, and then after the cutscene ends, it returns you to the game, and then you get a message at the bottom of the screen saying that you got that iPod track.
Okay,
So then after that, you can go ahead and start up your iPod and listen to it.
Cool.
But one thing to point out is that if you put in these codes, it's actually the wrong code.
Yeah.
So, Otacon will tell you, oh, Snake, you're getting old, you don't remember, and this kind of thing. And, of course, Snake his feelings will be hurt. And his sight gauge will go down. But, there is actually like a little trick you can do to regain some psych during these cutscenes. Because there are several places where your sight gauge will decrease during the cutscene.
Yeah.
But if you rapidly press, the circle button, you can actually regenerate some of that psych.
Oh, okay.
And the C circle
Does this
because
apply to every?
the Japanese version.
So every cutscene where you
like when
see-
Sunny kind of says, "Don't smoke in here," and you're like,
Right.
You could still tap.
Yeah. So whenever you see the sight gauge start to go down, just start tapping really quick, and you can fight it.
I didn't know this really. I'm really the first time I played MGS4, no one told me anything. Even Otacon was not programmed to give hints. So
even Otacon wouldn't help you.
Yeah, it was one of the most
pop up the screen, but he doesn't talk.
Yeah, he doesn't talk, and or he talks about some other things, right?
Yeah.
The program's all screwed up. So that's my first impression. I'm doing my 4th at home recently, very slowly.
Cool. So you have time to properly explore and enjoy everything.
I'm more relaxed because I know what happens.
Right.
But when it's the first time, I really enjoyed the first time experience. So I missed a lot of things, like we're explaining in the Integral podcast, like this is the detail, that thing. And I think a lot of listeners are same with me, even though they kind of seem to explore everything. What you tell, guys, Ken and Sean, talks on this show, is probably 80% of the people kind of, oh, I didn't know that thing.
Yeah.
If people zip through the game.
Yeah, so definitely, it pays to replay the game.
Yeah.
And actually, for these 2 particular items, you need to replay the game to get both of them, because you can only get one at a time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
During that cutscene, you can only put in one code.
Yes.
So you'll have to get one or the other for these soundtracks. So for people who want to collect all the iPod tracks,
Wow.
They actually have to play through more than once.
I never even thought about trying to collect all these.
Well, there are people who do.
That's why it's taking a long time
I'm
to
a
do the
Luke.
testing and, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a lukewarm player, I say.
Yeah, and of course we had to debug all of this. You know, like we had to play it through over and over and make sure like
Cool.
all the flags were set. And, yeah. So
Okay.
hopefully people will appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and, you know, one more code just to throw out there. This is something for people who want to have a little bit of help in the game. You know, you can get some extra Drebin points from this password segment also. And the code for that is 14893. And you'll actually get like 100,000 Drebin points from that. So that's a huge bonus.
Yeah.
So for people who want to get that, that's something they can do. If they think they need a little extra help and they want to buy some rare weapons.
All right.
Okay, so then one other thing, you know, we mentioned the Police Nuts poster in the room also. And people will remember from the last stage, we pointed out that you could take, you know, pictures of the ghosts in the stage. And this is actually a really good ghost to take a picture of because this is where you can take Hideo Kojima's picture, you know, in ghost form. He's right next to the Police Nuts poster on the left. So for people next to the Police Nuts poster on the left. So for people who want to collect all of the ghostly images throughout Shadow Moses, you can get Director Kojima's picture here.
Yes, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Hideo's ghost picture. He has really weird ideas, which is really fun for the fans.
Yeah.
Really weird ideas. Okay.
Okay, and one other thing, you know, after you watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility, as we touched on in the last episode, if you return back to the tank
That's too
hangar
far.
and go up to the second floor catwalk,
Yeah.
you'll remember that there was that room that we couldn't get into last time.
Oh, because it's locked.
Right.
Or the power is.
Right,
gone.
right.
Yeah.
But you know, it's kind of locked and you can't get in. But this time, you know, you restore the power and you know, the computer system's back up, and Otacon disables all the security, so you can go back there and pick up an iPod track in that room.
Wow.
So people who want to backtrack can go ahead and grab that.
Okay. You know, I know the geckos have these voices, and these are supposed to be the very calm of cicadas and cows and the moose and things like that.
Right.
And I heard from Hideo at the very beginning of the development when he was thinking about these geckos. He wanted to make, you know, he has always this golden rule of keeping the tension, tightening it, loosening it, and tightening it so that the overall tension is really tight.
Right.
So he told me that for these geckos, even they look so kind of like, you know, when you first look at them, they're almost like disgusting, right? Because they're like, you don't know if they're mechanic or animals or, you know.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, they're very creepy. But he said he wanted to create this sound where people kind of, you know, just forget that they're in the war zone or in a battle. And all these cicadas and the you know, cow sounds supposed to bring you the, how do you say, relaxing mood.
Right.
And these are really, really, you know, nasty guys, the geckos.
Yeah.
And when you're in this relaxing mood, they're really trying to kill you. Is that true? Was that deliberately made that way?
It was, but you know, I think it's also, you know, it's just a really creepy sound, you know, because it's kind of like, you know, you're up against nature. It's kind of like this wild beast, right? You know, and you know, it's not like you said, you know, it's mechanical, but it's organic, and it's kind of scary because you know it's mooing at you like, you know, making these weird sounds, and you know, so it's definitely something that doesn't feel manufactured like a robot.
Sean, that kind of wraps up this session of Shadow Moses. Did you talk everything you wanted? I mean, it's your...
There's a lot to talk about, but I don't think we have time for that. You know, we only have about half an hour.
We just want to just tell everyone that we cut like 3 hours of recording session.
Yeah.
Sean went on and on about his...
Well, you know, he has so much memory and some like good stuff. And
you spent how many years on this?
About 2 years.
2 years, but you know, 2 years, but
times 24 hours times
times 24 hours times like 7 days a week or something.
Okay. Well, I hate to really cut it, Sean, but we got to go on to our next stage, which is the last stage.
Right. So we'll be moving on to Haven.
Yes.
Yeah. Finally, last stage. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
That's sad.
Yeah, because our Integral podcast program is kind of coming to a finale as well.
Yep.
But I think, well, I guess people will play on and on listening to this podcast whenever they feel like it. For the final, we're going to have probably maybe call a guest or something, you know, to join, to give us more color details.
Yeah, maybe we should, call somebody.
Because the producer doesn't remember anything.
I'm sorry.
And I'm so lukewarm. And Sean's the only guy who can really guide us, so we need some guests. So Ken's gonna bring maybe a guest.
Yeah.
If possible.
I think so. Well, we have some people, you know, who wanted to join this Integral podcast.
Right.
So Sean, where's our next meeting point?
So we'll pick up at Haven right after you finish launching onto the ship, and you should be on the ship Bow. That's the name of the stage. So just go ahead and save after that cutscene ends, and we'll pick up from there and guide you through Haven.
Great. Okay, well, once again, thanks Sean, and thanks Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope we'll meet soon, and it's our final stage that we're going to introduce, which is the Haven. So make sure you play. Well, make sure you play
Be
Shadow
sure
Moses,
your
not,
ass.
you know, just for sake of, you know, Sean.
Yeah.
So play as much as you can in Shadow Moses. Find everything you can, and then we'll meet you in a couple of weeks.
Yep, sounds good.
Well, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
But I probably won't do the Haven one because it's kind of a stupid one. They just try to backseat you into how to do it properly, but they suck, so I don't know.
Hold on. I want to check security. Snake, that password I told you before, you remember it, right? Because I completely forgot. Can you punch it in for me? It's a 5-digit number.
Make Snake happy for once. Wait, I fucked it up.
Nice job. At least your memory hasn't gone bad.
Pretty sure I just destroyed all these computers in MGS1, but okay. Pretty sure we destroyed Rex in MGS1 too.
This is the room where we first met, huh?
Yep.
His stain still there.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it?
Yeah, it's consistently dog shit.
I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
It's pretty consistent in a way.
I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did.
Nah, there's some good moments in MGS4. It's not as bad. There's a game that's consistent dog shit.
Naomi hated them for what they did to Frank's body. But it was me that crippled him.
Kojima just fucking loses his marbles for a couple of the briefings. And the end of Act 5 and yeah, and Act 4 and Act 3. Wait, it's most things.
I helped develop Rex. That's why
Can you blame the guy? They threatened to burn his house down if it didn't come up with some bullshit
using us to atone for her sins.
for this game.
So what? What did she do to us?
You forgot already? She betrayed you. She stole your blood.
If that was all, it should have been over and done with in South America. Why'd she join us afterward?
Well,
She has us come rescue her, and then she turns around and goes straight back to Liquid. Why would she do that?
I don't know, Snake. But it looks like she's still
She
with
stole
him.
some of Ottokun's bodily fluids too. Yep.
I just had a look at the security access logs. As I thought, there's people coming and going at frequent intervals. In fact, the record shows some recent activity.
MG6 plot. Ottokun's clones are born
It's an image
from
taken
Naomi.
a few hours ago by a surveillance camera up ahead.
From Naomi's DNA extraction.
Naomi.
And Vamp.
The Beauty and the Beast.
They've been through here. And from what we've gleaned from the security records, it can only mean one thing. They're headed for Rex's old underground hangar. I finished rebooting security and released the locks. The door on the first floor ought to open for you now.
Amazing. Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
Yep. It's been 9 years. All you really have to do is reinterpret the old technology in terms of the new. Getting old isn't all that bad, you know.
The original
Let's
9
get going,
years. The original 9 years meme in the series. Yeah.
I
Not
finished
those 9
unlocking
years.
the door on the first floor. It should open now.
Let's take a look at the ghost that we're talking about. It's not just developers. Oh, god damn it. Puke on the Twin Snakes voice. Let's puke on the piss stain.
Great box. Colonel, that ninja is great box. Ridiculous. You yourself in Zanzibar land.
Yes, he should have been killed, but he's still alive.
Yes, I should have been awake,
They were using
but
a
I'm still
soldier for their
asleep.
gene therapy experiments.
How long are you gonna stay in there? Huh? Are you one of them? No,
There he
I'm
is.
not. I always work alone. Alone?
Oh, that's such an ugly picture of Kojima, what the fuck? So on top of recognizing Twin Snakes' voices with the flashbacks, at least in the English version, this game also recognizes it in a couple different ways. One of them being the Police Knots poster is covered up by the Xeno the Enders poster that's here instead. in Twin Snakes, where they have both. Like, yeah, MGS1, but also Twin Snakes. Yeah. But yeah, the ghosts are not just developers. I'm pretty sure there's a ghost of the President Baker's ghost here. But it's characters as well. There he is. It'd be cool if shooting them actually did something. And there's no console here, come on. They can have a PS3 and a PSP, but not a PS1 in this game. That would have been perfect. I guess maybe for some more Twin Snakes mix-up nonsense. And it's actually really sad, because they have plenty of Sony product placement. Sony's PS3 and PSP, and they should have really put a PS1 here, since we're, come on. Who gives a shit about Twin Snakes? Okay, about the GameCube, shut the fuck up. Maybe Otacon took the PS1 with him, yeah. Or is there some porn in here as well? Damn. Some frame drops in this area. I hope we can still get the call about the jelly beans in the other area.
The door on the first floor. The door on the.
Come on, don't be an asshole.
The door on the first.
Oh, that's weird.
The door on the first.
I guess the call only works on the way in, not the way out.
The door on the first floor.
Door on the first floor. Okay.
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
Your psych is looking good right now. Nothing to worry about so far as I can see.
Good.
Eating replenishes more than just your stamina. It also helps your psych gauge recover.
I guess Dog already did that call, actually.
Military
This is the repeated version of it, incidentally.
How much soldiers get fed, not to mention how well, has a direct effect on morale.
Dog already did the call, right? So this is just the repeated version of it. Doesn't have
an army could travel in a day was limited
Campbell,
to the
I
distance
think.
from one supply point to the next.
Let's
the
see.
quality of the food is a major factor too. During World War II, American battleships housed vending machines that were stocked with cigarettes, soft drinks,
Does
and
anybody
ice
know
cream.
if Dog did the
They
call
called them
about
Gedunk bars.
about
the phrase is still used by
food
sailors
here?
and Marines today.
Ice cream. Tasty.
Maybe not. This nigga is talking.
Apparently, they even built special floating ice cream factories.
I think that repeats
capable
too.
of producing 5,000 gallons of ice cream an hour to feed.
Oops. Oh well.
Rose here. You've got
If
plenty of
if
sun.
Campbell
You
is
should be in
here,
good
then
shape to complete the mission.
All right then.
Snake, what's gotten in?
okay. No, okay. It's already done. Because after she talks about that stuff, there's a call about the rations. No, it's just a feature of the game itself. Oh yeah, we can also do this other thing.
Gecko! We've got Gecko!
It's far from the best thing you can do here, like they implied. But it does work. It's just kind of slow. We can electrocute. Actually, before we electrocute it, let's do some more messing around with it, because it actually destroys a bit of the environment. If you get spotted, run this way. The gecko will destroy the doorway. And it also crashes in this one. Oh shit. Oh well. Now there's not much point in electrocuting electrifying the floor, because it's not on the floor, but should go back eventually. It's shitting all over the place. Come on, go back. There you go. What the hell was barely in for? There's all the brass here, but not the green poop that the geckos let out, and they think, at least, that they captured an area. So they're like dismissed. That's what the green shit coming out of the geckos is.
Okay, Snake. The path is clear. Head for the first floor.
Come on, did we really miss out on those 2 calls here?
Snake, hurry to
Damn. Oh well, because of the podcast, I guess. I got distracted. I should have paused it.
Snake, hurry.
No jelly beans call.
Snake.
Oh well. Yeah, it's basically when they think it's clear. You can see it happen when they lose Snake in the very first cutscene, where the Octocam is introduced. Oh wow, there's stuff still falling off of the walls here. Nice. I'm killing the frame rate though. The particles, really? That's too much. But yeah, that's cool. You can kind of fuck this area up a little bit.
Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III.
You could just fucking shoot her in the head with the 50 caliber, but it's funnier to bully the gecko a little bit.
You'll have to distract the gecko so they don't.
Shut up. Like they were saying in the podcast, you can actually destroy the geckos with any weapon. You shoot their legs, preferably with tranquilizer, where other weapons work, and the drum also works. With the drum, they don't stay down very long though. I fell at a bad angle. Shit. I'm just gonna shoot him in that spot. Put him down with a tranquilizer, it will stay down much longer. One of the glitchiest things in the game is the gecko's legs when they're down like this. Yeah, it is some weird shit. she teleports you around like that. Whoa. Holy crap! Yeah, we just teleported all the way there. Well, at least the chapter install is gone now.
Okay, Snake, it's open now.
I'll probably end up using the bandana for the next fight. Because his stun grenades or the grenade launcher are so precious, you can't buy them. Yeah, we should definitely save. Although since I reverted back to the older emulator version, might be okay now. You'd think they would improve the stability with newer versions, but nope.
The comm towers. This is where you fought Liquid's Hind D.
That was a tough scrape.
But you still managed to shoot down his gunship. Up till then, I'd heard that even with a man-pads, going one-on-one against an attack chopper was an act of suicide. I thought only Hollywood action stars did that kind of thing, but you made it look easy.
I just told you, it wasn't that easy.
Really? But you were all like, oh, I had to take out that helicopter. Real cool. Like it was nothing.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get going. We got a long way to go to Rex's hangar.
Yeah, you're right, Snake.
I've been trying to make sense of how the trucks would have possibly gone through here. Because the truck is still there. But where the fuck is it? Oh yeah, it's over there. See, that's the truck that would go through this door when you fast travel in MGS1, but with the layout it's in right now. Oh, maybe through here. Doesn't really work. Well, yeah, when you're fast traveling in MGS1, you're going through that same door. Theoretically speaking, yeah. It's the layout of the base.
Naomi's headed for Rex's hangar. We have to get there quick. Head north. Don't bother going into the comm towers. Go around them. Naomi's headed for Rex's hangar.
Sedge.
This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a sight check.
Your sight could look a lot better than this.
I'll keep that in mind.
Speaking of food, Snake.
Oh, there's a ration call with Campbell. Did Dog not do these?
Have you ever eaten rations from a country other than the U.S.?
Or maybe they repeat.
The UN recently held a ration swap meet between military attachés from each member state. It was a momentous development in the cultivation of mutual understanding of other countries' cuisine.
Roy, this isn't really the time.
On the contrary, I want you to hear this too, Rose.
I've already heard it 100.
You'll survive. Anyway, Snake, I did a taste test and found that French rations were generally the best. The Italians weren't bad either. And the Japanese stuff was much better than I expected.
Really? That's wonderful.
But everyone seemed to agree that the worst rations of all were ours. America for the win.
All right. So what's your point?
Yep, it must be nice to live in a country that knows how to cook. Those French rations, délicieux. I wish you could have been there to try some, Snake. And, you too, Rose.
Colonel, what exactly are you?
Some of the best food I'd ever tasted, Rose.
I'm sorry, Snake. Ever since he went to that swap meet, it's all he can talk about. You think he'd never had a decent meal in his life.
No kidding. Wait a minute. Rose, who does the cooking at your house?
Me. Roy doesn't... What are you getting at?
Nothing. Never mind. Colonel. My sympathies.
It's appreciated, Snake.
I actually like those American rations.
So, was anybody not around when, earlier, like in Act 2 when Rose is introduced? That's usually when we do those calls. Maybe Doug forgot to do them, or maybe they repeat. I don't know. I'd like to know if anybody was around. But yeah, again, Rose's cooking is terrible. The only thing that stayed consistent between MGS2 and 4. Okay. Okay, so maybe... Yeah, I don't think they're done in this save. Because they shouldn't repeat like that. If you have the face camo, there's still a little tuft of hair that comes out of Snake's back of his head, yeah, when you have the Octo camo on. That would show up. In MGO2 they removed that. When you play a Snake and you put on the face camo, he doesn't have the hair coming out of it. Probably for that exact reason, so that people can't see it. Yeah, it's one of the little differences between single player and MGO. I haven't seen that in such a long time. I never use the face camo for camo index. You don't really need it. But yeah, it's a tiny, tiny little detail that's different there. If you put this on, it still has the hair coming out. Yeah, that's not there in MGO. It's like a perfect seal. But that's what you would see in that screen. Let's see. Let's do some calls, but then we're gonna cheese her. Cheese. Smoke grenades. I can just use regular stun grenades, I guess. I don't want to mess with the bandana grenade launcher. save again. Now I'm getting paranoid. Yeah, it's like a shittier version of the end. But in MGS1 setting, MGS2 weapons, MGS3 emotions, Beauty and the Beast, all have those. Generally speaking. Nap time.
Otacon! She seems to know exactly where I am, even in this damn whiteout. What the hell is going on?
Infrared, maybe? No, you're wearing octo camo. It wouldn't be able to read you. Snake, do you see a pattern in her attacks? Anything that gives you a hint?
Right. Now that I think about it, her attacks have been coming from downwind.
Which means?
Damn! She can smell me.
Amazing! Tracking you in this wind, just by your scent?
A St. Bernard can find and rescue a lost hiker in the middle of a blizzard in the Alps. If that beast has no olfactory sensor as keen as a dog's, it's not out of the question.
Then what do we do? Octo camo doesn't do anything to mask your scent.
All I can do is try and guess where that thing's going to be.
Just fart, Snake.
Can you do it?
Either I do, or I don't.
Okay then. Good luck, Snake. This beast has 4 legs, and it's accompanied by an escort unit wearing powered suits. Watch out for their attacks, Snake!
Yeah, if you do it non-lethally, you get the dolls, and then when you have all of those, you unlock the solar gun.
Damn it,
and New Game Plus.
It's mowing those trees down in one shot. What the hell is that beast using?
All that power, but still small enough for the beast to carry. And that noise it makes when it charges. Snake, do you remember the weapon Fortune had?
A railgun. We come here to keep them from stealing a railgun, and here they are using one against us.
I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it seems like something's behind this. Maybe it's just fate.
Conspiratorial.
Never mind. You've got to tame that beast.
You're right, Otacon. Let's do this.
Snake, the enemy is coordinating their attacks against you. Don't get too focused on one.
Yeah.
The beast is crying. In psychology, crying is thought of as a way to freely express and release feelings. That beast cries and cries without stopping. There must be some immense sadness in her, the stress of which is tormenting her mentally and physically.
Oh, you're seeing something, Rose?
The only way
What?
she can deal with it. The blizzard outside is as bad as ever, Snake. The cold places your body under intense stress and wears away at your psyche. Finding a place to take shelter should prevent your gauge from draining. Keep an eye out for something like that and use it to your advantage. The blizzard outside...
Not half like it. Let's see if we got a decent starting spot. Oh no, there she is. You can see her tail. It's a bad one, but whatever. We'll work with it. I wonder, maybe I can do it from here. I've never tried doing over the fence, but maybe. That's big of a long shot. Oh, she fucking moved. Okay, no, that's a frog. Hold on, maybe we can do it underhand throws over the fence. I never tried that, but maybe. Oh shit, it might work. Holy shit, it works. You just have to do low throws. What would we do without pressure sensitivity, man? I have never done. Okay, that spot works if you do it a little differently. Nice. Hey, what's up, dude? I saw your email. I'll get back to you on that. I really have to go through it. And I got nothing else going on.
Go away. Don't come any closer.
It was pretty satisfying during the fight that way. Because I've never done it before, I guess.
Forgive me. I'm sorry. You can cry if you want. Cry if you need to.
What the hell did it say on her hand? Now that we're 1080p, we can actually read it.
I don't need tears anymore.
I think I remember reading what's on the back.
Cried myself dry.
Kind of like the cramp stamp. But I don't know what about the hands.
So cry.
You might get buried in snow though when she goes on all fours. Maybe you'll have to wait for the white area.
We'll be there to listen.
Let's see if she also spins in place. Get down, get down. Sag. So sag. Yeah, it's way harder to glitch him on emulator for some reason. It does it better than the PS3. However, it's handling their movement and they're down like that, yeah. Yeah, with the camera we can make him stay still, but they don't do it here. They only do it in the wide void area. If you equip the camera here, it doesn't do anything, I think. Yeah. Nah, we'll just wait. Yeah, she's spinning in place. It's almost impossible to glitch him that way. So we'll just wait until the area change.
Each of the beauties has reached for your embrace, and I'll bet this one is no different. Snake, you can't let her get close
Yeah,
to
we
you.
dicked all of
Stay
them.
away.
Snake, she's just like the others. Don't let her get close.
Why are they telling me that?
Snake.
Each of the beauties stay.
Oh, I'm good.
Cry. Cry.
The power walk. Oh, nice timing. Alright, let's see if it works now. Also, sound design in here. Thank you, Kojima. Once again. What the hell? This area is capped at 30 FPS? What? Oh, that. Oh, fuck. Is that why? Maybe it's something off with the emulator. I never noticed before, but now it's... Okay, so when in this white void area, it's capped at 30. But, hold on, let me double check something. My settings are... Yeah, that's weird. It's 60. But this area, maybe the game does something to go to 30. Maybe that's why it works here. It's not the location, it's the frame rate. Let's see if it even works. It's weird because it's empty. Why would it be capped at 30? Yeah. It's a pain in the ass to get her to do it. Come on. I wonder if it's also like that on PS3. Yeah. Yeah, now she's not spinning around. That's a frame rate thing. I'll have to fuck around and see if I can get it to unlock here as well, but it's weird. Well then. I'll just make a backup of this one. Fucking sound effects, man. I think that's someone's fetish. I'm pretty sure this is somebody's fetish out there. I don't usually deal with crying wolf because their fucking cry is so long when you do that. The others like scream for a little bit or something. But she goes on crying for an hour when you do that. Oh, you gotta wait for the time to run out.
Did you like it?
That's tasty.
Yo, Snake. I finished laundering that rail gun you picked up just now. Knock yourself out. It's on the house.
Thanks.
Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about crying wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment. When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, And on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as Crying Wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you. You ought to be proud. 3 down, 1 to go. All that's left is Mantis. But you should know, Snake, she's been controlling all the other beasts. She's the beast of beasts. Don't let her get her hooks in you.
I won't.
See you around, Snake.
Welcome home, Wolf.
Snake?
Oh, Rose. It's you.
I'm glad to see you're safe. You're not hurt too seriously, are you?
No. I'll live.
I was listening in on the B&B's stories too. It's heartbreaking.
Those things happen every day on the battlefield. But you're right. They're never easy to hear.
They've all suffered such unimaginable trauma. Hearing the cries of phantom infants in your head, facing flashbacks to uncontrollable rage. These are textbook clinical cases for us counselors.
PTSD, right?
Absolutely. I can't believe anybody would coerce them into entering battle in their state.
Just goes to show how much faith Liquid has in their combat abilities.
That's no excuse. No CSP member, no one with even a shred of conscience for that matter, would ever treat another human being like that.
Conscience? Liquid? Listen, lady.
It's more than just a matter of conscience.
What a load of bullshit.
Without the proper treatment, their symptoms will worsen, eventually leaving them unfit for combat entirely. And that can't be good for their commanding officer.
Maybe not, but it suits me just fine.
Snake!
Look, maybe it sounds callous to you, but that's how things are out here. We're talking about survival.
Well, yes, but...
I know what you're trying to say, and your heart's in the right place.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sorry I lashed out like that.
Forget about it.
Snake, there's only one of those things left. Stay focused. The end is in sight.
I'll be careful.
Hear that, Snake?
Yeah. The wolf dogs.
Her family. It must be tough for them in this environment with all the people gone.
Wolf dogs aren't like other dogs. They're closer to wolves in nature. Happier living in the wild than being kept as pets. Even more so now that they're guarding the grave of a loved one.
You sure about that?
Trust me. I used to live with dogs just like these. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, if you say so.
Unfortunately, we can't exactly pet the dogs. But I wonder if Otacon gets pissed if I put him to sleep too. Alright, come on. Just a little nap time.
Snake, we're only halfway
Okay.
there. Let's get going.
He's okay.
The warehouse.
If we just put him to sleep. They still attack me though. No. The only way we can pet the doggos. Closest thing is waking them up. Pet the butt. Bad doggo. Yeah, Otacun's pissed.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
And so if we go in here, we may not cross this line. Sorry. If we're on the other side, Otacun's fine. Wait, no, I guess we're too far. On the other side. Where does it change?
The blast furnace
There you
is
go.
just below. Keep going down. The
So this is
stairs
fine.
in back lead to the blast furnace.
This is not.
Oh. The blast furnace is just below. Oh.
Interesting how that works. That. Nice. It's a good place to showcase his move too. When you get knocked out like that or knocked back like that, you press triangle. Snake will recover in a roll, going backwards. Such an obscure thing. I still forget about it like 90% of the time. Even when I get attacked, you gotta remember to do it. What if it works forward? Oh, it does. Nice. Ooh, we have forward rolling too. Nice. Wow, they really don't do that much damage. But it's a good place to fuck around with this. Sideways? Yeah, I don't know. Nah, it still pushes you backwards, it seems. Yeah, or forward. Oh Jesus, twin snakes, voices. Shit.
What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
Make it through this. I'll tell you.
You go.
Okay. I'll be searching soon.
And there's a side roll if you want to dodge. But it is. But not to get attacked and recover from the fall. You can't DRK me. I mean, technically I'm always there, right? We're just puking on Twin Snake's voice acting. What's new? Nice.
Go on living and don't give up on people.
Oh shit. They're all the way here now. I don't remember there's a way to make the dogs happy again. What happens if you just leave the game running for a month? Then you'll have 740 something hours on your game time. If you get a checkpoint. If you don't, you waste all that time.
Liquid hell. Liquid.
Still. Shit, I don't remember there's a way to make him go back. Probably save and reload. Or maybe he's just saying that about the Twin Snake's voices. It would explain everything.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc.
Are we though?
Dual layered too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon. Get a grip.
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
You don't want to know what's next. Oh, wait, we're on Windows PC. It's an SSD. NVMe too. No need to swap. Let's go to my favorite MGS1 area. The casting facility with the elevator and the fucking lava. Okay. Fucking stupid.
Snake, go down to the casting and rolling facilities below. Use the elevator in the northwest corner.
But feels really nostalgic when you have fucking Twin Snake's voices in an area that never existed. And MGS1, it's very nostalgic, I gotta say. Maybe this is part of what they were talking about. They were trying to make it more action-packed at first. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Yeah, fuck, let's just go. B5. Ooh, this is gonna require a lot of puke.
I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter. What
She
about
might
her?
be asleep.
She might be a spy. To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Put me to sleep. Is that all you cared about?
The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
Great Fox.
You killed my benefactor. my brother home a cripple.
I vowed revenge and joined the Sleep Hound.
But I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
I vowed.
Maybe she made another virus other than Fox Die. Fox Sleep. You've been infected with Fox Sleep as a part of this remake. Hey, Shizzle, 126 months. Man, thank you so much. Wait, what? You can regain. Oh well, fuck it. You can shoot the dwarf geckos in the arms. Just stun them for a second with the tranquilizer.
The rolling facility is a long, narrow space that stretches south to north. The southern half houses the rollers, while the northern half is used to cool the finished steel sheets. The drainage duct lies beyond that. Head for that drainage duct. Careful, Snake. This place is crawling with gecko and dwarf gecko.
It must have been Vamp who sealed the blast furnace door.
How do you figure?
No one ever comes down here, and yet there's gecko everywhere. He must have figured if I couldn't get the door open, I'd come down here. That freak set up a kill zone just for me.
Figures. Snake, don't let him get to you. You've got to get through there alive.
What?
Hi, this is Rose.
I need an update on my psych.
Your psych is starting to slip a little. Are you alright?
I'll be fine.
Snake, you're a smoker, aren't you?
Not this again.
Just hear me out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want someone smoking in front of my kids, of course, but from a stress management perspective, smoking is obviously an effective relaxation measure for people like you. It actually raised your psych, didn't it?
Yeah.
But even so, I'm not going to downplay its effects on your health. Your life gauge actually went down, didn't it? And the smell of tobacco can attract the enemy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Think carefully before lighting up, Snake. I'll leave it at that.
Did she say something there? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so that's what cigarettes do. Life down, psyche up. There's a way to make them even more OP though. If we wear the metal camo, which reduces all damage, it also reduces the cigarette's damage. So you get that psyche up for very little health cost. So, yep. So remember, if you want to smoke, just wear some body armor, and that will prevent the damage. Or reduce the damage in half. You can smoke twice as much if you're wearing body armor. Of course. Fuck. What save is this? Do we have Snake Eater on this? Probably not.
Metal Gear Solid 4.
Shut up!
Go
back,
Gear
go
Solid
back.
4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo. It's the world.
Oh, we do have Snake Eater. Nice. So it's a save with all the emblems. One of the effects of Snake Eater is that it makes you regenerate health way quicker. Nice. We're gonna fuck around with Vamp a little bit, so I'll be needing some health items. That should be enough. Yeah, shut up. We'll do without the fucking Raven Twin Snakes flashback.
Rex is just up ahead, Snake. But you know that by now, don't you? This is it. Be careful in there.
Zoom.
The hangar's
Zoom.
just up ahead. Keep heading north.
What's up, Snake?
Got an update for me?
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psych. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Snake, you should be careful about how much weight you're carrying.
I'm good.
Rex is on the floor above you. Use the lift. Hop on, Snake. I'll send her up. Rex. Look, the railgun's been removed. Liquid doesn't need the whole Rex to launch his nuke. He only needs the railgun.
Damn it. Has it already been shipped?
Hang on, I'll check.
I'm afraid so. Unfortunately for you, the railgun is no longer here.
Naomi.
This place will be your grave, as my queen wishes. The suicide gecko are on their way. Soon, there'll be nothing left of this place.
We've been had. Rodigon.
Snake, I think I might be able to get it working. I just need some time.
Hurry!
I'll leave the rest to you.
Naomi!
Excellent. You'll amuse me until they arrive.
Those dog tags, dude. The dog tags have an erection. Oh well. Whoops. Alright, so we got the solar gun.
I'll take care of Rex. You take Vamp. Kill that.
Okay.
Yes! You.
I guess that's the one thing I use a face cam for. So the solar gun takes him out in one hit. because it's sunlight made for vampires, right? So after he goes down the first time, Vamp becomes affected by Camo Index. Doesn't know where you are anymore. I'll fuck around with him a little bit. Let's see. What else?
Over there. Vanished.
He has some pretty weird animations. You don't usually get to see. What is he doing now?
Vanished. There
He doesn't fucking know where I am.
Vanished. There you vanished. Over there. Vanished. Vanished. Over there.
That's just so funny the way he does that.
Vanished. There you
I really want to hit him in the face with a magazine. Where the fuck is he going?
vanished. That's where you are.
It's like a bad MGO2 match.
Vanished. There you
Maybe he'll stop to appreciate this. Nah, he doesn't care.
vanished. There you are.
Ah, fuck. 85 was too low for that. Hold on. Where did I put it?
Time to finish.
Get back down. This fight is too hard.
Make him pay, Snake! Do it for me! For Emma! Do whatever it takes! Just make sure he stays down this time! Get Naomi back for me! Please!
That's all he's thinking about.
Do whatever it takes!
Get Naomi back. Bro. Somebody should tell him what Naomi's been up to with Vamp. Oh fuck, he really saw me this time. Oh fuck. Let's see, maybe smoke. Does he care about the smoke? Oh, he saw me through the smoke? Okay, maybe not. Hey, let's give him a little bump, maybe. The fuck is he going? Oh shit, coming straight here. Oh well. He didn't see me. Ah, fuck. lucky shot there, okay. Ah, okay, so you can set him on fire. Doesn't do much though. Oh, this is pretty shitty camera here. Even after you touch the butt, he doesn't know.
This.
What? Okay. It's funny he noped out of there. Okay, now we're gonna put on the metal camo again. Get some of his other attacks. He has a couple attacks when you're on the floor, like this. One of them can actually be used to end the fight easily. You don't have the sword gun. He has his little dance, which he uses against Raiden in the cutscene, in Act 2. And then if we're lucky, we'll get the stab. There it is. Nope. Move out of the way. This knife gets stuck there. I don't have the syringe out. Hold on, I gotta go into my backpack.
Do whatever it takes. Just make.
Oh, the rose call, man.
Snake, I don't know much about Vamp. So
You
there's
don't
not
know
much I
much
can
about
offer you
Vamp?
by way of advice. You do have my unconditional support. Don't let him beat you, Snake.
Okay. Not like you've seen this guy before or anything. One railgun ammo. Confirmation that Rose was an AI.
What have you done?
Or MGS4 doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
You're a mere mortal, like the rest of us.
You think you have something to say about it, but okay.
Snake, look out! They're rigged to self-destruct!
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting.
You ready for this?
Sonny gave me the go-ahead.
How about it, undying man? Care to die too?
Sorry, but I can't die just yet.
Then kill me.
Snake, this one is mine. You keep those gecko at bay.
Otacon, we're gonna buy you some time.
I'll do my best.
Wait, you're a scout too, are you not? Then, let us duel with blades.
Alright, who is ready for the official soundtrack for this area? Here we go.
Those are suicide geckos. They blow up and they take us with them. You've got to keep them back. I send you data on where to aim. Put a bullet through their brains.
aiming is hard. Oh shit, that shit hurts.
Watch out!
You can come again! Hang in there, Snake! Don't give up!
I think this is the intended experience for this.
They're coming from above!
The song is perfect. Not only is the timing perfect, but it even has the sound of Snake's ass cheeks clapping. So yeah, the little additional, I'm just one reference, that wasn't enough. Snake has a whole "I can't do it" thing if you try to shoot up there. Except sometimes you can still shoot like that. Here comes the sound, the Snake's cheeks clapping. I should just do the whole fight like this.
Snake, get out of the way!
Rex.
This thing might come in handy after all.
He was never immortal. His natural healing abilities were enhanced by the nanomachines inside his body. But after so many battles, he's finally reached his limit.
Doctor, ease my pain.
Naomi. Sonny asked me to tell you something.
What is it?
I cooked them right.
see. Good for you, Sonny. You finally did it. No, I can't save you. You have to trust me, Dr. Emmer. Give this to him.
Not for revenge, but to end his suffering.
Now you can return to your true self. You can be at peace. Yes. Forgive me.
This doesn't change anything. Why?
We can't erase the past, nor can we forgive it. And so the only thing we can do is end it. Snake. Liquid's down below us. He's stolen the Patriot system, slipped out of their sight, and taken their Ark.
Ark?
A warship. Unfettered by land, law, country, or network. The only place where they are truly released from the shackles of the Patriots. The place where they can be free. Outer Haven.
Outer Haven?
Liquid plans to launch the nuke from that ship. Snake. You have been given life so that you may fulfill your purpose. When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death. We are given life only so that we can atone for our sins. Your life was created for that very purpose. We all must atone for our own sins. We must not pass them on to the next generation. We must not leave them for the future. That is your true fate. One that even you cannot defy.
Naomi!
What have you done?
Vamp and I, we are the same. We're living corpses. Our bodies kept barely alive by nanomachines.
Then you...
Cancer. I shouldn't even be alive right now. The nanomachines have kept it from progressing. But there's nothing more they can do. With the nanomachines gone, time will unfreeze and begin to flow again.
What are you saying?
Goodbye. Hell.
Don't!
Let's get moving.
Why does it always end this way?
Oh, God! Come on! Pull yourself together!
Naomi!
They're coming!
Why? Snake, you're right. I haven't lost everything yet. I've still got a job to do.
That's right. We need you.
I'm done crying. I don't have any more tears to
Yeah,
shed.
totally. For now.
We have to get out of here.
Any ideas?
Time's running short, so I'll explain as we go. Pay close attention.
I'm listening.
And Rex needs some WD-40 or something. Avengers 4 doesn't really work well if you haven't played the other games. She's gonna be confused. She's constantly referencing things.
Promise me you'll carry on. Or will.
Just step on her with Rex. Alright, we better save just in case anything happens. Yeah, she has instant pocket cancer when needed. They could have killed her off in so many other ways. No. Let's take a walk here.
Snake, I've made Rex's control manual available. Check it out before you get started.
This part is just absolute chaos. It's actually better not to shoot the geckos ahead of you because they'll explode and do damage by the time you get close. Just keep walking. Yeah, there is technically an explosion when the time is up, but if you're close enough to the exit, it doesn't happen. Kind of weird. If you're just where the loading zone is here, you wait here, nothing happens with the timer. If you're a little farther back, it does give you a game over, but yeah. I'm kind of wondering if it's supposed to mirror the timer at the end of Avengers 1. You know, that 10-minute timer that you have for the escape at the very end. When that timer is up, nothing happens also. But, I don't know. It's going weird. In that case, it makes sense because the bombing run never happens in MGS1. But this is the geckos blowing themselves up. It does happen. Also, there's a little spoiler here. Wait, what? You can taunt during the Rex versus Ray fight, but you can already do it here with Triangle. And then there's a similar mechanic during the fist fight at the end. In that case, it's actually useful because it heals you a lot. Yeah, I wonder how close you have to be for the timer to stop working. It definitely work when you see the black bars here from the loading zone. Oh, they go away when you look in first person, nice. You just piss all over the place.
There's not enough power left.
Yeah.
Wait for the energy to recharge, Snake.
Oh, I never noticed that the Mark III's little arm with the camera on top is bouncing when you fire the missiles. What? Let me check the other guns. Okay, now the machine gun. It does it for the laser too. What?
30 seconds to detonation. Move. The missile launcher is empty.
That's kind of cute. I never noticed that before. Doesn't do it for the machine gun. Look at that. This is bouncing.
There's not enough power left. Wait for the energy to recharge, Snake.
Yeah.
The missile launcher is empty. Wait for it to reload.
And nothing. What if I go back now? Is it gonna blow up now? Can't go back. Yeah, nothing happened. Hold on, guys. Raiden has to do a cool pose instead of getting the fuck away. Quick, we need to get rid of Raiden for this fight. Man, they definitely feel the explosion here.
They self-destructed.
Especially Raiden. Whoops.
What's that?
Too bad it's not the Marines, Ray.
Ray!
It's not over. Not yet. Liquid. Moses. Where our fates were born.
Little tiny detail in the interface. The MGS2 font for Ray's interface. There you can see it.
And where yours ends, Snake.
But they really should have gone with the Marines Ray to give it a little bit more closure. Yeah, if you're gonna fan service, you might as well go all out. Instead, it's just a random mass-produced Ray.
Let's finish this, Snake. Ray made the design. You've got me on.
crush Ray and liquidate.
So how can Rex win against Ray? Because Street Fighter and emulators.
Got the advantage when it comes to piloting Metal Gear. After all, he's had Ray in his hands for quite some time now. But not to worry. I was Rex's lead designer, and I'm here to support you. I've installed an emulator of Rex's main CPU and DSP on Gaudi. We'll run it in parallel with Rex's processors to enable distributed processing of control tasks. It'll give us a big boost.
So the emulator is canon.
Should make Rex as fast and agile as Ray.
Well, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds good to me.
It's okay, Snake. I know you can win this.
Thanks, Otacon.
This Otakun's parallel emulator processing abilities and the Street Fighter program.
Do me a favor, Snake. Get as close to Ray as you can.
Get closer? What the hell for?
I created a special control program back when I was designing Rex. I thought it might come in handy here.
What kind of program?
Rex is armed with powerful self-defense systems.
Gross.
Missiles, laser, designed to protect it during solo ops overseas. But some of us engineers were worried about what would happen if it found itself in a close-range shootout. We got to thinking, why not use Rex's tough shell as a weapon in itself? In other words, why not make it into a street fighter? The program was completed, and we got fantastic results on a supercomputer simulation. But the project was shelved before we could make our pitch. It didn't fit in with military regulations. But I went ahead and installed the program anyway. You know, secretly.
The fuck, the emote Capcom presents.
On Gaudi's simulator, and as far as I can tell, it should still work fine.
Okay, just tell me how to use it.
The program is still in alpha, so it's low on flexibility, and only gives results in specific cases. I'll give you a signal when the conditions are right to activate it. When you see the signal, just press the action button and Ray won't even know what hit it. But first, you have to get close to Ray.
Let's do it.
All right, that's what I like to hear.
Go home and be a family man, Snake.
It stopped moving! Quick! Get close to it! Here it comes! Good job, Snake! Keep it coming!
Gotta say, this fight pretty nice, 60 FPS. Oh, nice. Just barely got the front there. Nah, I don't think it does more damage. Seems pretty normal damage.
Good job, Snake! Keep it coming!
Nice, perfect.
Where's Liquid?
Snake! Fox. Think again.
Just kidding.
Sorry, but that won't work this time. Behold! Liquid!
Now we might get a bit of an emulator moment here. Last time I did this, it was a weird Rex-shaped shadow when Mount Snakemore shows up. But it's actually kind of cool, like Rex on top of all the snakes. Let's see if it does it. Maybe it's fixed now somehow. Yeah, I don't think it showed up. Oh, interesting.
This is the liberty we won for ourselves. Outer Haven. And with this weapon, I will destroy.
That's weird. I didn't really change anything.
Then everything ends.
Yeah, it's not there this time.
Begins. But as for you, brother, you'll stay here to mark this island's watery grave. Die, snake! Sonny, forgive me.
Surely Raiden is just gonna pick up Snake and get him out of harm's way, right? But of course. Crunch.
Yeah, it was in front of Federal Hall. There were all these tourists around you.
Super Mario, thank you
They
for
were
the 7
asking
months.
which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie.
This is hell.
I said it was
Rose
probably
flashbacks.
Chrysler.
I've died and
And
gone
then
to
you
hell.
showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists.
The next thing we knew, the tourists had gone away.
Did you like it?
A week later, I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence.
That night, we went up to the top of the Empire State Building.
It was so
Yeah, somehow he's fine. Doesn't matter.
I didn't care anymore who was right.
I always wonder if Kojima was trying to kill him off too, and they wouldn't let him, just like Snake and Otacon.
Apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning.
Worthless fossil.
Who wrote this? A man forced to come up with answers for people who threatened to burn down his house. Who was fed up with it. That's who. When you look at it that way, it suddenly starts making sense. Even almost. Kojima was just like, you want answers? I'll give you answers. And you just, yeah, come up with some shit so you people shut up about it. It really starts feeling that way, especially after Act 3 and 4, like, His name was John Konami. Well, Kojima very much wanted to just get it over with, yeah. But I sense that he sneaked in a little bit of spite in all this.
Haven is headed southward through the Pacific at a
Why
speed of
MGS4 is the
33
horniest game too.
The Missouri is falling behind at a rate of about 2 nautical miles every hour.
Like, this scene, at first glance, might seem like a mission briefing, but it's actually just showing off Mei Ling's ass as much as possible. And then Johnny can't resist. Hey, what's up there, Chrysasso?
Haven will have to surface in order to use the railgun.
If we can figure out JD's orbit. We should be able to predict
What
where
ass? Are
Haven's
you
gonna
kidding me?
surface.
Mei Ling's ass in this game is like poetry or something. It's like, it's art.
So its next perigee should be in.
Got it. 15 hours, 6 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Right. In 15 hours, it's going to be over the Bering Sea, 494 nautical miles from the Bering Strait.
You should see some of her animations in MGO too.
They'll be holding position in that area.
Did they really have to get that close to launch?
The nukes fired by Rex's railgun have a damage radius of approximately 300 meters. The target is a moving satellite that's traveling at 10 kilometers per second. To get the precision they need, they have to get as close as they possibly can.
Liquid won't launch his nuke until JD is at perigee. The Missouri can use that time to catch up.
Will we make it?
Once Haven stops moving, it'll take us an hour to close the gap. After that, the Missouri needs to strike before Haven's launch preparations are complete. This ship was stripped of most of its equipment, and she's got no electronic warfare capabilities of any kind. No radar, no high-tech weaponry. We'll have to rely on our own eyes to track the enemy. From the looks of it, Haven is going to use a railgun mounted on the bridge to destroy JD. You'll need to open the cover to launch the nuke. That's our one and only chance to get inside.
Inside? Why can't we attack it from here?
It wouldn't do any good. As long as Liquid has control of the system, physically destroying GW would still leave supreme authority in his hands. Sons of the Patriots.
Yes, Dr. Emmerich is right. That's why we need to destroy GW from the inside, before attacking Haven itself.
Liquid's very own Death Star.
All right, everybody, here's the plan. We know Haven will have to surface in order to fire the railgun. When it does, the Missouri will see it. We'll make a quick approach and deliver a strike team. Our goal is twofold. Prevent that nuke from launching, and wipe out GW's programming. The enemy relies entirely on electronic means of threat detection, so they won't be able to see the Missouri until they surface. We'll launch the strike team from catapults at the exact moment Haven's armored cover opens. They'll then penetrate GW's physical server room and infect it with a worm cluster.
But what if they shut down GW before we get in there?
Did you like it?
Liquid is already entrenched within the Patriots network. He needs to stay there, or destroying JD won't serve him any purpose. They can't afford to have GW shut down.
And let's not forget, Liquid will throw everything he's got at stopping the strike team.
Exactly. The corridor leading to GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves.
Did you say microwaves?
That's right. And at that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate any living person within range.
A giant microwave oven. You'd have to have a death wish to go in there. Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Snake, this isn't the time for your stupid jokes.
Outside the corridor, Liquid soldiers will be out in full force. Inside, there'll be unmanned weapons waiting for us.
Where are you getting all this information? You really think there's a way to destroy GW?
Yes, I do. She left us something that'll point us in the right direction.
Naomi helped with the preparations to stop Haven's launch.
Naomi?
All of our internal data on Haven came from her. The reason she got on the Nomad with us in the first place was to get close to me. But she ended up turning to Sunny instead.
What do you mean?
She left her plan in Sunny's hands.
This entire operation is based on the data she left us.
Whose side was she on, anyway?
We'll never know exactly what her true intentions were. But one thing's for sure. She was determined to stop Liquid.
Promise. Promise me. You'll carry on. Or will. Come on, guys. Somebody say something positive. Anything.
Attention! Listen up. A wise man once wrote, "The tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are spent, they are seldom spent in vain. Any other questions? Yes, Snake?
Anybody got a smoke? So this program...
Look carefully at Onakun's glasses here. There's a reflection of Naomi and then Sunny in them. Very anime style.
Was working on a program to destroy GW, but she couldn't quite finish it, so she handed it over to Sunny. Sunny went fishing in my library to see if there was any source code she could use to complete it. Eventually, she found some. It was Emma's worm cluster. She took my sister's code and worked it into Naomi's program. I didn't have time to look over every single line of code. But what I did see reminded me of Emma. It was like she left traces of herself behind in the structure. But this worm cluster that Sunny created, it's even better than Emma's. Sunny's worm destroys the AI's intellect by triggering apoptosis in the cells. Once uploaded into GW, it should do some real damage. Snake, you ever think about quitting?
Why? It's not like I've got my health to worry about.
Are you trying to kill yourself? So, you're dead set on going to Haven yourself. Why don't we get somebody else to go? There's no need for you to do it.
I still have things left to do. Besides smoke. Otacon, why don't you jump off the ship with me?
I don't think so. I've still got things to do myself. And I don't even smoke.
Probably the biggest problem with the Patriots is just randomly blaming the MGS3 radio team and support team. That's kind of when things went, yeah. Oh wait, what do you want to say? Never know with this thing. An explanation for something that was not supposed to be explained. Let's see what the chat says.
enemy vessel at 300 meters and still rising.
And the engines.
No problems to report.
Prepare to go full speed ahead, and get the strike team ready for immediate launch.
Aye, aye, Captain.
How long until it surfaces?
About 20 minutes.
Random dude is
Right on schedule.
motion captured by Kojima.
When she surfaces and opens up her armor, we'll move in as planned.
Aye, Captain. Captain,
Yes?
this is my first real engagement.
I see. Your point?
At first, getting assigned to this ship was a big letdown for me. But the inaction was kind of a relief, too. Captain, I'm scared.
It's okay. I'm scared too. This is also my first time. But I'm not going to let it get to me, because I'm more scared of what'll happen if I run away. Nobody is going to die on my watch. This ship is going back to Hawaii in one piece. That, I promise.
Right. Thank you.
There's always somebody who makes a smart-ass joke about it somehow not being live. I think they're funny. Oh well. It's not like we have a whole channel just for reruns. If you're watching this on that channel, then yeah, maybe. Possibly. I don't know. We'll open an investigation.
Raiden, how is he?
He'll live, but he's in no shape to fight. Best to let him rest.
Right.
Without the system to protect them, everybody's losing their nerve. They say SOP's after effects are so bad that a lot of soldiers are deserting.
The only people I have left to rely on are Marilyn, him.
Kind of an unknown quantity, isn't he?
I hooked him up with a 9ID M82. Fancy meeting you here.
What are you doing here?
I laundered these guys' IDs, then issued them new naked weapons, including that catapult you're gonna be riding. Business has been slow ever since Liquid got his hands on the system. His extra orders stopped coming in. Now that all the weapons all over the world are locked, the only ones still looking to fight would be you and yours. They tell me it's not economical to replace all that useless equipment on the battlefield with my stuff. So I made an extra special trip out here, just for you.
Drebin, do you even have the slightest idea what's going on here?
Of course I do. See, when it comes down to it, the world's like this soda here. Once the bubbles are gone, I ain't got no use for it. It's worth nothing. I'm on the side of whoever needs me the most. You dig? If you need anything, just say the word. I'm setting up shop here for a spell. Enjoy it. Could be your last.
It is. I'm all out.
Looks like that last smoke will have to wait after all. Later.
Hey, here.
Oh, thanks.
You're over there. There.
Snake, can you hear me? Liquid's warship, Outer Haven, is a modified version of an Arsenal gear model stolen from the Patriots. Inside, it's crawling with Irving and other unmanned weapons. According to Naomi's data, Haven is crewed by a battalion of enhanced soldiers, each called from the best the PMCs have to offer. If Liquid succeeds in destroying JD and gaining control of the Patriot system, he'll make Haven his flagship, and his PMCs will spread like wildfire across the globe. And then, mankind's armed subjugation will begin.
Captain, Haven sighted.
Prepare to fire, main gun!
Listen closely. This is our last chance to stop Liquid from enslaving the planet. Meryl, can you hear me? It's time. Time to do your duty. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll be with you till the very end. You are my pride and joy.
Railgun is exposed.
There it is. A naked nuke.
Let's finish it, Snake. Let this be our last battle. If we're responsible for Liquid's sins, then the onus is ours to bear.
Right.
Enemy moving to intercept!
Maintain full speed!
Failure will spell doom for the human race. You've got to stop them from using that railgun. Then annihilate GW.
Johnny will turbo shard himself back on board, don't worry. Okay, let's do the podcast here too.
Can you walk?
I think so.
The bad backseating podcast.
Hurts a hell of a lot more without SOP.
Makes you feel alive, doesn't it? What about Occupy?
He fell into the ocean. Snake, I'll catch up soon. You go ahead.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Snake, can you hear me? GW is toward the ship's stern. Hurry!
Alright, we gotta pause right away. We'll save too. And I actually need to open this.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
World renowned.
Hello everyone and welcome to episode number 10 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eyestone and once again I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is, as soon as the stage starts, the first thing you want to do is jump into the pause menu. Okay.
So today, where was our meeting point?
We are at Outer Haven, and we are at the beginning of the stage, basically. So right after you catapult onto the ship, and we are on the ship Bow. First things first, this stage is full of action. It's very easy to get spotted, and also it's in caution phase from the beginning. So from the outset, you're already in caution mode. So anything you do, if you get spotted or anything like that, it'll trigger an alert, and the alert will basically continue all the way till the end of the stage. So it's going to be pretty difficult for people to get through this particular stage, I think, while listening to the podcast. So if you get spotted, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to start over again. The thing is, it's a very difficult stage. And so our goal this time with this podcast is a little bit different from, the earlier stages. What we're going to do is we're just going to try and give people the correct route to get through the stage without getting spotted.
Ooh, that's cool.
Because it's a very difficult stage, and there are a lot of, little tricks that you can do to get through the stage that a lot of people may not be aware of.
I never even realized that you could get through without getting spotted.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people actually think that. They think,
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But once you know it, and then it's gonna be
Were you able to do it, Ken?
Sort of.
Yeah. And that's the producer's call. So anyways, so it's that difficult, right?
Right. What's really important in order to get through the stage without being spotted is to make sure that your camouflage is really good. Because basically, there's guards everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you don't have your camouflage percentage up to max, you're going to be spotted,
Okay.
So the first thing you want to do is go into your menu, go to camouflage, make sure you have your octo camo equipped, and then also for your face, make sure that you have the face camo equipped as well. And what this will do is it'll enable you to get up to 99% on your camo rate, your camo meter, and that basically means that for the most part, the Haven troopers will not see you unless they're right on top of you. So as long as you duck down and stay still, you should be okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on, Sean.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay. As soon as you come out of this pause menu, let's put those Haven troopers to sleep.
Good job, Snake. You made it on board.
What?
Welcome to Haven.
I think they're a little.
Go down, grab the camel pattern from the floor, and then directly to your left of the start point, you'll see there's a trap door on the ground. So the first thing you want to do is run to this trap door, press triangle, and climb inside very quickly.
Why does it take him so long to get there?
All right, so I think a lot of people may not have noticed this trapdoor because it does kind of blend in with the floor.
Yeah, maybe most of the people think that's a texture pattern.
Right, right. They see it there, but they don't think maybe that you can go in. But if you go up to it, you actually see the triangle icon comes up, which means that you can use triangle, use your action.
Did you know this, Aki?
No. I kind of just went through the left side and tried to avoid those Haven troopers coming. And I didn't even notice. Well, first of all, I didn't put on my face cam to start with. But anyways.
Okay, now you know. So.
Yes,
now you know.
I think everyone starts battling right from the start.
It is good details.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So we're in this duct now. What this is it basically connects the east and west sides of the ship bow. So from here, we can crawl to the west.
Wow.
Wow.
Crawl under the bow. If you look up, you can see there's a grate above you. And you can see the Haven troopers patrolling above. So be careful not to make any noise, because if you do, they'll hear you. As you crawl through, you'll get this iPod music. So let's keep on going. Continue on through the duct. You'll come to another opening. And here you'll get an RPG-7.
Cool.
Pick that up and continue on. Climb up this slope. And when you get to the top of the slope, it kind of opens up, and you'll see a trap door on the ceiling, kind of in the center of this square room, I guess you could say. So press triangle under that trap door, and you'll climb out. So as soon as you climb out, careful, because you'll see Haven troopers jumping down to the south. So just kind of crouch behind this container-looking thing and wait for them to finish their patrol route.
This is developer backseating built into the
one ahead
game.
of you starts jumping away. Sneak around to the other side. Check left and right. Make sure there's nobody here. Then run ahead.
Wow, this is really challenging, isn't it?
Yeah. It's best to keep crouched also as you do this.
Yeah.
And you'll see this canvased container. It's like a canvased
Yeah.
wall. So just kind of hide behind here for a bit and wait for the patrols to pass by.
I see.
Yeah. And one thing to point out also is that I think a lot of people maybe take the threat ring for granted. But in this stage, you really should pay attention to your threat ring, because it's very useful. You can see where the enemies are in relation to Snake, and know which direction they're coming from. So definitely pay attention to the threat ring as you're going through.
Yeah.
And so what we want to do is just go to this wall, take the octo camo, and then crouch down. At this point, your camo percentage should be at 99%. So when the Haven troopers come around this corner, they will basically pass right by you. Unless you move or something, they won't be able to see you. So just don't draw any attention to yourself. And I think a lot of people freak out at this point because they see the Haven troopers coming, like, oh god, and they try to attack or something. But the best thing to do is just stay still and let them walk past.
Wow, that's 99%. What happens if you don't have the face camo?
If you don't have the face camo, your camo percentage will be lower.
Yeah.
And you probably will be spotted. So yeah, definitely make sure you have.
So you have to wear.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. So when they start turning away, start walking away, then that's your chance. So move around this container, and then you'll see a ladder right on the other side. So let's climb up this ladder. When you get to the top, you can climb off to the left onto this balcony, and there's another ladder here. So pick up the item, the arsenal compress, then climb up the ladder. And then at the top of the ladder here, it looks like it doesn't go anywhere, right? It's just kind of like a dead end. But actually, if you look to the right of the ladder,
Now you can get under
you'll
it.
see that there is actually a rail here.
Yeah.
And you can actually climb onto this rail.
Ooh.
So while you're on the ladder,
Yes.
press to the right, and you'll climb up onto this rail and inch your way along. Move along the rail until you get over the second balcony, kind of to your right, and drop down onto that. And you'll get some railgun ammo.
Wow, okay.
You'll hear some Haven troopers jumping down, so be careful. Next thing we want to do is jump from this balcony onto that duct that you see kind of to your southwest. So we'll jump onto that duct as soon as you get on.
They have acid music in the background.
Crouch down, get your octocam again, make sure the coast is clear.
We're going to try to stay on this
duct. So just stay on the top of this duct and follow it. Curves and heads to the south. So just keep on following this. And while you're on here, you'll notice that a Haven trooper actually drops down right above you. And you can tell this by looking at the shadow on the ground. Right. So this is a a really valuable strategy here in Haven, because you have these Haven troopers that just kind of they can jump anywhere, right? They can jump really high, and they'll just suddenly drop down out of nowhere. So what you want to do is really keep an eye on the shadows. All the catwalks here allow light to pass through, and so you want to keep an eye out for those shadows to see if the Haven troopers are jumping down. And we actually did a lot of balancing here to make sure that you could see these shadows.
I see.
Because we don't want people to just get suddenly found without any way of knowing that they're going to be found. So yeah, this is the method. Just keep an eye on the shadows.
This is very useful tips.
Yeah, this time it's a lot of practical game tips.
Very real sneaking.
Yeah.
True.
So when the coast looks clear, jump across onto this balcony and quickly run around the corner. Okay, so you should have jumped across the balcony. That's across the duct. It's on the west side. So jump onto that balcony, then run on the corner, and you can then jump onto another duct. When you're around the corner, there's going to be a ladder, but you don't want to climb down that ladder. What you want to do is actually jump onto this other duct that's right on the other side of the ladder.
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and that's to the west.
Okay.
So jump into the duct and crouch down. And you'll see that it looks like a dead end, but there's actually, if you crawl, you can actually crawl under this fence here along the top of the duct.
Yes.
So go ahead and do that. You should be heading to the south.
We're heading to the south.
Right. And to your left here, you'll see there's a PSS handgun. So people who want to pick that up can go ahead and pick that up.
Okay.
But otherwise, what you want to do is head straight ahead until you get to the end of this duct. Ahead of you, you'll see some Haven troopers patrolling. So be careful, don't jump down yet. Wait until the coast is clear. And what we're going to want to do is, as soon as these Haven troopers turn away, we're going to press toward the end of the duct and press triangle to swing down. Okay, so triangle, swing down, should be hanging. And while you're hanging, press and hold X, and you'll drop down and lay down on the ground right below where you dropped. Cool. Okay, so get that octo camo. And now from here, you see there's a pillar kind of behind you with R3 written on it. You want to go to that pillar, press up against it. And there's actually like a little gap between this pillar and this container. And we want to go through that gap. So press up against the pillar and go through that gap. You can kind of slide through. And be careful, because on the other side here, you'll see there are Haven troopers patrolling and looking for you, as well as a gecko.
Yes, in the middle, right?
Yeah, in the center area. So be very careful here. It's very easy to get spotted. When the coast looks clear, just crouch down. Make sure you got your 99%. Okay, so climb down to this trapdoor, and you'll be once again in another duct. And what you want to do is crawl to the other side of the bow now. Keep on going.
So this duct method is really useful for going from east to west, is it?
Right, east to west and west to east.
Yeah, I mean right side or
right,
left side.
Right, so basically the right or the left side of the ship.
Is really, really handy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Then when you get to the other side, just go underneath that trap door and press triangle to climb up. And as soon as you climb up here, just lay down, get the octo camo pattern from the ground here. Just try to keep your camo at 99% as much as possible. Then you round the corner here. There may be some Haven troopers patrolling here, so be very careful as you go through. At this point, it's probably a good idea to have your Mark II tranquilizer equipped. So just in case you see any guards, you can take them out. Because at this point, there are a lot of Haven troopers wandering around, and it's very easy to get spotted. The other thing is that there's a sniper. So as you're heading to the south, right now we just got out of the trapdoor, we're going to head to the south. And as you're heading to the south, just kind of crawl along and look up, because at the south, you'll see there's a wall. And at the top of that wall, there's actually a sniper. We want to take her out.
Now where the fuck do they go to?
It's safe to move on. What we're doing now is we're just going to head to the south. So basically just, sneak along to the south. Keep an eye on your right-hand side, because there's a gecko in that center area, so don't get spotted. When you get around to the southern wall, just going to stop and look to the right. Make sure nobody's there. And we kind of hide behind this pillar here. And wait for the coast to clear. You'll see a Haven trooper on the other side, and there's also the gecko here. So, if you want, you can put that Haven trooper to sleep. You don't have to, but it might make things a little bit easier. Although it's kind of hard because there's explosions going off everywhere. coast looks clear, just kind of run out behind these boxes. You know, the basic strategy here is if you see a Haven Trooper, just put them to sleep to be on the safe side, because it is really tough.
Just makes much easier.
It makes it much easier. And there's the gecko in the center, so, you know, we're already having enough problems just avoiding the gecko, so just try and put the Haven Troopers to sleep, and that way you can just focus on the gecko.
So we're almost there because we're trying to aim for the door.
Careful, because gecko may drop down. Haven Troopers stay low. And when the coast looks clear, it looks like you're safe. Quickly run over to the door, press triangle, and just jam on the button really quick. Like your life depends on it, because it does. And once the door's open, run in. And go around this corner here. And there you go.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, I'm impressed, Sean.
Wow.
No, this was really, for me, the first time I played it, I got spotted, but I didn't care. I was tapping the triangle button.
Right.
I got killed by a gecko.
Yeah, it's really hard if you're in alert phase and you're trying to open that thing, because you have to stand there and turn it, and the gecko's shooting at you, all the Haven Troopers are shooting at you.
But I thought that once I open the door and get inside, it'll be okay.
Right.
But it wasn't. You have to go all the way inside, so I died. You know, the moment I kind of opened the door, I was like, oh yeah, I got it. But then I died.
Yeah, that's a kind of trap, you know, because people who get used to like there's like a classical game.
Oh, nice.
You know, like once you go to the next
level, yes.
You know, you're safe.
Right.
But, you know, this is not.
You know, everyone used to do that all the time in MGS1. Like, for instance, when you go through the duct, and it's the loading sequence, you're okay. Or you go past the checkpoint, and now you're okay. Things like that. You know, we're used to that. But this didn't work. Okay, Sean, let's go on to other tips and tricks.
Okay, so people may remember that back in South America, we discussed rare camouflage patterns that you could gather in the game. Well, one of those patterns is right here. So if you look outside towards that center area where the gecko is walking around, you'll see that there's that lift, and around that lift platform, that elevator platform, there's a red and white striped barrier. And if you lay down on top of that barrier, you can actually get a very rare camouflage pattern that you can only get here. And it's pretty neat, so people who want to try that should go ahead and grab that and see.
Oh shit.
That's cool.
You know, one other thing, since we're here in Haven,
yes,
let's talk about Haven Troopers. Right, it's the only enemies here besides the gecko. You know, you fought Haven Troopers before, you know, in the Middle East and all along the way, right before a boss fight, things like that. But in this stage, there's a lot of Haven Troopers, and it's, you know, it can be really challenging to do battle with them. And one thing, for people who haven't tried it, I'd encourage them to try and use CQC on the Haven Troopers.
Really?
Yeah. But, you know, the one thing that people may be aware of is if you do it from the front, they can actually counter your CQC.
Ooh, cool.
So you always have to do it from the back if you want to, you know, catch them. But it might be fun just to do it from the front anyway, because they have a really cool animation that they do when you do it from the front and they counter you. And I think, you know, what happens is most people try and get out of it as soon as they get caught by that counter. So they only see the beginning of it, where basically they kind of use this cord to try and start strangling you, right? And I think, you know, at that point, most people just kind of like, you know, jam on the buttons and, you know, get out of it. But if you let it go, there's actually 3 stages to that entire animation. And it's pretty cool. So, you know, you're going to die if you do it, but, you know, it might be worth taking a look at. But
very painful.
Very painful. I heard that, you know, the animator was just under a lot of stress when they requested this animation. And it was kind of like their way of, you know, taking their stress out. Take it out on Snake.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and one more CQC tip regarding, this is not just the Haven Troopers, but, you know, it's pretty effective on the Haven Troopers, is if you grab them in CQC, you can, you know, spin them around and use them as a human shield and hold them hostage.
Yeah.
And so in order to do that, you want to grab them with, you know, of course, your CQC button using the right R1 button. And then while you're holding them, press and hold L1.
For the handgun.
For the handgun.
Yeah.
And you'll pull out your handgun and you'll be holding them while you're holding your handgun out. You can hold them hostage.
Yes.
And the other Haven Troopers won't attack you. So that's a useful strategy whenever you're fighting the Haven Troopers in the command center or Advent Palace or, you know, wolf battle, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But will the gecko care?
The gecko won't care. The gecko will still mow you down, but the Haven Troopers will. They don't want to kill each other, so that works.
Okay.
And if you're having a hard time doing CQC, because of this, CQC counter, there's a way to get through it. People who play fighting games may use this strategy a lot in fighting games where you kind of like do a short jab before you do a big move.
Right.
And it works in Metal Gear as well. So before you grab them using CQC, just kind of tap on the R1 lightly, and you'll do a jab, and that just kind of throws them off balance. And then you go and hold down R1, and then Snake will grab them, and then you can go into CQC.
Yeah.
CQC grab.
So one jab, and then
jab
CQC.
and grab. Yeah.
This is useful for all enemies.
Yeah.
For CQC, right?
Well, for most enemies you don't really need it.
That's true.
But the Haven Troopers, because they have that
The counter. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so once you enter this door and run to the end of the hall, you'll see there's the elevator at the end here. And once you go in there, of course, the elevator will activate and you'll go down and go to the next
Learn to talk
boss
about a
battle.
lot of bullshit, huh?
Screaming Mantis. So I think we will wrap it up here.
Okay. Well, basically, we took the shortest route, right?
Right. Well, it's not
Yeah, the
necessarily
shortest.
but it's the fastest way to get through without being spotted.
Yeah, right. Sure is the fastest way.
Kojima Productions kind of recommended.
Yeah, so this-
Fastest and not getting spotted.
Right. So this is kind of like the route that we had in mind when we were making the stage. So there are other routes, of course, but this is kind of like the optimal route to get through.
So tell me, Sean, when Kojima Productions create a stage like this, do you actually create the correct one first?
Basically, well, we always have a route in mind when we're creating things, and then the process kind of goes where we lock things in. We just do really rough models, right?
Yeah.
And just kind of have a rough model, and then just kind of test the gameplay first. Saying, okay, what kind of routes does it look like there are, and if possible, we also plan more than one route. So we don't necessarily say, okay, it's this route or nothing, right? We always plan to have at least 2 different ways to get to the stage.
Fucking
And
pea
usually
shooter,
there's a lot more. Like if you look at the Middle East or Eastern stage or South America, there's just a lot of options you can take. You can ally yourself with the militia. You can sneak through. You can run and gun. There's a lot of options, and even within those options, there's a lot of different paths you can take. And so basically we think all that through, ahead of time, and just kind of say, okay, this is the type of gameplay that we want for this stage. We want this area to be tense, so we'll have some guards here. And maybe since we're getting spotted, okay, put a box here. Okay, we'll hide behind this box. And then also tweaking things like the octo camo. So saying, okay, it's really hard here. There's not really many places to hide. Let's make it so that you can go along this wall, and the octo camo will be pretty good. Things like that.
So Sean and his team playing this stage like over and over, and I figured out there was there was a good balance.
Right.
So they basically make the right route from the beginning, but they played so many times, and they might change some routes, and they figured out what's the best.
Right. But don't you get kind of like confused because you know everything at all? So.
Well, then we also have test plays, within the office also, because that does happen. After you're working on your own stage, of course you know how to get through it, but nobody else does. So what seems obvious to you, because of course you're making it, right? Like, okay, well, you can do this. A lot of people may not realize you can do it.
Yeah, like the trap door.
Right. And so, we have test plays within the office where everybody on the team kind of plays each other's stages and offers feedback, saying, okay, maybe you can be more like this, or I got spotted here, felt this was unfair, maybe you can change it this way. And basically we just, offer feedback on each other's stages and just go from there and bring the quality level up.
Make break.
Right. And a lot of times, sometimes we have to change things quite a bit, because sometimes the route that we thought would work, this is the route that we wanted. But then when you actually do it, it's like, well, maybe it's not as fun as you thought it would be, so you kind of have to go back and redesign. And there's no real quick way to get through it, because it's a game, and until you start playing it, putting in the enemies, and seeing how everything interacts with each other, it's hard to tell whether it'll work or not.
Weird as fucking thing.
Like the route is okay, but when you play through the whole game, it's okay, but it's sounds like a little boring. The piece of the route, the gameplay was okay, but play through the whole game, and it seems like a little dull or something, and then they might
And I
have
used to use grains and feet per second now. They use the correct units.
Like, talking about going through the whole game is we also look at pacing. So we don't try to put like back-to-back action all the time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You want like kind of that rhythm where there's action and then it kind of falls off, and you have a little bit of silence, and then more action again. It slowly builds up, towards the climax. And,
Right.
So that's kind of how we balance the stages. Start off maybe with some action, and then after that it's a little bit quiet, and then you get to like Eastern Europe, and it's just totally sneaking.
Interesting. It has a mag release.
Then you go to Moses, and it's kind of like silent and nostalgic before the big climax at the end. So yeah, just take everything into account.
I see. So then you might have to rework because the whole balance is like tweaked this way or that way.
So maybe you do it and it works okay, by itself, but maybe it doesn't fit into the overall rhythm of the game. So sometimes we have to go back and tweak that. And then little things like like the shadows in this level and things like that. Right? So a lot of people were getting found, so we're like, well, what can we do? And we're like, oh well, we got this wonderful lighting system where everybody casts shadows. Let's make everything the catwalks great and make it so you can see the shadow.
And not to mention the Hideo Kojima check that you have.
Right, of course.
You face every day.
Yes, he's very strict.
Very, famous. I guess everyone knows looking at the Making DVD that he makes notes all the time.
Right.
And then he just passes them around, right?
His
it's
trademark.
really hard to read.
Yeah.
His handwriting.
Trademark handwriting. That's kind of sparkly pen that he uses.
Right. It's really cute.
Yeah.
Like a Japanese, like a junior high school student, girl junior high school student, use this pen.
It's almost
it's
impossible.
really cute, but cute pen's color, but there's a sentence. The meaning is very, sometimes a little harsh.
Yeah.
So
fix this. What the hell is this?
With a cutie pen.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. We went through, the first half of Act 5, and what else can we expect in our future Integral podcast?
Today we have some sad news.
Sad news.
Sad news, yes. Unfortunately, the next episode of the Integral podcast will actually be our last episode.
Yay!
Oh, no!
Yes!
That's horrible.
We made it. We made it.
Yes, we finished safely.
Finally.
Okay, you're finally done. Yes. Yeah, it's great. So be sure to tune in for that. And, we'll have a special guest next time.
Special guest.
Yep. We'll have our lead sound guy coming in, Tojin, because we had some mail, some comments on the webpage as well, that people were really impressed by the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4, and they wanted to hear, about the making of the sound. So we're going to call our lead sound guy to come in and talk about the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That will be fun.
It will be fun.
Right. So where's our meeting point?
Meeting point is wherever you want to meet.
This is going to be a kind of a nice talk show.
Right, it's going to be a completely free talk. We're just going to talk about the sound in the game in general. So it's not going to be about any particular stage per se. Probably going to touch on a little bit of everything. So just feel free to load it wherever you want to load it, and load up your podcast, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so next episode, we'll meet at anywhere you want.
Right.
Yes. Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Okay, and that wraps up this episode of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid
Yeah,
4
it's just
Integral
speculation.
Podcast.
Exactly what I
Next
thought.
time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Oh man, we gotta wait for the evasion too. No, wait, we're just gonna walk there, that's right.
The corridor leading to TW.
Dude, the Patriots made Big Boss's genetic code the key to the system, and then they made a fucking copy of the key and left it out. The fact that Solidus' body works for accessing the system is just... Suddenly Solidus is the perfect clone. It's just... some of MGS4's nonsense. So yeah, why not? Yeah, that what is it called? Internet Movie Firearm Database. It's basically just a wiki that anybody can write shit in. And I've caught quite a few mistakes about the Metal Gear entries in there, so why not? The fucking operator thing is wrong. And it's even worse than that. I think it says that the game is wrong. No, they're wrong. Because of the extra slot on the rail. They got the gun wrong. Oh yeah, the 4570 is Liquid's signature gun. He has an MGO too.
Meryl's in danger. Take out the enemy before they get to her.
Let me go! Let me go!
Alright, now we're going on a little trip. To the corner here.
Let me go! Let me go! Let me go!
Turn the other way. Perfect. Oh no, I missed. Shit. Oh well. That works.
Snake.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Gray's right. That's the Windows XP one. Maybe it was called something like that before XP as well.
Run!
I know your wavelength. It brings back memories.
It can't be.
Oh, nice.
Meryl, don't!
Johnny!
Meryl!
Wait, Akiba!
Oh shit, I need to figure out how to do all these Easter eggs here in emulator. Hold on. Oh crap. Oh, I think okay. Today is the day to figure out how to do this Easter egg on emulator.
I see.
If I just go to the controller settings, maybe. First, let's go somewhere safe. Oh shit. Okay. Now, what if I go to controller settings, player 1, and disconnect. And then player 2, we put this pad there. It works! Nice! Ah.
Otacon, what's going on? I can't move.
You can't move? What the heck did you... Oh, Snake. Did you set the controller number to something other than 1?
Nice. It works.
Let me guess. You thought back to your battle with Psycho Mantis and figured the same tactic would actually work again, right?
Well,
Nice try, Snake. But this time the controller number has to be 1, or else you can't control your actions.
What the hell? Whose dumb idea was that?
Don't look at me! I'm sorry, but it's simply not going to work this time around.
Fine.
And now we're back. Nice, nice. I'm actually really happy that we can still do that on the emulator.
Snake, this beast, Screaming Mantis, is a puppeteer. She manipulates others into doing the fighting for her.
Control seems to kick in when you get hit by that creepy ghost thing.
Be careful you don't get jerked around too, okay?
The women of the B&B Corps. One laughed, one raged, and one cried. And now the final beast who won't stop screaming. But wailing may be the product of some unendurable fear that's gnawing away inside of her. I can't even imagine what kind of trauma would cause a person to scream like that. Snake, don't forget to keep tabs.
Wait, where's the candle call?
Snake, don't forget.
Yeah, who gives a shit about Rose? Put on the Colonel.
Snake, don't forget.
Was I supposed to do that one before the controller one? Yeah, it should be after, right?
Snake, don't.
Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. If only we could fucking dial in the frequency. It's a Rose call that changes to the Colonel's frequency. So you can't call the Colonel directly. Maybe it's before the controller call.
Snake.
Hey, hold on, let's restart and try it. Will anyone let me shoot an arrow?
Damn it! Akiba's a goner!
Good.
Snake? Hey, Snake!
Snake, this is
Ah, here we
Mantis
go.
we're talking about.
The fight on Shadow Moses?
That's right. Back then, we defeated him by using multiple controller ports to counteract his mind-reading powers. Snake, try using the same tactic again. Plug the controller into controller port 2.
It's not gonna work, Roy.
Huh?
Do you see any controller ports here? Deceiving Mantis is going to take more than simply pushing the PS button to switch controller numbers.
But then, that means...
It's impossible. Sorry.
Going to take more than going into the emulator settings and changing the controller to the port 2.
Well, so much for the controller. But that beast has another weak spot. Do you remember what it is?
Weak spot? You mean the bust modeled on Mantis's true face? The one with all the leather bands wrapped around it?
That's the one. Mantis always hated seeing his birth face. Attack that bust and break off the leather seal.
Colonel, I can't do that.
Sure you can. Seeing his true face is sure to break Mantis's concentration.
There's no bust. What? There is no bust here to attack.
You're kidding.
It just hangs up. You're kidding. Okay, let's do Blackout again. So we can do Kojimbo Protection. Okay, so whenever she decides to fire a shit again, you need to get hit the second time for it to work. Nice aim.
No! You're gonna kill her!
As far as you're supposed to know in the game right now, yes, they're married.
Talk around stuff, but don't hurt her.
Can you please just fire your psycho shit at me? Oh fuck. Finally, we can copulate with Mero. Here's another something that you can't do without a DS3. Pressure sensitive CQC. Hold, choke, hold, choke. Can't fucking do that without a DS3. Better face. Nice. Oh, she fired it. Wait. There we go. Now pay attention to these monitors. Kojima's new brand of condoms just dropped. Oh fuck! I should have equipped the rat. She was just about to do it. Well, that's unfortunate. It's a bit of a pain to get that second thing that she does. You gotta get the first one first. I'll just change it to the metal cam. because I wanted to inject Meryl. Now we need to fight forward a little bit.
Snake?
He was in the way. She should shoot it eventually. I need to get hit by the doll again to get it.
She tries to hurt you. Meryl's not acting of her own free will. Don't do anything to hurt her. Knock her out if you have to, but don't hurt her.
Oh, shoot this stupid thing already. One more hit. There we go. Wait, who the fuck did she hit? Oh, it was just Frog. Oh, please hit me with that. Nope. Damn, she's not fucking shooting it this time. Come on. Alright. Yeah, she's not fucking doing it this time. I think she has to shoot it twice for one to hit Snake. That's so fucking annoying. But what the fuck? Nice. Now this is the phase where Meryl fucking shoots herself in the face. Oh, maybe now? Nope, that's the Sorrows thing. What a bitch, she's not doing it. Now we gotta stop her before Meryl fucking shoots herself. Although she could take 3 hits before she dies. She could take 2 hits and then she died on the 3rd. Maybe whip around a bit. Lizard Eagle to the head. Oh well. And she's not shooting. There it is. Yes, finally. Oh shit, no, we can't stop Meryl though. Better do it before Meryl fucking shoots herself twice. There you go. Kojima protection. Hey. Kojima's new brand of condoms. And yes, the absolute irony of the Konami logo that says Kojima before that. That's amazing.
I've got an idea. What if you use those puppets
I
to
probably
turn the
missed out
tables
a
on
couple
the
calls,
beast
but whatever.
and control her instead.
Yeah, we sold it because I already have one.
It's worth a try at least.
But we sold it to
First,
Drebin.
select one in the item window. Then press the attack button to shoot out a ghost, just like a weapon. If the ghost hits its target, it's showtime. Got all that, Snake? Go on, take her for a spin.
Come on. Trying to fuck with the controllers to see if I can emulate disabling vibration. I don't think we can do that. We can turn off the motor, but the game still thinks vibration's on. So Mantis is gonna say vibration is back, no matter what. Oh well, it's not a big deal, I guess.
My head hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. Have mercy. Let me out of here. I can't breathe. Get out of my body. Forgive me.
Because we had to slap her ass, Dr. Gray.
Set me free!
And Snake knows that. Oh, that's right. It's not gonna spin in place, huh?
No more cries.
Yeah, he's spinning. We'll go for a quick one. Damn it. So hard if she's moving. Stay still. Oh, she stopped. Maybe. No. Yeah, I think it's the 60 FPS that somehow makes them spin in place instead of standing still. What if I change it to 30 in real time? Let's save first. What if we change this to 30 temporarily? She stopped spinning. Nice. 60? Starts spinning. Oh my god. You can actually control her in real time with the frame rate. She's moving at 60. So if I select 30, she stops moving. Nice. Oh, I wonder why those are short. Okay. Now I'm curious. Okay, since the frame rate can actually be changed in real time, I'm curious to see what happens in the white void. Somehow, with the current settings I had, even though it's set to 60, it goes down to 30 in the white void area. Yeah, there's a few settings that can be controlled in real time, just a few. Frame rate is one of them. Yeah, most settings require a restart. I want to fuck with it a little bit. You get stuck when she's crawling and you side roll. Prone, side roll to the side. They're just gonna get confused. Oh, she's fucking up all the monitors. Nice. I didn't know she did that. Yeah, here we go. Yep, now it's 30. Let me fuck with these settings a little bit. If I turn the frame limit off, it's still 30. If I select 60, it's still 30. If I select 50, it's still 30. If I select 30, surprise, it's 30. If I select auto, it's 30. If I select PS3 native, it's still 30. Infinite. All settings just cap it at 30 here for some reason. So weird. And we'll just leave it at 60 then. It's just this wide area is 30 no matter what. But now that it's running at 30, she will not spin in place and we can slap her ass easily. Whenever she stays down. Just looking at her. What did Kojima mean by this? You guys just don't understand Kojima's genius. These fucking sound effects. Why? Why, Kojima? Why? I have a question for the sound director. Oh well.
Did you like it?
I think Kojima was method acting to get these voices. Yep. They just recorded Kojima's bedroom.
Excellent, Snake.
Psycho Mantis.
You don't seem to believe your own eye. Very well. I will show you the power of the world's greatest mind reader and psychokinesis. I'll start by reading your personality. Rather, your past. That's right. This is no
It's an SSD, Mantis. Get with the times.
Skills have improved, or rather, your hardware. How about this?
I will read your browser history.
My psycho can
We're a PC, right?
put it down as flat as you can.
No, wait.
That's good. Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
Here comes the man, voice of God.
The spirit of the warrior will always be with you.
Kojima's probably done a lot of fucked up shit, but somehow managed to keep a low profile and not get involved in any scandal yet publicly.
That doll you just picked up
But yeah.
lets you manipulate anybody who's got nanomachines in them. Sounds like something the devil's cooked
knows?
up, if you ask me. Mantis came from South America. She was born and raised in a country racked by never-ending civil wars. Her village was attacked by enemy forces and burned to the ground. This was when she was still a little girl. Hunted by enemy death squads,
You
she was
just know.
separated from her
It's one of
family.
those cases
She barely managed to escape with her
where
life.
you just know.
Ended up
I
in the
mean, come
basement
on.
of this one building. It was full of corpses that had been dumped there. Almost all of them had been tortured to death. She was petrified with fear. And then, she heard the sound of heavy boots on the floor above her, followed by shrieking screams. The kind that would make every hair on your body stand straight up. She had stumbled across a makeshift torture chamber. Somebody'd locked the door, and she was trapped. It was dark, it was dank, and it was full of a wretched stench. She couldn't sleep with the screams of torture victims all around her. All she could do was sit curled up in one corner of the room, trembling. A week passed, then 10 days. She managed to keep hydrated by drinking the filthy water pooled up on the floor, but there was no food. Being trapped in that kind of place, half crazy from hunger, did a serious number on her mind. Did you know female mantises eat their mates? The screams went on day and night. She covered her ears, but it didn't help. And then, she was saved. By a little
The
black
ribbon should
mantis
be removed.
that taught her how to block out the screams, how to plug up her inner ears. What the
She
hell are
ate
you
a
talking
bag of
about?
dicks.
I'm saying, Snake, that when she couldn't stand the hunger any longer, she started feeding on the corpses. But only the male ones. She didn't realize who was doing it. In her mind, it was a female mantis devouring her mates. It was like one big twisted waking dream. There was no mantis, of course. It was all a hallucination. Nothing more than some story spun by another person she'd created inside. Her unstable mind was what made her so vulnerable. Later, they ripped out what was left of her psyche with drugs and hypnosis and implanted the persona of Psycho Mantis. It wasn't her will that controlled the B&Bs. It was Psycho Mantis, half assimilated into her soul, pulling the strings. Screaming Mantis was just another puppet. Anyway, she survived several weeks down in that hellhole and finally got back to the surface. But the screams in her head didn't subside. They would always be with her. Only this time, they weren't real. The inner earplugs didn't work anymore. The Black Mantis had disappeared. There was no place left to escape. Which is why she was always screaming, to drown out the ones in her own head. But it's over now. You freed Mantis from that dark nightmare.
The last of them beasts.
You got it, pal. Well, I'm done playing storyteller for a while. Now get going. GW's waiting. And this time, you get to make up the ending.
Snake. Where's Johnny? They're here. Go on without me. This time, I'll protect you. Go. Destroy DW while there's still time. While I'm still alive.
Wait, what the fuck happened?
Snake, the corridor ahead is full of microwaves.
No way I'm getting through there uncooked. I'm sorry you got dragged into this.
Sorry, Big Boss. I don't know what happened. You got blasted. Yeah.
I've got your back. We'll meet again on the other side. Go. Hurry.
What is going on, guys? See, I tend to forget too sometimes, but plebs can't see who timed them out. So by commenting on it, you're kind of outing them. Yeah. I try not to say which mod timed people out. We could see it, but people have no idea who it was. I tend to forget sometimes too.
Enough is enough, Snake.
That human's been scratching his finger while holding the phone. I thought you were offended by the suicide message of the GIF the Big Boss asked for. You're like, wow, maybe it's highly offensive. Yeah, I was gonna be like, bad humans, what the fuck, man? But I didn't want to say it was him. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Nice camo. Oh, well, whatever, it's gonna go away anyway.
Go. Hurry. We'll meet again on the other side.
Time to do your duty.
There's actually that other scene where Snake puts the gun in his mouth from the trailer. Yeah, it's the early old Snake model, but that one might be a little more appropriate to use because he actually has the octo camo. He has the octo camo on instead of the suit, and he puts the gun in his mouth, so it's like better when Revan is talking about shit.
Failure.
Oh, fuck. That early Snake, old Snake model. The settings are basically what's on the wiki, future.
Come on, Snake. I can't hold out much longer. Damn it! I can't protect anyone.
But just because you have the same settings, it's not guaranteed that it will be stable or not glitch. Also depends on your hardware environment, your system, your settings. It's a little bit like Silicon Lottery in a way, I guess.
Meryl!
Who knows? There's
Johnny!
obscure things that can cause freezes and
Johnny,
crashes.
you're all right.
Here.
Huh. You trying to make up for being late?
I've been pretty lucky with it until I fucking updated the emulator again. I got 2 freezes. One during a cutscene, one during gameplay. But I downgraded it again. It seems fine now.
Clear.
I should just stop fucking updating the emulator, man. It gets worse every time we update it. Yeah.
Who needs nanomachines anyway? Right, Johnny? Tell me something. How come Mantis couldn't control you?
I figured she probably used people's nanomachines to manipulate their behavior. No nanomachines, no control.
But don't you?
No, I don't have any nanomachines in me.
What?
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Nah, I just hate needles.
MGO is a lot easier to run
Out of sync with the team.
than the base game.
I tried to keep track of everybody's data on my wearable, but I could never keep up.
MGO has been playable on emulator way longer than the game, the single player game. And it's also less intensive on resources.
I got these from Drebin. Meryl.
Johnny, I never knew all those horrible things I said.
Forget it.
All those stomach aches? Was that because the nanomachines weren't there to suppress them?
Yeah.
But if you're afraid of shots, why'd you join my team?
I wanted to be near you. To protect you.
Johnny?
Meryl. I've always loved you. Ever since Shadow Moses, when I first laid eyes on you. Meryl, marry me.
He's got a hell of a sense of timing.
What do you say?
I have to say, no.
You'd rather stay single? Okay, but we don't have to make it official.
No.
Well, how about we just move in together then?
Nope.
Is there something wrong with me?
The power of love is greater than the system.
I'd just rather do things my way. Johnny. Marry me.
Huh?
I'll say it again. Marry me.
Sure. It'd be my pleasure.
What would Meryl and Johnny's kids be like? Oh god. Little redhead girl who shits herself all the time.
Hey.
Um.
And don't even think about cheating on me.
I wouldn't dare.
Redhead
And I
twins.
want a real wedding. With flowers and a cake.
A boy and a girl. Oh no, let's not give Konami any ideas.
Since I was a little girl. I want to be a bride. Take me home, Johnny.
Did you like it?
How much ammo is in those magazines? Yes. Wait, we actually have a chef grenade. You guys want to do the last podcast or not? The sound direction, sound effect podcast. Because if we're gonna do it, we have to do it now.